All right, what's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. We're gonna try something a little different today. Grid One's trying to put on a debate panel. He graciously invited me to participate, so we are gonna give that a shot. If I can make it work. I don't know if I can, but I'm gonna try. Okay, I guess it's working. Do 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 do. Uh, there we go. That's better. Okay. Now, all right, I'm gonna do it.
All right, so when we're talking about hey, it's EOD.
Hey.
So Sparky, so the deal with modern day debate is that they put somebody on it and they still haven't secured a site. I'm not saying I absolutely could have, but I would have made more progress on it because I'm here. I could literally go there and talk to people and all that. And James has his methods. And I don't care. This isn't. I'm not making any money off of this shit. I don't care if like I would love DebateCon to be big, like big. But yeah, whatever. I'm not. I don't. It doesn't have to be big for me.
I would like to see DebateCon to be successful, but successful in a way that makes sense. My biggest complaint about modern day debate is the fact that they debate irrelevant shit on the majority, things that are uninteresting.
Yeah, like flat Earth. It's a 150th flat Earth debate. Like, give me a fucking break, dude.
I don't want to hear another Islam versus Christianity again, where they
and I think that's a
mistake in the world to debate.
I think that's a mistake that James is making. James literally told me that there are two categories that they have the most views of, and that is the religious debates and the flat Earth and moon landing debates, the hoax debates. Those two categories have more views and more earn them more money than any other debate.
No, I understand.
Which is insane.
That's what draws a lot. But the problem is, he's picking stuff that him and his team, which is a bunch of godless atheists, that they find interesting and they find funny. Flat Earth is a funny thing.
Well, James is not a godless atheist.
Well, so when you say godless atheist, I'm guessing you just mean someone who's not a rape apologist, right?
I don't know what you
mean
by
that.
What the fuck does that mean?
By the way,
put it together, buddy.
You can't.
Is that a puzzle?
You've got to be really.
I mean,
guys,
Islam, maybe.
Guys, stand by.
What?
You can't.
Oh, your favorite hobbit, favorite hobby, shifting the blame, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about, my guy.
You've got to duck.
The dude heard of religion and now he's suddenly spurting immediately.
Have you heard of TOS?
I'm listening to Grid.
I'm gonna fucking mute everybody if you don't listen to me. You cannot say the word grape.
Oh, we say grape. I forgot. That's.
Please be aware of TOS.
When atheists, we say grape.
I will bounce you faster than a basketball in a parking lot. Okay.
No, I understand.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Be very well aware of what I mean. I'm not very tolerant in that one aspect. Man, I tolerate a lot of crap. Steelman will tell you. I would listen to him jabber on for fucking hours. But
and now you're gonna fucking charge to listen to me jabber.
That's right. I gotta get something out.
Let's get some super stickers in the chat. Let's get this party started. We got a bunch of us that are giving our time up here. Let's get Grid something out of this, right?
Yeah.
And you guys are getting to watch a couple gorgeous dogs and stuff. I mean, come on now.
He will not leave me alone. I'm trying to get him to go lay down. He's not going to.
And who's
that dog's like, I want to walk, and I want to walk now.
I have a dog and a cat that are both fighting over me here. So
yeah.
I quit.
Hey, what's up, Bob Almighty? You're welcome to throw $10 down and come up and debate your cheap eggs and peace in Ukraine. I actually would really love to have someone tonight debate whether peace in the Ukraine is even possible.
And whether people still eat eggs anymore in the first place.
I eat eggs. When average debate enjoyer, if I get a minute and we aren't too late, check DMs grid. Oh, I can check that right now. What's up? What's up?
Tyler's all right. He's on a red.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, the ADE, the average debate enjoyer. You and your guest are welcome to pop up on the panel. I'm not saying that you're a debate. I mean, you guys could be like, you guys can just come up and chat. The rest of these guys will beat each other up.
Let's get another couple
Tyler
of atheists up here too.
Tyler will get dirty.
We can have a good conversation too.
Tyler will get dirty. He's a filthy atheist, and he is center left.
I beat Tyler in the most polite debate on interventionism versus non-interventionism.
Oh, come on. If he's an atheist, he needs to get up here and debate. I want to hear from an atheist. That's pretty cool. Get up here and debate. What do you waiting for?
How many atheists can we fit on one panel?
One is too many.
Actually, I'm a Gnostic.
Agnostic. Prove it to me. That's your
I'm not an agnostic. I'm actually a Gnostic. I've personally had direct experience with God, and I've personally had God reveal himself to me.
So, like the Egyptian
Christians, involved.
Steelman, we could talk about that. I'm a cognitive Gnostic. I believe that we gain firsthand knowledge and experience of principles without necessarily those leading to theology.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing with you. I'm laughing at you.
Bob Almighty. Hold on. You don't.
That's a pretty husky too.
They deny facts.
Thank you.
Wait, what? What kind of moron makes that sort of debate? Hey, it's ADE.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Debate
What's
enjoyer?
up, man? What's up?
What's up, Tyler?
Bringing one more. We're bringing in Big Papa Buckaroo as well.
Oh, okay. My African queen. Let's go.
If you guys want a real left winger to debate against instead of some.
I don't know who the hell that is.
She is actually really awesome.
We like her.
I'll vouch for her.
Oh, good. Another woman.
Well, I was betting on Tyler to get too fucking stoned to actually make an argument.
Oh, wait. You said
I quit smoking last week.
Are we? So we're doing politics tonight then?
No, actually, we can do whatever. Anson Knowles said that he will choose the debates, and he has paid for that right for at least the first few for sure.
Yeah, fucking $200.
I don't know where my other judges went. I saw Glenn.
Boomer Bob, what's up, man? It's good to hear you. See you.
So, Grid, why do you choose Glenn as a judge? I mean,
some pay-to-play fucking
like
debate
last
shit.
week when he judged, he gives no criteria.
I got invited for free though.
Just judging off of his emotions or whimsical basis, and this is one of the.
He's judging based off of logical conclusions. He's one of the few people that has actually said, "I absolutely do not agree with your position." But you made the better argument.
So okay.
I like Glenn as a judge.
Well, okay, then
we don't always need all that feedback, do we? I mean, it's just taking up more time that we could be duking it out with each other and having fun.
Let's just say I'll concede to all of that. I think in the end, I ultimately think that this judging can appear to be arbitrary at times.
Steelman, hang on. I got to fry somebody in chat. Bob Almighty, are you an idiot? Do you have functional brain cells, sir? Because you assume hold on, stand by. I can fix this. I can what the camera? Because
I'm pretty sure he is MAGA.
Yeah, it is kind of a sausage fest. There's one lady here, but that's the only one.
How many people do you have
as I can tell.
In terms of room in your panel Grid? Is it?
I think I can do 15 people at one time. Let's find out. Cool. Let's find out. So first of all, I don't have a problem with MAGA. I don't have a problem being called MAGA. I've never really considered myself MAGA, but I mean, in the I believe everything Trump says thing. But I do believe that we all should have reelected that motherfucker.
He believes everything Trump says and supports everything he does.
I do,
from what I've seen. and from what we talked about.
I don't know.
That's a bold
interesting.
assertion.
It's a bold claim.
Yeah, and as you know, I've claimed that you were part of his cult. You're one of his members.
That's all right.
But anyway,
Oh, wait.
what
Did
Hold on.
What's the
Almighty.
first topic on the MAGA iceberg?
Yeah, guys.
If I don't know anything about MAGA, what's the first thing you guys teach me about MAGA?
The first thing is when Grid is talking, don't talk still, man. That's the main rule.
He hasn't gotten that one yet. Bob Almighty, you are welcome to join this panel. Pay the $10 admission fee. Come up here and run your moneymaker just like everybody else. All right. Otherwise, just keep sniping away from chat like an ineffectual child that you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's all introduce ourselves. I am the host, Grid One Motorsports, and I give no fucks. Beth, go ahead. We'll go round robin. Go ahead.
What are you asking me for?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I was not here. I was thinking about something Steelman said that I wanted to friggin' argue with him about. Hi, I'm Beth, 41 from New York.
Right.
I don't do anything else. I don't have a channel.
Okay. Aircraft Sparky.
Yes. Some people know me as Aircraft Sparky, but these days I like to go by Jason. That's my actual name, my Christian name, the one my mother gave me. I am an American nationalist, constitutional populist. I do entertainment stuff. I like to do comedy, music, things like that. I use a little bit of common sense when I talk about some things, and of course, I like to use some of my opinions to help guide me and others. But I mean, that's about it in a nutshell. And just looking forward to get into it.
Awesome. Excellent. Anson Knowles is one of our judges. He is the chairman of the board, which we actually promoted to Baron of the board last week because he's a monarchist. A chairman can't exist in monarchy. So therefore,
Yeah, they can. The king can decree the creation of corporations, and those will have chairmen.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
He is one of our judges, and he will be deciding your fates. Speaking of judges, you know who would make a great stand-in judge for Glenn Lawrence?
Non-fun.
No. I was thinking Tyler ADE, but we'll see when he gets back. We'll see. He may want to play. I don't know. We'll find out. Anson Knowles has a channel called Chairman of the Board, and it's a good channel. All right. Next up is the Steel Man, who has gone off camp. There he is. He's back.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. My philosophies are fringe. I tend not to appeal to the masses and bandwagon, which is why you probably won't see me here for very long.
He basically just said, I'm going to lose. That's hilarious.
Yeah. That's funny.
You want me to go?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
All right, I'm EOD696. Catch me on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. MAGA all the way, baby. Make McCarthyism great again. Let's fuck up some lefties. Let's go. All right.
All right. Next, a duck who spells well. What's up, Duck?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? What's going on, Grid? Good to see you again. So y'all might have caught me going toe-to-toe with Grid on Sarah the Raging Tomatoes channel. I have a YouTube channel I'm not promoting, but I am a huge nerd. So I'm into philosophy, political philosophy, sociology, all these kinds of stuff. Maybe non-fawn when he grows up. Cool guy. Anyways, always great to steel man arguments, take a position, that kind of stuff, and excited to get to know everyone today.
All right. Tyler, the ADE.
I'm Tyler, average debate enjoyer. I'm slightly to the right of a Clinton Democrat. I guess I'm taking nuanced takes more in today's day and age, but
that makes you freaking far right by most people's standards,
I know,
man.
right? But
He's
right now, What I'm trying to do is, if you watch Rob Noir and a lot of other people, they think that all left-wingers online are disingenuous liars that won't ever tell you the truth unless you force them to. The whole process of, it's not happening. Okay, it is happening, but it's a good thing, and it's only a little bit over here, so you can ignore it. Okay, it is widespread, but so what? Kind of thing. I don't do any of that shit. So if you want a left-winger that's going to bite the bullet, talk to me. I got a Discord full of other honest lefties. One of them I brought with me.
I'm gonna say that Tyler, you the debate that you and I had, you took that drubbing remarkably well.
I had a great fucking time. That's all I'm here for. I don't care.
I've never seen anybody get beat down and be so happy about it. I've just never seen that before.
Hey, you know, it's
It
up.
helps
If
if you're
anyone
stunned.
wants to watch it, you can watch it to come to your own conclusions.
I
did only get a
there's only one
28%.
conclusion.
I got 28% in the chat, so I can't fight you on the results.
All right. Go for Palpatine. Papa Palpatine. Fuck. Go for Papa Palpatine. What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Not much. I'm just happy to be here. The link was in the chat, and I was like, okay, fine. Let me try my hand at this. I'm an absolute fucking MAGA chud, but I'm also an objectivist, which means I am an atheist. So, you got one. Somebody said they wanted another atheist, so here I am. But yeah, no, total Rand atheist.
Nobody's perfect.
Objectivist. That's pretty much where I come at everything from. I almost never do live debates like that. Almost never. I never do live debates like this. So I thought, why the hell not? I'll try my hand at it. I'm probably going to suck at it. We'll see what happens.
Ugh, a
All right.
Randian. Ugh.
Good
Yeah,
to have
see,
you, bro. We're
I
gonna
knew
be
that's
for sure.
I knew somebody was going to say that or ugh whenever I said I was into Rand. So that usually happens to me.
I mean, lots of people were in her, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
gross,
I
but she's
also
a
was
lady.
that too. The first like criticism someone was going to throw at Rand was call her a whore because you people are fucking predictable.
Okay.
All right, you're sparking our attention now.
We'll get there. Okay. Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
No, but it's a
Big
hell of
That's
a
a
Papa
lot. I'm gonna be
Buckaroo.
honest. Is
Yeah,
there?
yeah,
do you
it
have
is
a
a lot.
short
It is a
version?
lot. You could just call me Buckaroo. That works
Okay.
totally fine. That works for you
Buckaroo.
guys.
Buckaroo Banzai.
Yes, actually, yes, precisely. I'm a pretty radical lefty. That being said, I care about people. So I care about listening to anybody, no matter what side of the spectrum they're on. It matters to what is policy, if not something meant to make our lives better or to benefit us in some way. Like, why
Thank
the fuck
God,
would we
one
do it?
rational
It was
person
well
on the
thought over.
panel.
So yeah, that's where I stand. And thank you,
Shots fired.
Tyler, for bringing me, and thank you to Grid for allowing me to be here.
Could you, while we're moving on a little bit, could you check your mic settings? You were going in and out quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Non-Fawn, welcome to the show,
Finally.
my man.
Yeah.
This is Non-Fawn's first appearance on my show, by the way.
Hey, I joined your regular show one time, I think, but yeah.
Didn't you? I don't remember that, but maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I've done a lot of shows, so
It was very impactful, evidently.
Yeah.
He doesn't remember.
So, guys, any other contestant that comes up now, Anson's payment has run. He's
Well, if somebody like I Killed Earl down in the chat wants to get up here.
Oh yeah, if I can. All right, so I'll have to run it. It'll have to be run by me, but this is the end of the freebies, with the possible exception of I Killed Earl. And Non-Fawn, go ahead, take it away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, but go ahead.
I was just talking to you. What do you need me to talk about?
Introduce yourself. Who are you?
I'm Non-Fawn. I'm a neoliberal dog streamer. Okay. I focus on a decent amount of econ stuff, and I am here to shill for neoliberalism.
Neoliberalism. All right, cool.
Joe Biden fan. Gotcha.
All right. This is going to be fun. This is going to be great. All right. So I asked for lefties, and I got lefties. Jess White can join just as soon as she's done with her mom stuff, but pretty soon we got to get you up here. All right. So We're going to have just a little bit of chitter chat back and forth. In the meantime, chat, please, if you would, if you want to, to select the first debate, chat, you got to pay for that. Otherwise, I select it. Anson gets to select the topics. Okay. And by the way, I'm not nice.
Put the moves up, Grid, so they can remember.
Yeah. I'll do that again. Hang on, stand by. I'm not the right screen. So neoliberalism, non-fon. Throw that up there. What's up with that?
I don't get a lot of meaning out of the term. People, get more meaning from that identity than I do. When by neoliberalism, essentially I just mean I'm left of center. I voted for Kamala Harris. I like the welfare state. I like, the Federal Reserve, but generally speaking, I'm going to be relatively market oriented. There's going to be things like a wealth tax that I'm going to disagree with the ultra far left, but the, more left-wing people than me on.
The commies, just call them commies.
Well, there are, commies I obviously disagree with, but there are even people like Bernie, AOC. I would vote for Bernie or AOC, over Trump like any day. But there are more nuanced things I disagree with them on. So by neoliberal, I basically just mean, I like free markets, but I do, I like some amount of redistribution.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I fully comprehend why you would say you'd vote for Bernie. Like, I'm not even going to argue with that. I get it. Why on God's green earth would you ever willingly vote for AOC? Like and here's the thing. I'm not even just saying that because
she is pretty daft.
Because I don't like democratic socialists, and that's what
based.
she is. She literally said to herself, she's literally called herself a member of the DSA. So like, I don't know if she's ever literally been a card carrying member of the DSA, but
yeah,
I think
is.
but
like
she actually is.
Oh, okay. Well, that just makes my point for me. But like, not just that. But why would you willingly vote for AOC, considering how patently stupid she is? She is not a smart woman. Every single public statement she's ever made was written for her by someone on her staff or her boyfriend.
That's rude.
She cannot keep
a lot of politicians have speech writers. Every single president has a team of speech writers.
I don't think she had a speech writer since she was talking about the tippy top of the tax bracket. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
that doesn't mean
no, you don't have to be at the tippy top of the tax bracket.
Have you watched her like when she does like her live things on video? Like,
I mean, she's just a dumb
person. I mean, I guess personally,
awesome.
I personally haven't seen what you guys are talking about. I've seen her be like pretty relatively competent at answering the questions that people have for her that actually apply to the topic at hand. I like it.
So you
support
can
seem dumb, but if they present to have a competent understanding of a situation, it doesn't matter to me what they seem like, because like to me RFK Jr. might seem one way unless I'm actually giving him the time of day that any individual deserves when you're like trying to understand what they're saying.
Okay.
Whether she seems dumb doesn't matter.
Okay. Going to a 10,000
news conferences. It's not that hard to prep for those.
No,
you have a pretty good general idea of what they're going to ask.
Going to a $10,000 a plate dinner in a custom-made white dress with the words "Eat the Rich" on it is a patently stupid thing to do that only a moron would think is a good idea.
This is coming from the objectivist. This is coming.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know if I agree. I think
learned from Ayn Rand.
Yeah, I also think
the other thing is the policies that she's actually produced and tried to put towards Congress, like the Green New Deal and the wealth tax that you said you didn't support non-fon, even though you said you would vote for AOC. That's why I bring up the tippy top, is because she used that exact term in an interview to describe her tax plan, was that we're only going to tax the tippy top of wealth earners. Right. Her basic understanding is fundamentally at like a high school level. I mean, she should go back to bartending. She's not a great politician at all. She's a petulant child.
Look, I don't think it's at all. So I may disagree with AOC, on the merits of a wealth tax, but I don't disagree fundamentally that we should be taxing the wealthy more than the poor people and middle class.
Wealthy already tax more than the poor people in the middle class.
I understand. I agree with you there. I understand they already pay more. I would just there's
It's not
just reforms
enough,
for
damn
tax
it.
system I'd make that probably make it more progressive. But
that makes sense, non-fun. I mean,
look, I don't think
according to their need, right?
Well, not necessarily, but look, you know, I don't think going to a
Is that
rally and
finance,
tax the
Chairman?
rich dress is a insane thing to do. I think
Eat
I think
the
that's
rich.
an
It said
intelligent.
eat the
That
rich.
Political
political
whatever.
economy.
I mean, I
Great
guess
job.
I just
Great
don't
job.
care that much about
Great
what
job,
her dress said if it didn't
Look.
like produce policy. I don't know if her
No. I'm
dress
saying it's a
wrote
stupid
a
thing to
single
do.
bill. I don't think her dress did anything except put her in
No,
like,
the dress
Do you know
isn't
where the phrase "eat the rich" comes from? It comes from
I do, but
the Maoist
saying,
communist
like,
revolution in
it
China,
does not
when people were
policy
forced to
that
cannibalism in
affects-
order to survive.
And neither does she. She hasn't
You guys-
authored or co-authored a single piece of legislation that's ever passed.
Okay, real quick though, you guys are making non-farm. He said he's a neoliberal. He's more like Reagan's in terms of his economic beliefs than he is AOC. Well, I'm just saying,
No,
like
he's
comparison
not.
between
No,
That
AOC
would
and
be
Reagan,
accurate if
you
he
know,
was accurate about
what-
representing
what
himself.
you
But it
guys-
sounds
hold on,
like
hold on.
he's
What
more
you
of a
guys are
commie than he
pigeonholing
let on.
him into is neo-Keynesianism, which I am more of a fan of. That
Well,
would be
I'm not
the
trying to
government
pigeon-
subsidies and these things like that. That's more my
Keynesian.
stance.
I'm not trying to say that non-farm believes anything. I'm attacking AOC. I'm not attacking.
Yeah.
He and I have had this argument
you're
20
very
times.
stupidly. You're very. Listen for 1 second. Listen. You're very stupidly attacking AOC. AOC represents people on a very broad variety of issues, and not only that, she's in the House representing not just people of New York, but she's representing national legislation packages that are going to be about national security. Have some respect when you're talking about senators instead of electing the
She's not
shill.
even a
She's
senator.
not a
folks that
senator, dude.
stand there and
She's a
do nothing.
representative. And by the
A
way,
rep. I said House.
All right,
Okay,
guys,
Teddy,
calm down,
Teddy,
calm down.
You're right.
so I
right,
would like to say
ladies
one
and
thing in
gentlemen,
defense of AOC.
ladies and gentlemen, this is fun. This is great. However, we actually have to do a debate show, so let's do that.
Word.
I unfortunately I only have one judge right now, and that is Anson. I can
Agrila-Paulus is
Tyler could.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Tyler can be
I'm too nice.
a debate judge because he's pretty. He's pretty much sees both sides. I'm hoping Ticky Tack can come back and be. He'll be on in a minute. If you can judge from chat, Ticky Tack, that'd be cool too. But you can pop up whatever you want to do. It's cool, and that gives us 3 judges. Who is picking the first? Since the chat doesn't seem to want to pay to see specific blood, Anson, are you picking the debates or the debaters?
I'll do a little bit of both, I guess, since the chat's not stepping up. Damn you, chat! Y'all need to step up and pay something here. Come on now, what the hell, chat? Where are you at? I mean, come on.
It is a game show. These guys they're trying to earn money here, guys.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I have a teenage son. They're expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly just want to see non-fawn because I'm a huge non-fawn fan, and since he's the only real diehard commie in the chat, I'll put him against Papa Palpatine, who's the
You can just call me Palpatine. That'd be fine.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that means that you got to go back to the back. And you judges also go to the back too, by the way. I don't leave the judges up. Whoa, why is my
All right, I'll see you in the back, Beth.
Yep, we'll see you guys. You guys will be back soon enough. Chairman, you gotta go.
Okay, well apparently I'm backstage. So.
He's gotta go.
I gotta let my
Beth,
dog
you have
out.
to go.
I'll be back in a minute.
And it's just why did that not work? It's supposed to work. There we go. Just you two. All right. So the rules of the game are: you each get 1 minute, which I actually need to pull up my clock. You get 1 minute to state your position. Did Anson give me the debate per se, or are we just talking economics? Hang on, let me bring Anson back because he was. Anson, what was the debate topic for these?
I didn't select a topic. I just wanted to see two polar opposites debate one another, especially.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, the dynamics.
Gotcha. Okay, so so what would you guys like to debate about? I know non-farm would love to debate tariffs. His favorite thing in the world.
I mean, I'll do my best. You know, I mean,
Is there something else that you would like to debate?
I'm down for anything really. Like I said, I'm just trying my hand at this. I can debate tariffs because I mean, I assume you're anti the Trump tariffs because I am pro the tariffs.
Yeah, I'm anti most tariffs, but yeah, especially Trump.
How about why don't you guys do? Let me take you out of both of your comfort zones. Oh no, answer one's political. Because I was gonna go with something else. Okay, all right. Man, I really don't. All right, whatever. We can do tariffs. It's fine. All right.
Grid one over here. I don't want to do tariffs.
I've heard. I can probably make non-Fon's tariff argument better than he can at this point. I'm just saying.
Well, I've never even heard of him, so it's just like, and that's
oh
not
yeah. Well,
this will be good
for
him.
you.
So you know,
Hanson, go to the back. All right, you get 1 minute. State your position each side. At the end of the minute, I'm going to give you a warning at 10 seconds. If you're lucky, I'll remember to do that. And then you have to end once both of you had your 1 minute. Then you get 5 minutes on the clock, unless somebody extends it. Which chat, you should be extending this one. It's going to be good. It's going to be a lot of information. All right, ready? Non-Fon, you go first. Tell me when you're ready to start.
All right, I'm ready.
Good, go.
Okay. I mean, I think on the broadest level, there are benefits when it comes to trade. There are benefits from exchange. There are benefits from specialization, and there are benefits from economies of scale. I think, those are reasons why trade is on the macro level beneficial, and tariffs obviously restrict the country's ability to benefit from trade in those ways. I think the goals of Trump tariffs are seemingly, they're contradictory all the time. Like sometimes he's saying he wants to raise a fuck ton of revenue. Sometimes he's saying he wants to bring manufacturing back. Sometimes they're negotiation tools. If one of those things are true for at least any individual tariff, the other two kind of have to be false. For example, if a tariff raises a lot of revenue, that implies people are continuing to buy foreign goods and not actually buying domestic goods to bring manufacturing back. And I think people kind of just broadly exaggerate the extent to which manufacturing is responsible for, or trade is responsible for the decline in manufacturing employment. And I think there's a big opportunity cost to trying to bring manufacturing back.
Okay,
I'm good.
That dog should be good for a while.
All right. All right. So, whoops. Yep. You ready?
Yep.
Go with it.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. I'm kidding, of course. No, I literally agree with the exact opposite. I think that Trump laid out all three of these, all three of the things you said, that they're negotiating tools, they're going to bolster manufacturing, and they're going to generate revenue. And I think they're going to do all three. I don't think I have time to go into all three, but I can specifically go into the negotiation tools, because over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a bunch of our allies and some of our enemy nations all willing to come to the table. They all flinched. He said, I'm going to tariff all of you. And then they all flinched. I just covered this morning on my own podcast that China's coming to the table to renegotiate our trade deal with them. And I don't, same thing. Israel took their tariffs off of our imports going into their country. Same thing. Like, it's
10 seconds.
I yield the balance of my time.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna hopefully everybody followed that, because you guys can speak really fast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Debate.
Right. So I don't deny that Trump has said that all three of those goals are what he's trying to do. My issue is that those goals are contradictory, right? Like a tariff does not raise any revenue if it never gets implemented and it's never used for negotiation. Certainly it can't be a long-term source of revenue that's going to replace income tax if they're only in place for a short amount of time while we try to negotiate with China or negotiate with Canada.
Well, sure, but like they have, like the other thing, they bring back manufacturing. What is it? Kia and what's the other Korean car manufacturer? Kia and
well, I'm not sure, but like I understand
Hyundai.
there may be
they've already committed to building new factories in the United States, and this came after the tariffs were announced.
Sure, so I'm sure that there are specific
Kia and
companies that
Hyundai are
have invested in
connected
the U.S.
under the
because of
same
the tariffs. It's not
manufacturing
super surprising to me
umbrella.
because tariffs shift
They
resources
make each other's
from
car.
unprotected sectors towards protected sectors. You just have to. I would just ask you to acknowledge that there is a cost to protected sectors, or sorry, unprotected sectors. But secondly, we have to think about things in aggregate, right? So some manufacturers were helped by tariffs. Some manufacturers are also probably hurt because, for example, we're tariffing all the intermediate goods that they import to produce their products. That's why if you look at surveys from the New York Fed, the Philadelphia Fed, and Dallas Fed, all of them show that these manufacturers expect to be hurt by tariffs. They do not expect to be helped by them.
Well, I mean, we
Yeah,
kind
the
of, like,
manufacturers
at
are,
least
but
from the MAGA
the
perspective, we
consumer
kind of already
wins out at
knew
the
that
end of
this
the
was
day.
going to hurt in the short term. Like nobody, like when the stock market dipped after the tariffs were signed in, after the tariff EO was signed into law. Like we all knew that was coming. Like we all knew that it was going to hurt the stock market a little bit. We all knew that like it was going to
It's
it was
rough
going to
at
hurt a
first,
little bit. Like
but
this reminds me of like Ron
it
Paul's
settles out.
economic plan for
Like I say,
his 2012.
why does every
presidential
country in the
campaign.
world
He
want to
laid out this huge,
tariff
like,
the
massive
shit out of the
cuts to
United States
everything and huge,
if it's bad for
like
their
reduction
consumers,
in
if it's bad
taxes,
for their
income
people?
taxes, all these things?
It's not.
And a bunch of economists said that like, oh
The
no, it's going to
government picks
destroy
up
the
the slack.
economy,
That's
it's
what I
going
keep
to
trying to
ruin a
tell
bunch
these
of
people.
lives,
Nobody
going
wants to
to
listen to me
hurt
though.
jobs, all this stuff. And Ron Paul was like, yeah. He just told the
Well,
truth.
okay,
He's like,
so I'm
yes, in the short
absolutely-
term, it was going to hurt, but in the long term, it would, you know, the economy would bounce back. And I would argue
I'm
that
absolutely willing to engage with the point that this is a short-term pain for long-term gain. But one, we wouldn't expect, you know, these manufacturers to, you know, these surveys are going like 6 months out. I understand that it might not be long-term in your definition.
Go lay
But
down.
look, we would, if this
I'm
was
talking
to be
to
a
the dog.
long-term
Sorry.
gain, we would at least expect some signs of these manufacturing companies where, you know, their stocks would be going up because there would be investors saying, you know, 2 years from now, this stock is going to be at a really good place because manufacturing has been brought back and these companies are successful now. But again, just, I mean, from a, you know, a basic model will show you that like, it's quite, you know, plausible. It's logical that when you tariff intermediate goods that these companies use to make their products, they
2
will
minutes.
be hurt by that. They will be harmed by that. And that does that you know, short-term pain never goes away. Even if they buy domestic products, those are going to be more expensive than the products that are made overseas, right? But I think like literally, I mean, everywhere that you look, protectionism has absolutely failed to deliver on its promises. Look at studies from Spain. Spain had tariffs for 20 years. They just kept Spain poor for 20 years. Argentina fell out of the ranks of being one of the rich nations because because of the fact that they had these tariffs.
No,
You
it's
know, the
because they
IMF
went
did a
total
study over
fucking
a
socialist and the government took
period
complete control of the
and found,
economy.
guess
That's why
what?
Venezuela
Tariffs reduce
fucking
employment,
lost all
they
of its
reduce
wealth.
output, they decrease
Jesus.
wages, they do
The
these horrible
fucking
things. There
intellectual
absolutely is
dishonesty
no
is unreal.
utopia on the other side of this.
You
on the
really
other
have to
side of this
twist your
dip.
mind into a pretzel in order to be
It's
one of these
pain,
fucking people. I
it's
swear.
short-term pain for
I
more
have-
pain later.
I
I
have
would
two
ask,
questions.
is there any evidence that you have, like a paper or like a model that would suggest that this is going to be some great long-term gain?
1 minute.
Well, I asked that, like, if tariffs are so bad, how come every other country in the world uses them? Now, granted, you'll say that a lot of those countries have. Hold on, we'll say that, you know, all these other countries, they you know, they're worse off than us economically, which fine. But here, okay, fine. Here's two things. If Trump's idea for tariffs is so
Germany's
bad, how
not,
come
France
the
isn't,
economy under him in
Canada's
his first
not.
term was so
Canada
good? How
tariffs the
come
fuck
whenever
out of our
Biden
goods.
took office, he did not get rid of any of Trump's tariffs?
And yet, somehow people like this will tell you that Canada's economy is 10 times stronger than the United States, which is complete fucking bullshit, by the way.
So bad. Why do other countries have them? There's an entire subfield of economics called public choice economics, which you know tries to calculate.
No, I
like,
gave
why
you
do
something.
countries-
I told you
why do
Trump's first
countries-
term, he
why
used
do
tariffs
countries-
and
I
the
will-
economy was
I will
fine.
respond to that as well in a second. But that's still not engagement with my actual point. You have no evidence. You're just citing, well, the economy was good under Trump the first term. Causal inference. That's not good causal inference, bro. That's not how causality works.
You didn't give me any evidence. I literally told you a period in time where tariffs were in place and the economy was better.
I cited 3.
You gave me
papers at you,
hypothetical
buddy.
models,
But
dog. I
anyway,
gave you a real world
gentlemen.
fucking example.
That is time. Stand by while I bring everyone else back up.
Oh, okay.
Good job. I probably
Good
lost.
one. This was good. That is everybody. Of course, it's not really arranged the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. All right. Are the judges ready to render an opinion? Where's my
Yeah,
judge?
if you could hear me all right.
I can hear you.
All right, sweet. So I think this particular topic is difficult because I think from both sides, you were talking past each other because I don't even think both of you even agree on what exactly is better for the country when it comes to the objective behind tariffs. So pretty much, I would say it's more of a critique on Papa Palpatine because he really didn't substantiate like what is the overall goal behind the tariffs as to what we want to see as an objective, and has kind of accepted Non-Fon's claim as to what is objectively better, which is look at the metrics, bro. And I feel like Non-Fon had a better control over the entire argument as well, even though he was filibustering a lot. So I'm going to have to get my vote to Non-Fon as the winner.
Yeah, that was actually really hard for me because I dislike Non-Fon so much. But I counted up, and Palpatine, you had a really good opening argument, and you started really, really strong by basically calling his entire argument bullshit, which is a really good it's a really good power move in a blood sport debate, right? And then you actually went into an argument. Non-Fon made a very reasonable argument, and he effectively retorted several times with pointing out your inconsistencies, Palpatine. He did, however, make one mistake. That was really the only mistake between the two of y'all, which was conceding the entire point that you were making, which is that it's a negotiation tool by agreeing that there's short-term pain for long-term gain using the strategy that Trump is using, which is the entire force of your argument, Palpatine. But based on the point scoring alone, Non-Fon really only won by 1 point. And you were really close to losing it again by conceding again, Non-Fon. So Non-Fon, you won.
And Tyler, do you have any? I mean, two votes is enough to win.
So Senator Palpatine, it's not about losing. It's about understanding why, if you did lose, and growing from it. So your opening, again, Chairman said a lot of things I agree with, is you had the stronger opening of the two. The thing is, Non-Fon, with his contradiction argument, you never addressed it. You just doubled down on the statements that Trump made that backed your point and ignored all the other ones. He is right. You cannot have tariffs long-term doing X and then also have tariffs short-term doing Y. That's self-contradictory. I just didn't hear a proper addressing for that. Also, when Non-Fon was talking about the cost of goods going up, what you needed to counter with there was it's an equation. Cost of goods go up, yes, but if wages go up at a higher rate, it doesn't matter. It will cause inflation, but it does even out, and that was an argument we saw under Biden as well. I will say Non-Fon had a fantastic debate partner on this topic, probably a dozen times, me. So I think he is just a little bit more prepared, even though I hate his argument here. I have to give it to him because he just hit more of your points better than you hit his.
Rigged.
No, by the end of it, I knew I was like, okay, I got cooked.
You didn't get cooked. You did fine.
Yeah,
you just got to focus a little better.
Look, Non-Fon has made this debate every night for the past 3 months.
Yeah,
he's not good at it. He sucks at life.
But if the judge,
I generally talk to people who agree with me about it, so I almost never have to debate it.
Wait, we need to move for this judge to recuse himself if he was partners with this guy.
No, I'm
pro debated against him.
Yeah, I'm pro tariff.
People said they hated me.
He debated against him.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I debated against him horribly.
Who are you to say that someone needs to be removed still, man? You ain't got no authority.
Yeah, it's my.
Well, I would motion for the democracy to move.
Palpatine, say your final words, man, and it was great to have you. If somebody revives you, pays some money for you to come back up, you're welcome to. You're good. You know, this isn't really your format, and it shows, but you could be good at it. You came out with a strong opening. I'm going to give my critique. You did have the strong opening. You let him go way too long in the middle. You should have said, "Hey, stop! You can't prove any of that nonsense."
I'm too polite. I'm too nice.
Yeah, you just have to be a little bit more into it. But you did well. You're certainly certainly welcome to come back if someone revives you. If not, hey man, you had fun, right?
Oh yeah, this was fun.
All right, hang out in the chat and we'll and heckle Non-Fon the rest of the night. That
will do.
All right.
That Cam the King's doing TOS stuff in the chat again.
Is he really?
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of it. But I mean,
Yeah,
it was directed at Non-Fon this time.
Yeah, send
it was,
me
that. It was pretty hilarious though. But
It's pretty hilarious, but okay. Yeah, send it to me. What we got here? All right. Hang on. I gotta find him on my list. I thought he was Palpatine. You can leave, or I can.
Oh yeah, I can go. I'll take it. I know where I'm not wanted. No, thanks. I'll stick around.
Yeah, stick around. Heckle from the sidelines. That's the best thing.
Will do.
Right.
Take it easy.
Cam, stop with the TOS stuff. If in fact you are doing TOS stuff, please stop doing that. It is my show after all. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you guys. Who's next? Throw your money down. In the meantime, let's chat, shall we? Non-Farm, what do you think about the fact that manufacturing says manufacturing? Now, I'm not talking about stocks specifically, but manufacturing seems to be increasing. I believe the last report I read a couple of days, a
Jobs,
week ago,
too.
I guess, was about 35% increase in manufacturing in the United States. Plus, in Q1, the Treasury reports that we spent $2 billion less than anticipated, and they're already saying that we're going to spend 53, I believe, billion less in Q2, which is great.
Do I have to be 18 to listen to this Trump cucking?
True.
I don't know. I don't know what he was saying, but anyway, I'm just curious where you're at on that. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what metric you're citing specifically for the 35% increase in manufacturing, but I would say in aggregate, there are reasons to believe that manufacturing employment and maybe even output would be harmed, even if some manufacturers in certain sectors are helped by it. But like it could, I can imagine a world in which these tariffs help manufacturing in the long term. I think it's unlikely, but I could imagine that.
Well, I think that we can't have long-term tariffs. I think it's a bad idea. I mean, let me rephrase. We can't have punitive long-term tariffs. We need long-term tariffs, and very tactical ones. But punitive long-term tariffs, which is what we have right now, are punitive short-term tariffs, and I think that those are working. As a matter of fact, one of the businesses that I was going to buy.
We can't hear you, right?
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, you cut out hard.
Hey, someone tap on Grid's head 3 times. See if you can turn him back on.
Stand by.
We heard that.
There was a TTS that came through. That's why I quit speaking, because you guys can't hear it. But if you were on YouTube, you would hear it.
Can I
Why did it? Oh, because it came in through. Never mind. It came in through. Hang on, I gotta go over here.
Can I offer something a little different on this subject? Something that I haven't heard anyone ever address in this topic.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh, what's that?
So during the it's mostly because most of the people who delve in this, such as non-Fawn, are one-dimensional thinkers. Has anyone ever considered the fact that manufacturing in America has dropped to the point that during the COVID pandemic, we actually saw that things like masks we could not get because they were being held back by China. Okay, and one of the actual things that is great about the short-term tariffs, which, by the way, non-Fawn, all the other countries in the world have tariffs on everything coming from the United States.
Yeah, that's true.
This is helping incentivize bringing manufacturing back to America. Point one. Point two is not only does the rest of the world do tariffs on us, but we also happen to have the single largest consumer base in the fucking world. And in order to gain access to said customer base, paying a tariff is a good way to do this.
Yep.
And it really bothers me when I see people who claim to have talent and knowledge to sit there and basically just ignore.
They dismiss the truth.
Actual
guys. Before we get too deep into this one, Kissy Cat has paid 1v1 between EOD and Duck
Uh-oh.
Anson is paid to pick the debate, so we will come up with a topic here in a minute,
great.
or a prompt. One thing I'm going to say, I want to finish what I was kind of trying to say to Nonfon before that came in. I was actually just trying to in the process of negotiating to buy a company here in my hometown that does injection molding, and they're actually probably going to be bought by a Chinese company so that they can produce things here. It's actually going to be cheaper for them to produce things here than produce them in China and send them over here. The fact is, we've always had the ability to make the cheap widgets that Americans want and apparently need, but you can't get there here, I guess. And now, Beth V. No, hold on, Agrillipus. Next.
Cap on
That'll
all
be
that
the next.
shit.
That's the
I call
next
cap
one.
on all that shit.
That's next one. You guys can prepare for that off stage. Right now, I need EOD and Duck.
What are we debating? Who has the better beard? I comb mine. I think I win by default.
They did not give me a prompt. So you go to the back. You go to the back.
Tariffs suck. Tariffs aren't helping anybody.
Yes,
You
they
go
are,
to the
man.
back.
Except maybe fucking Trump and his friends. Fuck
No,
tariffs.
no.
You
What
go
the
to
fuck does
back.
Trump manufacture, bro?
Tyler goes
Not
to
a damn
back.
thing.
Duck, you don't go to the back. EOD, you don't go to the back. Steelman, you go to the back. Chairman, you go to the back. Whoops.
We still don't know what our topic is. He's supposed to pick the topic.
Oh yeah, I'll bring him back in a second. He is supposed to. He's supposed to help at least. So I don't know how helpful he is though. He's been kind of hit or miss tonight. I don't know what's up with him.
I don't know, Doug. What do you want to fucking debate about?
All right, Anson.
Let's debate Rousseau's position on the social self constructing and being internally confined to the general will, in some sense, upholding democracy through this inner struggle that only becomes real when it's externalized through the democratic process.
That sounds really way too stuffed shirt and fucking boring as shit. I don't think it's gonna go well for the audience. What do you think?
No, that sucks. How about I use one of my credits and pick the damn topic?
I told you.
So is a girl with a nose ring an automatic red flag?
Yes.
Y'all agree with that?
Red flag.
Let me modify that. Is a red flag, and I don't care what you call it. You know what people call a red flag. Is a red flag a reason? I mean, a legit reason to just not even talk to a girl.
Well, what? I can fix her. You think you can fix a woman? I don't think it's worth it, man. Happiness is too important, and life is too short. You want to get with somebody who's going to be compatible with you. Someone with a nose ring has some internal identity issues they need to resolve. You know what I'm saying? So, no, thank you.
I think for young people, if there's a red flag, back out of the situation. If you're generating red flags with chauvinistic, this pseudo sort of, look maxing,
how many red
sort of ideology, then it doesn't matter. You're gonna get back exactly what you put into it. I don't think a nose ring is a red flag. I don't think someone not being super intelligent isn't a red flag or outwardly intelligent. I don't know that someone, having a job, not having a job, any of this stuff is red flags. Yeah.
So you'd go pick up a hobo woman off the street if she was personable to you.
Just not interested. 3, 4, 5. So if you take horse girl.
Hey, I'm in the debate here. Am I debating or are you debating?
I'm just
I think we got something. I'm gonna drop down, Grid. Drop me down.
All right. I'm curious what.
Where do you draw the line? That's what I'm getting at. Like, are you going to pick up a hobo woman off the street simply because she's personable? Is that something that would be okay for you?
I think we got something here.
I mean, I think that if you're reasoning through it, I think if you see, someone who's homeless or whatever, a hobo chick, and you're like, well, I have all these things I'm not letting go of, then I don't know if that's taking it too literally, but I would say that intuition is there's a reason why you wouldn't date someone with that different of a lifestyle.
Maybe this is too varied. How about Hegseth does not deserve the criticism that he's getting.
Oh no, certainly not. Certainly not. There's been 10,000 worse fucking controversies come out of the Biden administration than anything that's come out of this administration. It's just the leftist media grasping at straws, trying to find something to pin on somebody. And they got a disgruntled employee that Hegseth had to get rid of because he wasn't doing his fucking job the right way. And this guy is spreading lies. We've never seen any corroboration. We haven't seen any of these text messages. The stuff that we have seen doesn't break any protocol or release any classified information. It's all complete bullshit. Sorry.
We're not
yeah,
the gun yet.
so
Where are you at on this?
So this might be a good debate. Alexander Hamilton outlined in Federalist 8 the function of a standing army, specifically in the United States of America. Pete Hegseth, I think the way he conducts himself publicly, the way he aligns with political messaging, he's a danger to our country. In the sense that he's not supporting the Constitution. Pete Hegseth.
Wait, hold on. In what way is Hegseth not supporting the Constitution? I'm very confused by that.
Stop. Anson, you're gone. Bye. See ya. Okay. All right. Let's go. All right. So 1 minute. Oh, wait, I gotta.
Well, we kind of did our opening statements, I think. Can't hear you good.
I didn't do my opening statement.
I feel like that's what that was just now, but
I want to hear more of you, EOD.
you do.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Grid.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Grid. Daddy Grid.
Are we supposed to hear him? Because I can't hear him. Like his mic cut out or something.
Yeah, tap him on the head 3 times.
Yeah, ticky tack. Is that it?
Grid, wiggle your nose. See if it
He's aware. He's trying to fix it.
Arms, fingers, make sure everything's in place.
I have a little switch. Sometimes I forget that it's off. Is your switch off?
No. So EOD, while we're waiting, how do you keep your beard so
Test.
Shampoo and a comb, man. All it takes is a comb.
Test. Wait, what the fuck?
You could probably use a brush, which is as long as that thing is. But
Test.
I think personally, I would need a
You can hear me?
Yes.
Versus
Okay,
anything
good.
else.
All right, you guys ready to do your opening statements?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
All right. Who took the affirmative?
Well, what's the prompt? I'm for Hegseth.
Does Hegseth deserve the criticism that he's getting?
Okay, I'm in the negative.
I said yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Duck, get ready. You have 1 minute. And
okay, so I don't remember the exact wording of Federalist 8, but Alexander Hamilton said that a standing army more or less needs to have almost this awkward affinity towards the population as well as the government. And in a place like the United States, where we don't have to worry about invasions, the most important thing that a person can look at either as a citizen or as a member of the military is they see their government not conducting these radical politics. They look at their government. It's not like this far away sort of like Looney Tune lands thing that seems like it's a threat to actual autonomy and sovereignty and the freedom and rights of the citizenry. Pete Hegseth has aligned himself with an administration who's shown they're willing to bend the law. They've shown they're willing to get behind candidates who support not even populism, but a radical form of madness. I can't imagine a soldier in the military supporting that.
Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. So here's the reality of the situation is that the leftist media is grasping at straws. They can't find anything. None of these allegations against Hegseth have really been corroborated. We haven't seen what he sent through Signalgate 2.0. What we did see of the Atlantic article that got published is that he didn't reveal any classified information. None of that was sensitive information in any significant way to any significant degree. The controversies surrounding this administration are drummed up nothing burgers 10-1. to Biden's complete fucking fiascos. It's unreal that anyone could even try to compare this to the San Britton controversy, for instance, or the naked titties out on the White House lawn, or the Afghanistan pullout that was one of the worst military debacles in my
10
lifetime.
seconds.
So to call Hegseth, some kind of piece of shit is just a complete fucking fallacy, and there's nothing to corroborate it. It's complete trash.
Awesome. All right. I'm going to give you 5 minutes on the clock. If the chat votes for more, you get more. If not, 5 minutes, it's Judgment Day.
Okay, so
All right. So one thing
it
I
sounds
have to
like
get
you're
back to
trying to conflate.
right away.
They're trying to conflate the actions of the Trump
I have
administration with
one
Pete
more time.
Hegseth, is what it sounds like to me. And so because Hegseth has aligned himself with Trump, he's somehow guilty by association. I mean, that's a complete bullshit argument, man. So I mean, in what way is Hegseth actually acting against the Constitution?
This isn't true, because you want me to look at these sort of newspaper headlines. Some of those might be really damaging. And I won't even have to bring in the fact of the seriousness of the allegations against Pete Hegseth, and the nature.
That's because
of
you can't defend it. It's undefensible.
That's not nearly as important as looking at the overall trajectory, where you have Donald Trump calling judges communists, traitors, calling them un-American. You have Donald Trump basically he's trying to trample on democracy.
Activist judges overstepping their authority is communist authoritarian horseshit. It shouldn't be happening.
No, I don't agree. So, if Donald Trump is a commander in chief, he's required to be both a commander in chief as well as the head of the executive for all the administrative functions of the United States.
Again,
so the fact that
you keep coming back to Trump instead of looking at Hegseth.
No, he can put on spikes.
The prompt is about Hegseth.
Spiky heels. And no,
I'd just like to remind the judges of that.
No, we're going to talk about Trump because you brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Donald Trump feels like he can put on his spiky heels and walk all over the United States Army, Pete Hegseth has to deal with that. Now, when I read the founding documents of the United States.
In what way is Donald Trump putting on spiky heels and walking all over the United States military? That's not happening.
I can't imagine that people think Pete Hegseth, this guy that can't even stay out of the newspaper, is somehow overcoming everything that Donald Trump is doing wrong.
You know what's hilarious is that the accomplishments of Pete Hegseth and the ways that he's reformed the DoD and reshaped the Pentagon and gotten everybody back to the matter of business of the military instead of worrying about woke fucking garbage like General Milley wanted to fucking talk about all the time, and how he's a consummate suppressor and that he needs to recognize his whiteness. Pete Hegseth is bringing us back to what the military ought to be focused on, and those things are not getting covered in the media at all, in any way whatsoever. The only reason the media wants to talk about Hegseth is to try to dunk on him with bullshit, unfounded allegations of complete hogwash that have no evidence to back them up in any way whatsoever. Nothing Hegseth has done is wrong, and I commend Trump for standing next to him. I commend Hegseth for standing next to Trump. They my boys. I dig them. I'm also an Air Force veteran, so this is coming from somebody who would have been directly affected by Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon and the policies therein of the administration. And I can say right now that if I was still in, I'd be proud to have Hegseth as our SecDef, man.
Okay,
it's awesome. He's a Purple Heart winner. He's a veteran. He's had experience in the field. He's been wounded in battle. That's more than most of our SecDefs can say.
You need to hang on. You need to
Other
hang
than
on to
Mattis.
all that, and you also need to lie to yourself and say that Pete Hegseth.
I'm lying to myself. I'm bringing up facts, bro. You're over here conjecturing and trying to shift the argument towards Trump.
Get rid of the trans folks. People don't remember that we fought legally to include people of LGBT identity in the military in the first place. People don't remember.
Okay,
this,
so
that while the United States was in Iraq,
you talked about Federalist Paper number 8 or 18, was it, that Alexander Hamilton talked about the purpose of the standing army? Is the purpose of the standing army to fund without prejudice all medical bills for any soldier or any warrior within the military, regardless of what branch?
No, effectively sitting on your thumb most of the time. But if you're not
effectively
sitting,
is that what you think the military does? Is sit on their thumb most of the time? 12 hours a day. I ran around like a chick with my head cut off, working the fucking laboratory alone because I had to do it in the field alone in order to know how to do that in a deployed situation. That's not sitting on my fucking thumb. Okay, we train in our off time constantly. That's what the military does in peacetime, is we train. There's also peacekeeping actions all over the world that happen constantly, which a lot of which we probably shouldn't be involved in. And who better to try to bring us out of that than the president who promises us no war? I don't know
No,
about this
because-
Houthi shit. That's
no,
something you
because
could
the
you could
military
honestly
should-
criticize
the
Trump over,
military
but
needs to
you're
think
not
as much
going there.
about
You just want to
Randy
say
Weaver's-
he's against the
You need
Constitution
to
and wants
think
to
about Randy
trample
Weaver
on the military with his
instead of
spiked high
looping in this
heels.
cartel nonsense is all a bunch of BS. The fact that you know, you're not respecting the sovereignty of the states domestically or abroad shows me that Pete Hegseth is not just
20
led
seconds.
active duty service members, but he's also so much so he's led veterans to believe that this MAGA nonsense is somehow keeping our country safer, and that isn't actually true.
I'll let him have the last word. We can close it there.
No, thank you for your
That
service.
is
Which hand
time,
do I-
ladies and
Salud.
gentlemen.
It was my honor.
Gentlemen, that is time. And there we are. We're all back. Welcome back, everyone. Have a good nap.
Yeah, good to be back.
Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you for serving the corporations and the false flags.
Everybody get their 5-minute power nap in. Buckaroo looks like got a good power nap going. All right. Okay. Good deal. Judges, let's start with Tyler. Where are you on this?
All right. Well, just in the context of the debate, I'm keeping it. Leaving my personal preferences out of it. I'm keeping it in the context of the debate. The question was about Hegseth and Duck. I'm sorry to say this, man, but you kind of missed the ball on that. Like, if you're going after Hegseth for not standing up to Trump, all Trump has to do is he's not doing the job I hired him for, and fire him if he stands up to him. Like, there's your argument in terms of the context of this vacuum of the debate just didn't offer me any counter arguments to what Duck was saying, even though I disagree, or I'm sorry, EOD was saying, even though I disagree, I think these leaks kind of show his incompetence and show his lack of, at least boomer moments are showing this lack of inability to get the right people in the right places to set up for him. There are a lot of good arguments he offered for Pete Hegseth that you just said, I ideologically disagree with these, and didn't give me anything besides these are my personal feelings. I needed more. I need you to show me the military would be more lethal if you didn't leave these people in. But even that is a secondary argument from the point, because he's Trump's employee. Trump could just fire him. So I just don't think you hit the mark is all. You did a good job with what you were arguing. I just don't think it was the prompt.
I respect that. Thank you.
Anson Knowles.
Yeah, that was super close. It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. It really the opening arguments, I think, and Duck, you had a super strong close with pointing out Trump's misleading narrative. I thought that was a compelling argument, but your opening argument based on Trump supporting Trump as madness, you didn't really provide much support for it, but it was a good fallacious, slippery slope style argument, and I really appreciated that EOD didn't really call you out on it. The argument that EOD made, it was a propaganda-based argument that all of the opposition to Hegseth is just drummed up political propaganda, and he supported it with examples, and he also attacked your argument in his opening, so he got several points. But overall, EOD won by 1 point based on my scoring, so that was super close, Duck. Like that was a really good argumentation you did.
And I mean that seals it. But Ticky Tack, let's hear your vote.
Ambien. Honestly, I don't even know what the fuck to say. Duck, I really think you're a freaking idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't respect that.
It's like
I don't respect that.
Well, that's fine.
No,
Fine
I
if you don't.
appreciate the
But
other
keep on
two
a
opinions,
Hegseth.
but I don't know. Frickin' what's his face didn't cite any sources. Sorry, I got a notification. He didn't cite one single source. And so while I love talking to EOD, my favorite thing
on conspiratorial tirades.
We have 5 minutes to debate. You don't have time to verify my sources. It's not even worth it for me to bring them up. But you can look at the Atlantic article at the messages that the dude fucking leaked. That's not sensitive information.
All right, my vote is EOD.
Cheers.
Okay. All right. So, Duck, sorry. Hopefully somebody will bring you back, man. Hang out in the chat. Do whatever it is you do, and we will. It was fun to have you. I'm going to give my opinion now. The judges spoke. In my opinion, listening to that, and kind of having to separate you two at one point because you're talking over each other.
Sorry.
Duck, I think you had made a very esoteric argument that had nothing to do with Hegseth's ability to do his job. We were talking about Hegseth's ability to do his job, and the only person that actually argued that was EOD. He mentioned the signal. He mentioned the controversies. He mentioned his military service. He actually did all of that.
Yeah.
And you gave a really good and look, I understand Anson appreciates an esoteric argument way more than most people. But making the esoteric argument that he should stand up to Trump doesn't do much. It doesn't do much. It doesn't move the needle. You understand what I'm saying? But it's a great argument in another format. So does anybody else want to give him feedback while we're here? Because I feel bad.
Yeah. No. You did a good argument. You just weren't on the right prompt for the small contained debate. Like, it wasn't bad points you were listing out. It's just how the only way to tie it to Hegseth is Hegseth should be standing up to him, and all Trump has to say at that point is you're fired, and that's the end of it. Like, you're basically saying Hegseth needs to surrender his job and career for nothing, and it doesn't
his
hold up.
His mindset for sure, as
Well,
well as
but the deal is you don't know his mindset. Okay, he's barely given any interviews talking about exactly what's going on and things like that. And
I mean,
as
this
someone
is
who worked
reactive.
for the
This is
DoD,
reactive. This
isn't reactive. This is an analysis.
Hey guys, I don't want to back and forth. I just asked if anybody else on the panel. I thought maybe Non-Fawn would have something to say because I'm sure he's looked into.
I don't know.
Hegseth.
I mean, I think
you have another
it
leftist
wasn't-
over here. Buckaroo might give you some input.
Maybe if you were more discreet with your argument, you know, you just
we can barely hear
you've got
you.
a lot of argument. Still,
Are you using the right mic?
Yeah, make sure your mouth is close to your mic there, my African queen.
Is it any better now?
Oh, it's much better. Yes.
Okay, I'll just do this. I understand the vibe of the argument that you're going for, but you need to focus more closely on the main topic because, you know, you can still make an argument for why maybe you don't like the people that Trump has brought on board. But yeah, you want to like focus in a lot more closely, especially the less time you have to talk, the more direct you want like everything to be influencing one another.
But this is going under the argument that I actually said, not to criticize you, but like
I understand, but again, that's why I'm saying like it just doesn't work for the people that are listening. If they only get 5 minutes, it's just not enough time to build this like massive framework. Where, you know, this argument that you're making, sense. I think we'd be better in like maybe a 2-hour debate. You know, something where you can really break down, and has like a more macro focus.
Buckaroo, give me 1 second. Cam, you gotta calm the fuck down, dude. Cam the King, you're a good dude. I know you are, but I don't know why you're so salty tonight. But you have, if you didn't actually break TOS, you got so close. They saw your face through the other side. So back the fuck off. Okay. This is my show. I don't want to kick you, but you cannot get near TOS on my show. I have zero sense of humor about it. I will laugh about a lot, like fucking everything. Except that, don't fuck with it. Okay, I'm sorry, Buckaroo.
It's all right.
Gotta stop that shit.
I got what I needed.
Yeah, no, I just felt I did struggle against EOD a little bit to find the edge of my argument, and so I think next time being a little bit sharper is going to be something that's important for me.
Well, no hard feelings, man. I enjoyed kicking your ass.
Yeah, next time I'll have to remember that one for sure. Definitely. Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Hey, Duck, I want you to do better, man. You're a really bright guy. You're just a little too esoteric. You're too. You need to condense down, man. I want you to do better.
To a T. Yeah. I'll study up and I'll come back next time better and stronger than ever.
Well, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back tonight.
Comb the beard too. That might help.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Hey, man, if I hear you thank somebody for their service one more time, I'll puke, though.
Yeah. Okay.
I still don't get an answer.
versus
I don't know
Steel Man.
It's the right hand.
Yeah,
that's because nobody.
See you, Duck. You got to go. Bye. I don't want to kick you, but I will. Beth versus Steel Man. The rest of you lot back in the back. Oh wait, I gotta have. I'll get him back up here in a second. All right,
Hello,
who
Beth.
is getting the time? I'm gonna bring Chairman back up. And what are we debating about?
Oh, go ahead, Chairman. Sorry.
Topic
Yeah.
is up to Anson. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
About this
So
format,
what I'm really curious about is I guess I'm not really curious about much of anything. I'm gonna let you decide this one, Grid. I don't want to pick it. I'm not gonna use.
You don't
my
want to pick
credit.
it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna use my credits on this.
Can I make a suggestion?
What do
Let's
you
hear it,
guys know that you disagree about?
Well, I like Trump. He said he voted Kamala, and I think we can
Well, no-
argue that one out pretty good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. That's a misunderstanding. I mean, I didn't vote for Kamala or Trump. I actually support what George Washington said, which was that the whole two faction system is a one party charade, and both parties are the fucking problem. Pardon
So
my
you
friend.
didn't vote,
right?
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay.
That's actually a great topic. Does your vote fucking matter? Did I stun everyone? I didn't mean to.
I would say I would definitely argue no much more easily than I would argue yes. And by the way, it's good to see you, Beth, and Chairman all together, and Grid all together here.
Check my phone. Sorry, I gotta check my phone. Give me a second. Please stand by for an urgent update.
I figure if I'm going to lose to anyone,
I can't do that. I can't do that. It's funny though. It's funny. Okay.
Oh,
so
I got one. I got one. Bathtub or hot tub for intimacy? Which one's better?
I don't know if we're going to get much of a good debate out of that one.
Hot tub, for sure.
I don't know.
Hot tub. Well, I mean, hot tub's bigger, right? So
Yeah, I would go. I don't know, Beth. What do you think? Should we try out the hot tub and see if that?
all right,
one
hold
works
on.
better?
Let me reel you guys back. Is plying women with drugs or alcohol, or if is using drugs or alcohol to gain sexual access wrong? I know you've gotten a man drunk before, Beth. I know you have.
well, you can't. I think you kind of got to have like one or the other, because some alcohol is not necessarily a bad thing, but when you start talking drugs, that gets out of hand a lot.
Oh, so
faster.
alcohol's not a drug, right? So your drug of choice isn't a drug. All the drugs that aren't your drug of choice are drugs, right? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, now we got it.
Yeah, this is a debate.
This is a debate.
Alcohol's alcohol.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. What's the debate though? I guess I don't understand the prompt.
If you're inebriated, can you cry grape?
Well,
no, I like where he was going. I like the topic of, is alcohol a drug, and if it is, why are we okay with it being legal and other drugs not being
I love that.
Alcohol
I don't
should
know. I'm a little bit more
qualify as
libertarian on this
a
one than
drug.
usual.
I mean, it's an intoxicant, so of course. And
So are you for legalizing other drugs, like alcohol?
some? I mean, I live in New York. Marijuana is legal across the board here, and I used to work hospice care, so I've.
I
seen
thought we had something there.
Sorry.
No, make it about the okay. How about this? If a woman is dressed in a skanky manner and goes out to the club and goes home with a man, and then has intercourse, and then the
There we
next
go. I
day
can put that on
regrets it, is she able to, if she was inebriated, able to say, hey, I didn't consent to that, even though she went through the
StreamYard has
entirety of
stolen
the
my
process of going home with the man, and
I
he
mean,
was
come on. No one's gonna say
Yeah.
that if she consented, then she can later after regret.
Well,
But
no,
see, the thing is,
wait. Hold on. The person who paid for the debate wants Beth versus Steelman on economics.
Okay.
Economics.
Well, drop me down, Grid. I don't need to
What,
be up here.
what a
Gribble
broad
said
subject.
that?
He did.
Are you kidding me?
Why would I
Well, okay, so
you
Beth, are
notice
you
that
for tariffs?
I don't
Are-
actually have a joking manner. So
I mean, I'm not like, I don't have my economics degree, but I mean,
neither
I'm
does
against.
she.
I'm not for tariffs, but
I
I mean,
know nothing. Okay, listen, I'm a woman. I stay in my lane. That's
Debate
man
over.
stuff.
Both of them just admitted to
That's
being
why I'm
completely
shocked,
ignorant.
because
so
Are you
Agripola's is
pro
my
feminine? All right.
friend, and
Let me
thought
do a little
he
research. Let me do a little research.
knows this.
Let me
He
do a little
knows this
research.
He's
about
got
me,
a
so
list
that's why
of
I'm like, are you
100
kidding?
fucking topics. in
Beth,
his
we're gonna
Discord.
agree on most stuff, but you voted for Trump, so we should disagree on a lot.
Let me research some stuff here.
I mean,
Um,
I thought you had said earlier you were more Kamala side, and so
Well,
I
no,
had
see,
read about
anytime
that.
someone anytime someone disagrees with the cultist, their cult, then they assume that they have to be part of the left cult. And there's this thing called independent thinker who doesn't subscribe to what the media pushes in this left-right paradigm, which is two sides of the same fucking agenda. And that's where I fall in.
I tend to be more center as well. I don't go hard right. And for my 20s, I was pretty left. So, you know. But that's why I'm
great.
shocked. That's why I'm shocked
Um,
you said economics, because
Steelman, pro marriage or against?
Well, I'm against the state being involved in marriage and people having the freedom to choose to do what they want that doesn't hurt
You believe
anybody
in
else.
feminism?
hate feminism. Hate feminism.
I don't really believe in feminism or this idea of masculinity that I've been hearing people pushing, but I don't know. Everyone now seems to have their own version of what masculinity means, and that would be the whole debate of what that actually means.
Should women be in government at all?
Should women vote?
From what I've seen on most
repeal the
channels, I don't
19th.
think men should even fucking be in government or vote either at this point.
Well, he's an anarchist then.
But
Is that what he's saying?
you believe we should you believe that women should not have the right to vote?
No, I believe in what I'm saying is true. I believe that this fallacy that women are, kind of like incompetent. What I've noticed is that they might be, but so are men, and I believe that's true.
I understand. Yeah, okay, all right. I mean, globally, do you think women should not vote?
Not any more than men should.
Most men, but you agree that some men should vote.
And I believe that some women should vote too if they're smart. If they're just as smart as the smartest men,
Okay, that's
I think no women should vote, period. And I don't think they should be in the government.
Damn, based.
Government position.
Well, I would argue that with you then that I could.
Okay.
I think we have something here.
Let's argue.
Let's
argue. Let's
Okay.
argue. Should all women have the right to vote? If not,
Or be in government at all, or at this point, she's going to say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can. I mean, that's one. That's a couple of different.
That's a huge stipulation to this. Huge caveat to this that we're including, because this whole voting thing. Then we could argue if anyone should have the right to vote and all that shit. But we're just saying, should women be involved in government at all,
Women.
including the right to vote?
Women. Let's keep the argument strictly to women. Should women be allowed to vote or in government at all? I say no.
Yeah. And then I say, if those things are going to exist with people, including men.
You got the affirmative. Come on, opening.
All right, let me get ready for your minute. Mentally prepare.
See, and I was going to come in all nice. I was going to say.
Listen, don't take any of it personal.
No, it's on now.
All right, ready? Who's going? Beth's going first, correct?
Oh well.
Women should not vote.
I'll go first. I said they should not.
Or you're saying, all right? Do you want to go first, Steelman? Women should vote.
Oh, I'm a masculinist or whatever. So ladies first.
Okay.
A masculine, chivalrous is the word we're looking for. All right, Beth, go ahead. 1 minute.
First of all, -1 point to Steelman, because men should lead women in all things. Women should not have a vote. Women should not even be in the government. Women are more likely to react on emotion rather than stop and pause and use logic when they're making decisions. They tend to focus on social needs and the social good rather than have the ability to sacrifice for the greater good of the people as a collective. Women can't be drafted, and so therefore I don't know why they should have any say over men who can be.
Selective
They're expert
service
manipulators
reserve,
and
something like that.
across. I think feminism as a whole has destroyed.
I'll sign up for it when you fucking
yield my
renew your
time.
driver's license.
All right. Are you ready, Steelman?
Sure. So, I'm glad it was you, Beth. If I was going to lose to anyone, good to see you on here. And, I'll have to remember to start. I'm taking notes on your points so I can hit them point by point. But I would argue that that if you're going to have a government and all that stuff, which we're not arguing against, we're just going to assume that that's going to happen with men or people. That if you look, men aren't really much more competent than women. They actually do try to pretend to be, and they may have more control and dominance, and they have a louder voice to declare that they do, and sort of the louder voice in the room sort of wins. Or at this point, the appeal to the masses and things like that is sort of winning. So men have sort of dominated the media industry. They've sort of pushed this agenda that they're more powerful and that they're smarter. And I'm saying that if you look, men are actually fucking stupid. And if you're going to vote me off, then that's proof of my fucking point.
Own it, own it, own it.
All right. 5 minutes starting now.
So I do agree that when it comes down to social stuff as far as schools and things that happen within your communities, women can be very useful in those places. But when it comes to
Are those government roles? Are you talking about government roles?
Absolutely not government roles whatsoever.
All right, so we're going to exclude teaching, public teaching, and anyone and people who get public tax, their money as a public, tax dollar is their paycheck is not a government role according to you. So now we have to redefine what a government role is then, because I would assume a government role is someone who receives their payment as a tax dollar paycheck.
That I disagree with you completely. Women have always been teachers, and they're very good at that. They're good at working with children because that's what's in our nature and in our instincts.
So are you saying men can't make good teachers too? Like what are we teaching? Especially men that are teaching boys or something like that. What if they're teaching a woodworking class or something like that?
I think men
okay, so men and women can teach different classes equally.
Talk over each other.
Okay, so go ahead and filibuster this whole time.
When it comes down to, I'm talking about making bigger decisions, because yes, men can be just as good of teachers and they play a very valuable role in the lives of children and they need to be there. However, when it comes to leading our country, women are just not suited for that. They're not good at making the hard decisions that need to be made because they're always worried about
what evidence do you show that men are actually making good decisions? I can show you plenty of evidence, and in fact, if you look at the general consensus of even people who are pro-government, they still say that they're in disagreement with the decisions that men have been making historically throughout time.
Men still make better decisions than women,
okay,
because women will react with their emotions rather than stopping and taking a minute. They go straight for the nuke button.
Okay, so you're saying though that they should have no role in government, and I'm not arguing that they should have the final decision making power. I'm saying that they should, like a family and a household, have a woman to support the government as they would in a household. So the women can do the housekeeping in the government. They can offer their advice and things like that within the government. They can do counseling, things like that. They can work in positions of law or whatever it is, like lawyers or advisors. But they don't have to be the final decision makers. And here's another example. There are plenty of people, including yourself, women within the chat right now, who are actually smarter than most men and even a lot of politicians. And we can agree that being a politician doesn't mean you're smart. Being a politician usually just means that you're either a crook, somebody, or you're good at advertising or something in your family. So this idea that men are smart men are rising to politics, I think is a fallacy.
It hasn't always been that way. Okay, feminism is hijacked.
This is so ironic. The woman is arguing to repeal the 19th, and the man is trying to argue for the women's.
Aren't important, and we don't need them.
the soy boy, I should say.
When in all actuality, women are.
But you're flipping it right on the opposite.
On a lot of things. And I'm really glad to see that you actually kind of agree with me as far as women being in support roles and not actually making the decisions. Because yes, every husband typically listens to his wife, not for making the decision necessarily, but to hear her input and to hear her.
But I know. But I could.
To feminism, that's what women did. Women were the moral voice. Okay, we were.
I'm not advocating against women making the final decision either, though. That could be argued for based on their competency level. See, what you're arguing for is the DEI thing, saying, "Oh, well, if they're men, they should automatically get it." No, I'm saying that they should be placed in a position based on their competency, based on their qualifications.
So you mean be teachers and raising the brightest and the best of our next generation?
I mean, if there's some brilliant woman who comes out and she's a genius and the whole world says, wow, she's really smart, she needs to be president, and we're all like, wow, she's smarter than all of the men here, we should make her president, then we should make her president, not say because she's a woman, we're not going to do it. We're going to make this guy president even though he's dumber.
It doesn't matter how smart she is. Women are always led by their emotions. We cannot help it.
Okay,
and
but
God help the other countries that 1 week out of the month when we get pissed off. Okay.
Let's say that I can see that. Okay, let's say that I can see that women also are using emotions to influence their decision making. Well, maybe that could be a good thing. Maybe we need more emotional decision making within the powers that be. Otherwise, we could lead our whole society into a detrimental position.
Let me also point out that having women in positions of government in our country will automatically have a dozen countries that will no longer come to the table and work with us because they believe women shouldn't be involved.
I wasn't saying just this country. I was saying
and not only
in general as a philosophy, not this country right now. And it was good to see you, Beth.
Not only that, but no, too much emotion. It clouds the whole thing. And then there is
that's time.
Text me.
Oh, by the way, guys, my son got prom prints for his junior year.
Well, congratulations to him.
That in the chat.
Apparently that haircut did wonders.
All right.
I need one myself.
Okay. So now that we're all back together, Ticky Tack, let's start with you.
Hit me.
Yeah, so Steelman, your rhetoric's getting a lot better. I think that was a really awesome performance that you went through. The only issue that I have is that I feel like that you were kind of moving the goalpost on your own position in favor of Beth. You started out with the whole premise of, okay, well, you don't believe that men are even competent enough to really like run government or vote or have these roles. Mm-hmm. And then you moved to like when Beth brought up the thing about education, you brought in and say, oh, well, it could definitely be suited. Teachers like, okay, so that sets an imbalance. And then you brought in and be like, oh, well, it could be a collaborative effort between men and women in these political roles. So you kind of just that moving the goalpost, you really didn't like stand firm on your position, and that's the only draw of why I give it over to Beth.
And nice one, Beth.
Yeah, so this one was actually really close too. I actually, Steelman, you didn't really make much of anything of an argument in your opening, but you did try and squeeze like some sort of social good concept in there. So I give you a point for an argument. Beth, you made an argument and had three different positions bolstering your argument in your opening. And you ended with a really good international relations real world example as to why women shouldn't be in the highest position of authority to bolster your position. But overall, I actually gave it to Steelman just based on the fact that he owned the debate and was able to interrupt you successfully several times, even though you did toward the end, kind of push back on him a little bit.
They told us to not do that.
Yeah, I know.
Dad yelled at us.
Actually, I didn't say you couldn't interrupt. I said you couldn't talk over each other.
See, I would actually feel bad now. I hope you win, Beth.
Tyler.
I agree. This is the closest one so far. I'm happy that the person I agree with for the first time, I get to say one, so I'm not going to say who yet. So it was identity politics versus systemic patriarchy. I think that Beth, you really came out strong and punched hard, and in a way you did make him almost, I won't say he contradicted himself. He came at you with two different narratives. One of them was the merit argument. The other one is, I accept your premise that women are different, but how is that bad? And I think you addressed the merit argument a little more, but you never touched on the second one of, yes, women might be a little more emotional, but there's some good that comes out of that. And just saying it's bad because Saudi Arabia might not respect us a little bit less. I think he hit your points a little bit better. I will say, though, Steelman, you got to hone in on one of those two arguments. They do somewhat conflict more than you would like in this small of a debate. You need a bigger platform to iron out why you can hold those two views at once.
So you are.
Thanks.
I went Steelman. I'm sorry. I went Steelman, but not by much. Beth, you did a fantastic job with your argument.
Okay. All right.
I know. I actually feel bad. You guys put me up against the girl. What a pathetic win. But thank you.
I was told not to talk over you.
I
so
thought you
was
weren't a
trying to give 'em
chauvinist.
leeway.
Well, you're being too emotional about it. You should have come in there.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna. Before I render my opinion, just because I did say don't talk over each other, but you certainly can interrupt each other. Non-fun, I'd love your opinion on this.
On woman voting, I think.
No, on
women
the
should
debate.
be-
On the debate.
Oh, I
I don't
mean,
care about the issue.
I mean, I think they were right in saying Steelman's arguments did contradict each other a little bit.
Across the board.
But I
the
don't
whole
know. I
party is
mean,
punched.
yeah, I feel like I don't know, Beth. You probably could have been more. I understand you were told not to interrupt or to talk over each other or whatever. But I mean, yeah, you probably could have been more aggressive. But yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you.
That was dumb.
The judges.
Dumb argument. Stillman lost. That's it. End of
Thank you,
story.
Glenn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn's
I
just
like that.
simping.
Position.
Buckaroo, I'd like to hear your
Multiple
opinion on that.
times.
My opinion on the debate is pretty similar to everybody else's. I think it was just two completely different arguments, and a bit of it was arguing past one another just because you guys were focusing on completely different mechanisms.
I had googly eyes the whole time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. So I'm gonna go down. So Beth, you lost steam in your argument. What everyone's trying to tell you is not that you were. I mean, Anson threw that bullshit red herring out there that you didn't argue, that you didn't interrupt enough, but that's not it. You just ran out of steam. You had one point to make. You made it, and then you just couldn't keep reiterating it in the same way over and over again effectively. Steelman, I honestly don't care that he moved the goalpost. He did, but who cares? Beth didn't call him on it. He probably should have, but
I did call him on it. Or I called him on conceding to my side. I did.
Yeah, well, but that's not. But he moved the goalpost he shifted an entire block. I'm not tired.
Oh,
You can move a
don't
little bit.
listen to him. He always says I move the goalpost. He doesesn't even.
Because you always do every time.
And I got told not to talk over him, so I gave him a little space to talk.
You did. But that it wasn't that for me. It was just that you just had the one, and it's just a refinement of the argument. You make the argument well, which is what Anson basically said. You made the argument well in the beginning, and then that was it, right? You make the one argument.
Bring her back. Bring her back.
Agrilla Paula's already brought her back. Grid check
already brought her back. So you don't even have to go out and come back in. We'll just keep you up here.
Yeah, you're back, man.
I mean, when he made two arguments, I think naturally the thing is trying to deal with both of them. Just nail them down on one. Say, all right, I can't. Pick one of these things. We've got 5
I had
minutes.
a whole list ready of my own arguments that I was trying to get in there, but you told me not to talk over him, so I gave him a little
You can,
bit of leeway.
but you
Next
can
time, I'm
interrupt.
interrupting, and I'll talk right over him, and Dad can yell at me all he wants.
Yeah, there you
You're
go.
walking.
You're supposed to do
You're
it.
talking.
Make
You're
your moderator work.
Beth, you're a talking contradiction. When they hear you talk about it, they all know that a woman is the best for the position.
No. Holy shit.
All right, so Agrillipus has brought Beth back before she even stepped down.
Reed, you should pull
I
up
need
all
my
the
next.
voices for the
I
chat.
need the
so
next
that they can see
debate.
what
I'm going to give the chat 3 minutes to pony up, or I'm going to pick the debaters.
Well, I've still
Show
got.
them their options, Grid, so they know what they're paying for.
I'm sorry.
Show them their options so they know what they're paying for.
Oh
Bring
yeah.
up-
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
bring up
Well,
the
Spaceman's been spamming it, but let me throw that back up again. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep yawning, but I'm beat like a drum.
Yeah, got to make yourself full screen.
There you go, guys. So, anybody that wants to come up for the next little bit, you can do so. What time is it? Make sure
it's
don't
10:16.
lie. Yeah, we'll give you like another half hour if you want to come up and be a part of it. You pay your $10 entry fee. You come on up. To initiate a 1v1 debate, like several have, that's $40. Assign the debate prompt. If you have something that you want a specific person to debate against another person, then you can do that. That's $40. To revive an operator, these people are operating up here. They're making moves. To revive them, $50, which we just saw happen. You want to change the stream name because you think it's funny and being a little bit petty works for you. That's $2. And to time an operator out is $1 per minute. I just put them in the back, and they can't say anything or do anything or participate. Which, I don't know. We may drop that out because nobody ever does that. And of course, you can extend the debate. That's the most important one for $5 per minute, and that's a good one. You guys should do that. So yeah, you guys have fun with that. All right, and so we're back, and we're going to give about 3 minutes or so. What time is it again? Yeah, I'm going to give. We got like 2 minutes for people to reach into those wallets and give off and give freely.
So, Grid, I've got a little.
I just
credit
assigned
left.
a debate. Sorry,
Grid, I've got a little credit left based on my tracking of what I've bought so far.
Sure, you're welcome to assign a debate.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Glenn Lawrence in a debate because he's probably the best debater up here, and have him go against the Buckaroo Banshee. Because she's a lefty feminist chick, and he's all
And you know what? I have 2 nose rings. Okay, I heard what you guys said earlier, and I took it personally.
I was gonna go Glenn Lawrence against Aircraft Sparky.
Yeah.
But I could go either way. Yeah, I'm good
I
with
like
that.
Anson's choice.
I like Anson's choice. All right. Well, the rest of you guys got to get in the back now. See, you guys spending most of your time in the back. You guys should literally be out, in the chat causing problems, being real people.
Yeah, I'm out there causing problems right now.
I see that you're causing. I actually do see that you're causing problems. Did I put Glenn in the back? All right, we'll put Glenn back up. All right. Sorry about that. And Tyler, you got to go. Aircraft DOD, you got to go. Steelman's got to go. Chairman's got to go.
I'm telling you, this format is stupid.
Sparky, Beth.
Most of the time, everyone is here. They're in the back, so that these one-on-ones.
We're going to debate tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
If you wanted to do one-on-ones, dude,
and
it should just be one-on-ones.
Like a lot of social issues. I live like just out of Seattle, so literally like turbo lefty.
Turbo lefty.
Turbo lefty, yeah.
I used to live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Turbo.
Do you go to Bitch and Biscuits though?
Subject that you debate often.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a debate is?
Bitch and biscuits? Huh?
Bitch and Biscuits? Have you not eaten Bitch and Biscuits? How can you be out from Seattle and never eat Bitch and Biscuits?
He's also from Seattle. Ish.
No, I just lived there. I'm from LA. Get it right. Can't claim Seattle.
Added on to this debate.
Seattle? I don't even. I'm looking it up now. Never even heard of it.
Shit is bomb.
Okay,
Biscuit bitch?
Let's stop talking about fish here.
No, biscuits and gravy. Grid.
You know what? I will check it out.
Buckaroo, is there something that you argue for or you debate often that you consider yourself well versed in?
I don't know. I really feel like I'm just always arguing.
Right. You're always right?
I'm always right. True, but I am a woman, so it's not that hard to be correct.
Oh shit! It's Joe Rogan.
I
Oh,
honestly,
it's
I only
Timu
know
Joe
about
Rogan.
social
Okay.
issues the most. They're kind of my bread and butter. That's how I ended up in politics. Was a lot of social issues like race,
Welfare
like
keeps the poor poor.
All right. So, what social issues are you for? I'll see which one I'm against.
I just gave you one.
I mean, I do like support systems for poor people. I like housing first initiatives. I like healthcare. You know, free or accessible healthcare. I like the drug decriminalization stuff. I'm actually not strongly sure on, but I do lean towards drug decriminalization as well.
How do you feel about the red pill?
Not very good, at least.
Okay.
Got
Do you believe in the patriarchy?
Do I believe in the patriarchy? Yeah. Ish. I mean, I think I see it as more like a descriptive term.
She's one
than
of
I
those
do-
that like the
than I
I
do
believe that
good
like-
feminism is
it works
destroying
for
our
me.
society.
No, not at all.
There we go. Because he just wrote a book about it. Yeah, I feel good now.
I
you're an
actually
asshole,
do think,
dude.
and I actually think the red pill is at best like mediocre support for an individual.
Do you believe in toxic masculinity? Does such a thing exist?
Ish. I would say like in the same way that like toxic femininity could exist, where I think it's
Okay.
just something that
How
people
about
use to
this?
describe
There's
like
no such thing as
what they think
toxic
are like the
masculinity.
negative aspects.
How about there's just no such thing as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity? There's just toxic people.
Yeah. I could. Yeah, that I
Okay.
could absolutely agree with.
Well, that was
yeah.
too easy. Okay. All right. I felt like I was on to something there. What was that?
But I am generally
pivoted.
anti-red pill.
You're anti-red pill? That's
Generally,
okay
yeah.
because
What are
he
you
is too.
What are you anti-red pill about?
Specific.
I think the red pill movement is at best like a mediocre approach to supporting young men. I think there could probably be like much better movements that actually provide a lot more support, and also don't. I do think there is like a lot of almost like
Do you think there's
poisoning the
anything
well when it
wrong-
comes to dating women.
Do you think that what red pill information gives men, like the descriptors, are incorrect or correct?
The ones that I know of, at least, I think are incorrect. Like
And which one
specifically
are those?
specifically about women being women.
Whores?
Hmm?
Cheating whores, women being
No.
cheating whores.
Yeah, like
It's a common red pill thing.
But that's not, yeah, like I don't want to say that all red pill creators say like women are cheating whores, but they usually have like a pretty negative perspective, I would say, on women. They seem to portray them as more like malicious people in general, and that you have to protect yourself from all these women that are like coming at you to like steal your soul. Which I think is just, I think it's just harmful.
Do you
I mean,
believe-
I'm also extremely atheist, so telling me the Bible says it like
Extremely atheist. What does that mean? That means she automatically gets triggered if you show her a cross. Does she shriek?
Let me explore something.
Does her skin boil?
Do you believe that? I put this without like running. Do you believe in marriage as an institution?
Oh, she's atheist. She's not going to believe that marriage is going to be like a sacrament.
Yeah, I mean, marriage exists. It changes how you
What
file
is
your
marriage?
taxes. Socially, I would say, like, I guess it depends on the perspective you look at it, but I would say for individuals, it's, like it's a promise that you make to a partner that has, usually pretty specific requirements like not running when times get rough, supporting your partner in sickness and in health. I do think although I don't agree with like some of the religious basis, I think the vows that you take towards your partner do hold some weight.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's go
actually,
back to
I want to have you on
Marcel.
my show at some point, and I want to go into that with you because I think you have some interesting points. But we're doing a debate night, so what I need to do now is
How about
get
this?
a
The red
topic
pill
here.
is
Guys.
feminism.
Yeah, well, I mean,
The
she
red pill
doesn't.
and
I'm going to
feminism are the
promise
same.
you, she just really doesn't. I
But she
know Arthur
supports.
Dye. I've already said that.
But if she supports feminism, then she should have an argument how feminism is not the red pill. If I say that they're both one and the same.
Yeah, I do. I think they are different, considerably different.
Okay.
Because one of them derived from complete political imbalance. Women couldn't vote. Women couldn't
They shouldn't
own a
vote.
business. They couldn't even have. I think they should vote. They couldn't even
I don't
have.
think some men should
credit
vote either, though. So I'm not. It's not. I don't think that
You're not going to do
women.
they couldn't have bank account things.
She's about to. She's about to do the. They couldn't have their own bank account.
That
They couldn't have their own money.
I said that, but that was over. That's like a part of the past. I just think that's from
No,
where.
it's just completely false. It's just completely false. That's just
Well, they couldn't have lines like individual lines of credit without approval from their husbands specifically.
Well, that's because women could not be held legally responsible for any debt.
Yeah. Like, but that's why I think.
But the reality is that banks, single women, could have bank accounts and checking accounts just like a man until they got married. Once they got married, because the man was going to be held responsible for any debt, he for her to have her own account, she just had to get his permission. So I don't actually, I don't see a problem with that. But anyway, as a matter of fact, never mind. I'm not going to get into my marriage, but we don't really have a topic there either. I mean, we do, but it's going to be so one sided. I just don't think it's fair. Thanks. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here, but I just got to. I'm trying to hone in on a topic that you're going to really
like an individual piece. Yeah.
push into. So we tried red pill.
All right, I got it. Abortion is women's exercising.
This is so foobar, dude.
Their choice.
He should be pulling topics from that list of topics he has in his fucking Discord. It's not that hard. Just
no, like I strongly disagree with that.
random one.
Yeah, that's
roll a die.
definitely a
Yeah.
topic we could discuss. I think there are so many cases in which
Look,
people,
the only way we can do that, is if both of you are exceptionally aware of TOS.
I know the TOS. I violate it all the time.
are there specific words to avoid? I'm
There's
not
something
like,
about
I'm not a big
There's
TOS.
something talking about abortion on YouTube. They get really cranky about.
We could call it smishmortion.
We could call it the removal.
Yeah. Okay. As long as you guys can do it without getting me, without the stream getting ended, I'm totally cool with it.
Okay,
It'll
I'll
be a
put
great
myself
debate,
off.
I think. So let's roll with it. You guys already have, by the way, you not only have the original 5 minutes, you have an additional, I believe you have 8 minutes additional. So we're going to give you the 1 minute. We're going to give you the 1 minute intro. Who is taking the? What is the exact prompt?
Microphone keeps cutting out.
What is and who is taking the affirmative so that they can go?
Abortion is women's abortion is women exercising their choice to avoid accountability.
Based.
And so Glenn would be the affirmative.
Okay. All right. So, by the way, I'm being informed that using the word abortion in and of itself is not TOS. I'm pretty sure it's the way it's used and how many times it's used. So,
We'll call it
will push me
schmishmortion.
down and
The
it will-
removal.
Yeah,
The
don't push down my algorithms, man.
Yeah, what's up, Richard?
Don't ruin my
I
algorithm.
don't know why I'm typing.
But I'm
I can
willing
just
to
talk
have
now.
the debate.
They
There
can't
we
hear me.
go.
All right, gotta put
But yeah,
my
I'm in the back
thunder shades
room.
on, you know.
Everybody keeps getting
Hell
1v1
yeah.
challenges. This is all a
It's gonna be a
pay for
All right,
play
you guys are
fucking
cool.
debate show. that you're just
Glenn,
doing
your
here.
minute starts now.
Yeah,
I won one against
so
some dude
if we
named
can go ahead
Duck.
and remove, and I'm just gonna
What were we-
concede
what were we
for
talking about?
sake of
Pete
argument,
Hegseth.
A woman's life
It
being
was-
at
it
risk.
was easy.
Rape, incest, those things.
But yeah,
that we would
supposedly it's a cash
typically,
prize. So maybe if I make it to the
be
end,
more understanding for.
I can win some money. I don't know.
Outside of
Let's see what
those
happens.
reasons,
Fingers
a
crossed.
woman getting a schmishmortion is choosing to avoid accountability for their actions. They had sex, unprotected, and the body reproduces. That's how babies are made. So they are trying to avoid that accountability.
Hey,
of,
Friday.
now I
Good to
have
see
this
you.
life
How you doing?
being born in me, growing in me. I don't want to be responsible. So I'm going to exterminate it. That's avoiding accountability.
I'm just sitting here.
There's
in the
no
back room.
way that
I'm doing good. I'm sitting here in the back room
big
waiting to come back on this
Papa
debate
Buck
show.
and whatnot. Yeah.
Buckaroo just works.
Buckaroo could argue that it's not avoiding accountability.
I won a
was
1v1
minute.
against some dude named Duck over what was it? Pete Hegseth. So that was easy.
All right.
That was cool.
Bonsai.
Abortion is
And everybody has to like pay money. Like you have to pay like $10 to participate. I didn't have to. Grid just invited me on. That was pretty cool. And then you pay $10 to get on, and then you have to pay money to like spur on a 1v1 debate. And then you pay money to pick the topic and pay money to extend the 1v1. The 1v1s are only supposed to last 5 minutes, but we've had 3 of them so far, and that's like pretty much been the whole show. I don't know about this format. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but maybe.
children deserve to be in a loving household. They deserve to have access
They're talking about abortion.
to food and to diapers. You know, there are a lot of things that are necessary to raise a child. I think recently I
15
heard
seconds.
it's like $22,000 a year
Sparky's
just,
back here in
just
the-
for
in
a
the back room
child.
with me.
You know, if somebody doesn't have the money
See
and
if
you're
anybody's
forcing, you know, birth
talking
upon
back
them, then that child will be suffering more just because their
Well, no, apparently not.
birth mother couldn't make the
Time.
more responsible choice.
That is time. So you guys have a total thus far of 11 minutes.
So you're telling me that you think that it's accountability to delete a life?
Kisses. I'm not going to give Sparky kisses. No, my dog's name is Frodo.
in the world?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with whether it's inconvenient.
Sparky's aircraft Sparky. He's
finer things. It actually has to do
he's
with
another streamer.
the you know, the access to a loving,
Look,
supporting household.
I did give the dog plenty
no
of kisses.
child
He's
wants
over there
to be
sleeping.
raised feeling like they aren't loved or accepted by their family, and this does happen a lot.
He was jumping
I
up
think
trying
it
to get
would
in my
happen
lap
a
a
lot more
minute ago.
so if we
And love and support their
if
child.
we.
Thankfully, he laid down
Oh,
and
I'm so
chilled the
sorry.
fuck
You
out.
clipped out for a minute. I'm so sorry. Could you
I
repeat
am
that?
glad about that.
I said, why don't parents love and support their child that they created?
Well, I think parents might not love and support their child if their child was pushed upon them. This is exactly what I'm saying.
What do you
Like,
mean
if
pushed
you have a
upon them?
child
What the fuck does that mean?
you don't even want, how are you
Pushing
going
them
to
during
produce the same amount of support for them that you would otherwise? I think it's also hard for a child to think, my mother didn't even want me, but because of the law in her area, she was forced to have me. I mean, any child even having
Then
this
why
information in the
women
first
having
place.
sex then? Why have unprotected sex? Why do not?
Friday
why not
says we've been giving the puppy
with
sedatives since he got
contraceptions?
fixed.
Right? We
It's
have
been a nice
all these
How do you
different
know that there wasn't
methods.
Yeah, for
contraception
sure.
during or there
It
wasn't any
doesn't-
sort of
I got-
contraception
I
during
picked
the
Frodo up
conception
from the
moment? Because, well,
At the
you
point-
from the
just
Humane Society. They spade and or they spade and neuter, but they don't do vaccinations or deworming or anything like that. I had to do all that, which is crap because they charged me $400 for the damn dog in the first place. I'm like, why am I paying you $400 for you didn't give him his medicines? What the fuck? But that's whatever. Same thing happened when I went and got Ozzy, but that was 20 years ago, and it only cost $100. And like then it was like, okay, I pay $100 to get the dog, and then I still got to go get his medicines and his vaccinations and stuff. But
every woman ever should
it's okay. We're gonna make it.
No, it's really what it is. Convenience.
Yeah, I'm saying, man, they're fucking gouging us out here.
But to support money is necessary for raising children. You have to be able to buy diapers. You
Why
have
did
to be.
they open
I
their
mean, if
leg?
you're having trouble with latching, you have to be able to.
They do have a really nice facility, but it's like
You have to have a baby.
I'm not paying for your fucking waiting room and your nice pet cemetery. You know, I just want my dog.
If they're not willing to
Men still have the
carry.
consequences. Men always have to face the consequences in it, even legally. So if a
I
guy,
do agree. I do agree. Legally, they have to share the
men and women
consequences,
don't.
but I wouldn't say physically they have to. Men don't have to physically carry a child. I mean, even look
Holy
at the
shit,
maternal
yeah,
death. Look
'cause
at the
you don't
drop
have
of the maternal
uteruses.
death rate. Look at the drop of the
Oh.
maternal death rate over the past few
If
decades.
we don't have uteruses,
Even
that's
just
the problem. It's not fair because we don't have uteruses.
Yeah, you're right.
yeah, I mean,
There's
life's
no
not
fucking
fair.
time.
Life's not fair at all. So why would I expect suddenly this law that like why would I expect all of this to be fair when there is
Basically,
obviously an imbalance in the physical pain and the
So,
life
no,
that you put on the
do you
line
believe in
just to carry a
equality, right? You
child?
believe in
Which
equality?
again, if you think back to
Would you say
maternal
you
death
believe in
rate,
equality?
you see
Would you say you
there.
believe in equality?
Yeah,
You believe in
to an
equality, right?
extent. It
All
depends
right.
what you're
So
trying to describe with equality.
I was saying this dude is like
could
Timu Joe Rogan.
let's just call it what it is. A life.
He's got kind of the same wooden background.
It
I
fit
thought
for
it was
their
Joe Rogan for
current
just a
situation.
second.
Then where's the equality standpoint for men to go and delete a life?
You know what? My position regarding men and women on parental rights, I actually think men should have an option to revoke
My mom's
parental
reminding
rights
me I gotta
if
come over there by
they
4
don't want to be
tomorrow.
a part of
That's the appointment to
the
get
child's
Frodo's
upbringing.
rabies
And,
vaccine, and we're gonna
not
get
what
him
I asked.
groomed too. So they'll
well, I guess I'm
take one of
confused
those
as to
Dremel
what you're
tools to
trying
his
to ask me
nails,
because I think they're
woman
just
make him
like
nice and
so
dull.
clearly
That'll be
different
nice.
cases.
He'd stop
prison for
scratching
it.
me up all the
But
damn time.
again, I'm saying they're such clearly different cases. This is why I brought up the maternal death rate, because even carrying a child to term does have like grievous effects on the body of a woman. It takes a lot of work to
Again, you're avoiding
carry a pregnancy to
question.
term. So
Where
I just
is
don't
the
think
equal?
I'm
Where is the
arguing that your
equal?
question doesn't actually make sense because there are
It does make sense.
they're
Women
different
delete a
circumstances.
life.
One is a
Women
circumstance
delete a life.
where she is growing the life. She is the reason the
No,
life
she's the
exists.
incubator.
She is developing. If she's an incubator, she can't choose whether or not she gets to be an incubator. I mean,
No,
every
that's
time.
her
So if
biology.
you
It has paper thin
went
skin these days.
into-
Yeah, that
you
sucks.
got a parasite
Yeah,
for some
I have
reason,
choose
you
by
scratches
get
all
not
over my
bad
body
cord,
now.
legs
and you
open.
got a
They're
parasite, would it be
real shallow.
wrong
They're
for
not really
you
bleeding
to
or
kill the
anything, but
parasite because
The
you
baby is a
aren't
parasite?
allowed?
it hurts,
Because
man.
you
Are
have
you
to be the
saying that the
incubator
baby
for
is
the
a
life that you're
parasite now?
growing.
And he is a par. I
I'm
tell you what,
saying that
Baby's
it's a
a
life
he'll
that
reach
is
out and
growing
smack
inside
you
of another individual, and if you're
all the time.
Is
requiring
a
one
human
individual to be
life in the
incubator
womb
for
a
another,
Pay attention to
parasite?
me, damn it.
I don't think so.
Oh well. So
Oh,
again,
Wretched Misfits
back to my
talking about the
We were
question.
debate. I'm
talking
like,
about
what are you
the
talking
life
about?
that
Keep your
comes
legs
out of
closed,
carrying.
man.
Need to go.
I'm saying, why
Why
don't
He
you
talking about
require people
pregnancy,
to
my bad.
carry every other life that exists
What
inside of them?
law
It's
allows men
their
to
body, and
delete
you have a right
lives
to your
just because they want to?
Hey,
What
Wobbly, what's
law
up, man?
allows men to go
How you
delete a
doing?
life just because he
Nah,
wants
it's
to?
okay.
Because it inconveniences him.
I was just a little confused
I
there for a
mean,
second.
you are allowed self-defense in cases where you feel like your life is being threatened. You are
Self-defense.
allowed to
Self-defense. This is
defend
the
yourself.
justification for
I don't know
murdering
if
a
that
fucking
requires
child now.
somebody else to
You
die.
gotta be
Like
kidding me.
if you're in
No,
a
no,
fight
no.
and you have to defend yourself, you can legally argue that you are defending your life and therefore you can end another life. In this case, these women are defending their right to life
No,
because this
they're not
child
defending
could
their life.
5
possibly
minutes.
be threatening
Yeah.
it.
They're
This child could
defending.
possibly
They're
be threatening
avoiding
it,
accountability.
considering the
They don't
death
want to be
rate
responsible
that
for their actions.
affects women
Simple
when they
as this. It's
carry
like,
women.
oh, I
carry
want to
children
have
to term.
sex. I want to have fun. Oh, but I don't want to face the consequences of sex. I don't want to have to face the responsibility of that.
They
I
are
would have
facing
to.
all
the
of that is
consequences
just
of
complete bullshit
No,
that
they're
she
not.
just says, that these
Abortion
women are
is a
defending
No,
their
abortion
lives.
is avoiding
There's
the
not a
consequences.
state
Feel
in
free.
the union that has restrictions on abortion that doesn't have some sort of exception for the health or life of the mother, or the health or life of the child, for that matter. If the child is an unviable baby, then in some cases it's healthier to go through with an abortion. So this whole argument is founded on complete fucking falsehoods. Sorry, I turned it down.
Such an emotionally and physically daunting process.
Yeah, I'm in the panel,
Yeah,
but
that women
right
are
now they're
choosing
doing a
to
1v1 between
fine
these
is
two
ridiculous.
on abortion.
No, they're choosing it to avoid responsibility.
Again, I just disagree.
It was only supposed to
think
last 5
you're.
minutes. I think they got a
Why
5
would
minute
you
extension.
rather a child bear
Somebody
the
paid money to hear more of this.
of their mother making a bad choice?
What are you
Because
talking
that's
about?
what
I
you're
don't put
saying.
none
You're
responsibility
saying
on the
that
child.
a child should be
How are you putting the responsibility on the
forced
child?
into the work. You are placing the responsibility on the child when you
How?
force a mother to carry the child. I'm telling you, when you force a mother to carry a child to term that is unwanted, that cannot be paid for, that cannot be cared for appropriately, that child now lives their whole life as their
Why
whole
can it
life
not be
is a
cared for?
consequence of one
Hold on.
mistake their
Answer
mother
this
made.
question. You're
And
doing
I
a
think
long
that's
filibuster, and this is great.
I was
You're entitled,
answering your
but I
question.
just need to answer this question. How is it the child's? How is it on the child's responsibility if the responsibility is for the parent to
I
take
was
care of the
just
child?
explaining, I think if you are forcing women to
I'm not
carry a
forcing.
birth
It's not
to
forcing.
term
It's
by
biological.
refusing,
How is it?
but
How is
you
it
just
forcing?
said you're saying that abortion is wrong. I am saying if you were to remove abortion
I
from
blame
the
average
equation,
debate
then
enjoyer for
women would be
inviting this
forced
fucking
to carry a
lunatic.
child to term.
It's his
No?
fault she's here.
Or women will
Yes
be
or no? Yes or no?
forced
Answer my
to actually
question.
face their
If you
accountability
yes
and be
or no,
responsible
answer
for
my
the
Typical
question.
fucking commie bullshit.
My question.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I
Answer the
have a
question. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? And then they
would be
draw a
forced to
false
be
dichotomy and
responsible
get you and say,
for their
well, if
reproduction.
you said yes to A, then B.
Carry a
Like, no,
child
you
to
stupid
term,
son of a bitch. That's
yes
not how it
or
works.
no?
They will be forced to take responsibility for the
Would
reproduction.
you be forced to carry? Why can't you just answer this simple question? It's a yes
It's the
or
same
no.
answer.
I've bitten the bullet already. You can't bite the bullet of yes
I
or
already
no.
said yes, they would be forced to take
Yes,
accountability
they
for their
would be
reproduction.
forced. Yes, they would be forced to carry the child
Just
to
like
term.
every
They would be
man
forced to
If you
birth
didn't
the
have
child,
you
and
want
then that
a
child would be
reasonable
forced
fit
to
for your
live a
fucking
life
life,
knowing
I'm
that
sorry.
they were
Yes, yeah, that's
unwanted
right.
by their
don't really
mother,
want equality.
knowing
They want
that
to
their
have
mother,
superiority.
that
And this
child
is a
might not
perfect
even have
example.
access to
This is a
diapers,
perfect
might not have
example for that.
access to food. That child might not have equal access to
How does
any
the,
of
how
these
does the,
things that
does the
help
mother have
develop
access
the
to food?
child's life.
Does the mother have access to food?
We have no idea. That's why abortion exists. If the
Wait a
mother
minute.
doesn't have adequate access to food,
Is she
then
emaciated?
obviously she
Is
won't
she
be able
dying
to
of
feed
starvation?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Dying of
If the mother
starvation?
does not have access to money diapers, then that child will not have
Then
diapers.
I
That
did a
is
little bit of
why
that, Richard.
when
That's
you
fair.
Bill
I
force
tried not to, though.
children
afford
into
the
the
diapers for
world
her kid.
to
But
mothers
that's
who
inevitably what's
cannot
going to happen.
afford them and mothers who do not want them,
Especially when
then
somebody
you are
says some off the
forcing the
wall shit that you just have to be like,
responsibility
wait a
of the
minute, wait a
mother's
minute, wait a minute.
Women to
of
be
the mother's
responsible
actions
once
on
in their life.
the
I'm
child.
saying, hey, be
On the
responsible for your
child.
actions.
This
Be
is why
responsible for
you
your
are
reproductive
forcing the
choices that you
child
made.
to be
Yes, I am
responsible
exactly saying that.
for the
1
poor
minute.
actions
Forcing
of the
a
mother.
woman to be an adult, be an adult
The
human,
woman is
and
already
be
an adult.
accountable
That's
and
why she has
responsible for
control
their
over her own body in the
reproductive
first place.
choices.
Useless
Yes.
argument. Like I said, I just think that's forcing a child to bear all of the burden of a mother's
That's not.
poor
It's not
decisions
putting
when you're
anything on the
forcing.
child.
You
You're the
already
only one that's
agreed. You're
putting on the
forcing. You
child.
already agreed. You would force women to carry a child to term. Now, if
Yeah.
a child is forced to be carried to term
Seconds.
for a woman doesn't have the money or the emotional
Then
needs
she
to
gets a
support
job.
them, then
She
that
get a
child
job.
will
She gets a
suffer.
better support
That
group.
child will suffer because they were forced into the world.
Or not. You
Sage
don't know
advice,
that.
Wobbly.
You don't know
Judge
what the
all
child will
by your
suffer or
own
not.
fault.
You think an unwanted
Ben
child is
Carson
not going
grew
to
up
be able to
in a
grow?
horrible situation, single mom environment, couldn't read. He ended up
I'm
becoming
not
a
saying
I got a
anybody
puppy dog in my lap,
neurosurgeon.
but
bad
Come on
situation.
now. So don't
StreamYards
tell
has
me that
seized my
can't be done.
camera, so I
Can be
can't show
done.
you.
Unfair to force
That's
that on.
time.
Life is unfair.
I
Get
don't
over
have
it.
any boobies.
I already told you. Life is unfair.
Uh-oh.
All right. That was exciting.
Hush. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to my dog.
All right. Okay. Whew. Let's start with Ticky Tack this time. 'Cause he actually cammed up for that one. He was ready.
Yeah, the MacBook likes to auto set things now. I'm moving on into the Apple world here.
Oh, poor lad.
It's gonna.
I have an iPhone. I'm joking.
No, it's a love-hate relationship. So this is a really difficult topic to try to judge on a very in an unbiased manner. So I apologize directly if my bias does come in my judgment and my rulings. So, Buckaroo, I would like your arguments are decent. They're a lot better than what I've heard from the general like feminist anti-abortion narratives. You hold strong in your points, and you're willing to give concessions on certain things as well. I just like the talking point of it. If women are able to opt out in an abortion, then men should be able to opt out in the financial position. I understand that is a common pinpoint, and I'm appreciative that you probably bring that up, and it's a very valid standard. Glenn, of course, I know you've been in the space a lot, and your counterpoints, I kind of already predicted it coming through that, and I do feel like that you had the better arguments.
He has to fucking pee
So
again.
again, this is where it's coming into my bias. I am
Every
gonna have to
hour
lean
on the
towards
hour. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Tyler, let's save the simpy and Anson Knowles for last.
Could be next.
Yeah, you next.
Ooh, this was a doozy here, and I just don't want anyone to think I'm an unfair judge here. This decision's going to prove it. What I saw on Glenn's end, Glenn, you are an experienced debater and a rhetorician in a way that like would parallel a lot of good people I've seen online. You have been around the block in debating, and I could tell by the way you do it. You are addressing the heart of almost every point thrown at you very, very well. Even if some of your arguments were a couple little weak, I'm going to criticize two of them right now. I don't think you properly addressed the burden shift argument she made about the baby now having a bad life as a result, and I don't think you addressed her argument of magnitude that well. Otherwise, I think every other point you kind of blew out of the water. Buckaroo, you needed to hold his feet to the fire more. You were very on message. You were good at hammering home your point, picking a concise point in a very small debate. I think you both handled yourselves probably better than anybody else so far, but you did not hold his feet to the fire more than one time. When I saw it, I was like, fuck yeah, but it was only happened once, and several of the questions he asked that got to the heart of your argument, he just didn't properly address. Glenn, man, you are pretty fucking good at this stuff, man.
All right, Anson.
So I'm just going to say that was probably the best debate I've seen in a very long time in terms of like on that specific issue, because it wasn't neither one of you got into your feelings on it, and Buckaroo, have you debated for a long time? Is this new to you, or is this like?
I've mostly just like arguments at a party. I will admit,
Yeah.
like a lot of mine is like, yeah, but keep going, yeah.
So
Yeah,
you're
apparently. That's
really
what
good
you
at
call
this, but you're
She chose that
inexperienced,
name.
and your rhetorical techniques. Glenn continually used a rhetorical barrage where he would continually ask you questions, and you were actually intelligent enough to pick up on that and return on some of it. I think with a little bit of practice, you could beat him, but it was very close. I scored you at 24 points and Glenn at 26 points based on specific power changes in the conversation, and you know, if you just get a little bit of practice with your rhetoric, you can probably stop anybody because you're highly intelligent. But you did lose. I'm sorry to say that you lost.
That's all right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Honestly, it was a great chance to argue against somebody who's good. You know.
Yeah.
Anyone want to give any of the other contestants would like to give some input?
Yeah, I'd actually like to give a little feedback on this one.
Sure.
Buckaroo, I've done some panels with you. I've done a little bit of work with you. The other person I've never worked with you or really seen you on any panels. You both did very good jobs. However, Buckaroo conceded the actual entire argument when she started to call the baby a mistake. So it literally went to women avoiding accountability for their actions when she labeled the offspring of said action a mistake. She conceded the point without ever actually vocalizing it. So therefore you lost. I'm sorry.
Yeah, admittedly, I was trying to refer to myself as a mistake first, but I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, I that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you.
Beth, I'm sure you want to say something.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to bring up, like, I think one of the biggest points in your debate that, like, I would have gone after immediate is that you kept suggesting that because almost like we can unalive poor people now, that your situation in life actually
Yeah.
determines where you go. And really, actually, in our country, poor people have the most babies. And I know I was a very poor mother. Our family
Especially
was
Catholics.
poor throughout my kid's
Oh,
entire
shit. I forgot.
childhood.
I'm muted. They didn't hear
But you did a great job debating. I was kind of looking forward to hopefully getting a good feminist debate in with you. Hopefully, maybe next
Yeah,
time.
definitely. Definitely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Do it.
Banshee, I do want to say that in terms of in terms of scoring, you lost, but in terms of like actual points, like in terms of like what is it, the concepts that you were providing, you had much more depth in terms of your ability to argue than Glenn did. Glenn won because he used the questioning technique over and over and over again, and basically kept you on the defense the entire time in the debate. And it was just a debate dynamic that you lost on, and not the actual like your ability to argue. Because I think with practice you really can, like you could probably dominate Glenn if you practiced a little bit more.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That does help too, because it's the rhetoric that really is the like big part of debates, a big important part of debates, I think.
I'm really glad that everyone gave you that feedback. I'm gonna follow pattern here, and as I have so far, and give you my feedback first. Glenn did a good job. He's made this debate many times. He knows exactly the points to make, and he understands it. You could have really done a lot of damage to his debate by avoiding the lifestyle, the poor that just don't that's it's really a non it's not a good point to make that, well, the child's going to grow up poor, because at least the child will grow up, and we have multiple examples of people who came from nothing to be really great human beings. And so it really, he didn't do it, but what you fall into is you could be killing the next leader of the world, right? So don't do that. And so that's you shouldn't do that. That's a poor. It might work with the unskilled or the very emotional debater, but anybody with any kind of experience is going to just tear that up. The second thing I think is that you got animated at the wrong times, and you weren't animated at the right times. You got kind of in your feels in a couple of places where I think you should have been really calm and delivered very key points. And then where I felt like you should have been, where he said things that really you should have come back really strong and used very loud rhetoric. Yeah, and you didn't do that. Or you're just out of you're going to be good at this. You really are. You're very smart. I can already tell, and it's it's just a matter of fine tuning it. And your points were good. I'm not saying your points are bad. The one point was just don't ever do that. Don't use the kid's going to grow up poor. Don't do that. That's a bad point.
Well,
I can't tell if non-fawn is rocking out or agreeing with me.
I'm talking to my chat. Don't worry.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, it's not fun.
My argument was I understand why not to make the lifestyle argument. I guess to me, I'm trying to make the setting a child up for success argument, but I understand that they're kind of it's like a very slippery slope. Yeah, it's like a very fine line.
If you want to win,
really, I'm not. Yeah, like I have no issue with like poor people existing. Yeah. Like I don't think that's like I think that's like a great point. I definitely don't want to be arguing like just get rid of all of them. I was more just trying to think of how to make a point of like setting someone up for success. But I think I understand. I hear
there's better ways. There's better ways to go about it. But I mean, you did great. Like I said, I mean,
thank you guys so
definitely.
Much.
Please come back. I totally want to. And
I took notes. I took notes on the responses. Thank you guys. Really.
Yeah. Well, I would really like to have you on my show sometime on
gone pee for the second time in an hour.
When I'm not doing a debate and it's more of an interview. Tyler's been on them. I tend to be fairly fair, but you're welcome to come on. I'd really like to talk to you and get your viewpoints on a lot of different things. And other than that, just hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will bring you back. If not, it was great to have you. And I hope you had fun. And I hope you hang out a little
did.
while longer and watch it. Watch
That's
the,
why I get so
festivities.
animated, because I'm genuinely having so much fun with the
That's
discussion.
awesome. Great.
Thank you guys.
Great. All right, cool. Well, we'll see you. All right,
Sounds good.
next debate, guys. I'm going to give you guys here. I'm give you guys 4 minutes to pay for the debate, or I'm just going to pick people and put them into the ring.
Put the overlay up, Grid, so they can know how much they have to pay for stuff.
I do want to say the last couple of times I've been in here haven't been to argue against you so much as it's been to help me. We're doing a debate in a couple of days, and I come in and try to give arguments that you might run into. That's something I want to start doing. You're in my Discord. I want to start doing crowdsourcing research for people, because like Rob Noir has a job. He can't go out and look up the definition of the X, Y, and Z thing to argue against Pisco. We have lawyers in my Discord that will help him digest that stuff. I want to get a group of newer, smaller streamers together so we can push these fucking people out. We don't want them anymore. Destiny is out. Hassan is out. We're taking
Grid.
Hey,
Mr.
Grid.
Right,
Mr. Mr. sent in a cash app too.
Oh yeah. Let me check the cash app. Sorry. Yeah, I don't get an alert on my phone because I don't know why. It just doesn't.
You and I were saying the same thing, Jess. Jess, you need a debate.
She does. If
I'm
somebody
not a
doesn't,
debater. I come up here because I was requested to come up here.
all right. So let's check the cash app. We've got one. I pick an immigration topic, and I get to pick the debaters. I'm gonna pick my pal Aircraft Sparky.
Woo! Oh, sorry.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Who's left? That's not a moderator. It's gonna have to be non-fun. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Non-fun, Aircraft Sparky. Jess White, go down. You got to go out of the way. Out of the way. Lynn Lawrence. He's got to go. You stay non-fun. You can't go anywhere. Tyler, you bye. And there has to be an easier way to kick everybody back all at once. Oh, I should have done Steelman. I forgot about Steelman. That's okay. We'll get him next time.
Steelman did one already.
And let's see.
What direction do we want
Beth.
to go?
Beth's the last one. I'm sorry. I missed it. How did I miss Beth? Oh, because she's all the way up top. There we go. All right.
All right. Well, the audio's going to be a little off.
Move that. What in the what?
In the way.
What's you guys different? What are your opinions on immigration?
See, I can move the whole thing.
So I'm all illegal immigrants must be yeeted from the country expeditiously. This is not only an economic reason, but it's also a national security reason. As far as legalized immigration, I fully support people coming in 100% legally. But if they can't bother to come in legally, they should never be allowed in ever again.
They should be blacklisted for life.
I'm sure non-fon disagrees with all
Sparky's
that.
based as fuck.
Probably most of it. I mean,
When did
I'm
he
generally in
pull
support
the
of a
fucking sidearm out, pointed
relatively
against his head on
lenient
fucking
immigration,
Twitch, which was
legal
stupid.
immigration policy, and that I think it should be decently easy for people to
Other than that, he's a
easier
great
for
guy.
people to come to the U.S. legally than it is now. With mass deportations, I think I think we should deport violent criminals, at least assuming that they're held in places where they're not going to escape from easily or whatever. I don't believe that mass deportations of a lot of the asylum seekers that came over under Biden or whatever is going to have any positive effect economically. Or I was going to say it's not going to have a net positive effect economically. And I don't believe most of them are a huge national security threat.
Okay. So is there a specific area of immigration? How about do you think that it was right and correct to kick out the two? Well, I guess we pick either one. I don't care which one, but either of the two that were accused of
Abrigo
being
Garcia is a fucking gangbanger.
either terrorists.
We proved
that
it
was
10,000
the guy
times.
from Yemen or wherever.
6 ways to Sunday, and
or
Democrats are still
don't-
trying to find a fucking
MS-13.
asshole.
I don't know enough about those cases specifically
Okay.
to say.
All right.
He's
whether
an
they're
open
actually
border
something that
simp. If you've
I'm trying
listened to what
do.
he said, so he really
Okay, well,
doesn't
let's
care
just
who
do
comes
open
in.
borders. Open borders, good, bad. You're bad. He's
Well, hold
good.
on. I don't think what is open border?
That's essentially what you said. You want the immigration system to be so damn easy that almost anyone can come. Immigration is not a right. Immigration is a privilege. And if you want to come into the best country of the world, we want the best people to come in. Nothing but the best. Anything less is unacceptable.
My God.
I don't see how you cannot be an open border simp when you
When I
literally
say
just
open, I
advocating
believe
for-
there should be a cap on the number of immigrants that are coming into the U.S. I think we can probably accept about
What's
like
that
2
cap at?
probably about 2 million.
Why 2 million? Why should
I don't know.
1%?
It
Why
seems
should
like
1% of the essentially
that's
1% of the nation's naturalized citizens actually of our nation's actual citizens be allowed to come in annually?
Seems like it
How
is
is that
pretty
sustainable?
broad.
How is that
Seems like it is
sustainable?
pretty broad. It has pretty broad economic benefits
Economic benefits how?
in that labor supply is increased. Businesses can
So you
expand
need people
easier.
to clean
There's
your toilet,
increase
what
in
you
demand.
can't do it yourself?
Labor supply is increased. Listen to
It's
this.
not
Okay,
that-
we're already
You realize
having
what that means is they're
debate.
taking jobs away from Americans, dude. They're taking jobs away from Americans.
Was paid to be changed.
Windows RS. Hell yeah.
So, all right, perfect. I guess I don't know. All right, so it's just funny. All right, let's just immigration. Or what are we going to call the current state of it?
Okay, so here I'll extend it olive branch, and I'll say that we can both agree that we do need to reform the immigration system.
It's Wieners
Let's
are
actually talk about the more specifics of said system, and that way maybe you can teach me a little bit more because as I've already displayed to you, I think you're an open borders absurdum type individual. So maybe you can teach me something better. Yeah.
Can Wieners R Us state his actual position on immigration?
Means of changing the system and limits on said system, I think would be a good framework. If you would agree with that, Fawn.
I'm sorry. That completely derailed my train of thought.
Do you like that, Grid?
Yeah, let's do that. Who is taking the affirmative? I believe that's you then, right?
Well, I mean, if we both agree that does need to be changed, the deal, should it be easier or harder? I would take the side of more difficult, where non-fawn I would assume would take the easier route.
Well, okay, just who
but we
wants to
can
go
both
first,
agree.
since you're both kind of taking an affirmative on each side.
Yeah. Would you like to go first, non-fawn, or would you rather myself?
I'll go first, I guess.
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right, so let me get the 1 minute on the clock. By the way, 2 minutes has already been added. This will be a 7-minute debate, unless somebody adds more time, because this is going to be good. I feel like it's going to be really actually great. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, out there in the chat, both of these guys are really cool dudes. So go. I don't know if you definitely need to go to Non-Fawn's channel because even though he just does play Minecraft, that you can overlook that.
And his face is covered with this. He looks like he's 12. And
and Aircraft Sparky is trying to do some
Also,
good
he's a
stuff with
communist.
debate channels. So
let's not talk
1
about that
minute,
part, though.
and Non-Fawn, you can start now.
Yeah, sure. I guess my position is pretty simple. I think the sort of big problem we're having right now is there are a lot of immigrants who want to come here for economic opportunity, and the easiest way for them to do it is basically to have a fraudulent asylum claim. I think the solution is to make it to make the asylum process basically harder, and to make immigration easier. That's going to involve probably placing a cap on the number of low-skill immigrants that can come in every year, probably around 2 million. And I also think that there should be I don't necessarily agree with Trump policy, actually, believe it or not, around selling certain visas. I believe for most high skill visas, we should essentially uncap them. And that's my position.
Non-Fawn getting done 20 minutes or 20 seconds early again. Very succinct. All right,
That's smart
Sparky.
efficiency.
10
That's
million
efficiency.
encounters in
Look, when it comes to
4
U.S.
years.
foreign policy, U.S. domestic
Definitely
policy
not
on
sustainable.
immigration, I believe that we should actually do a little bit of reform. Part of that reform is what I would suggest would go towards the New Zealand style of immigration, where we would only
That's what
allow
factcheck.org
specific
says.
skilled trade laborers to come in as per the need of the country, and of course other higher level
2.5 million people have been
educated
released.
skills such as
This is in
doctors,
24. Are
engineering,
you
things
joking?
like that. And I believe that these both should
You're
be
insane
highly
if you believe that
limited.
shit.
And the reason why is because
10 million encounters,
manufacturing is
but
going
only
to grow
2.8
here in
million have been
America,
removed or expelled.
we will see
How do
that
you
there
explain
is
that
a
fucking
lot of jobs coming
disparagement?
available,
You're
a lot
full of
jobs
shit, dude.
available for
God, man.
American citizens, and it should be an American first strategy when it comes to employment.
Fucking left wing media.
13 seconds left.
We're good.
All right. Okay, so again, you guys have an extra 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's 7 minutes total. I will. I'll try and remember to announce at 5 and 2 minutes. But
Outstanding. So you mentioned that you thought that 2 million of unskilled labor should come in. Now, if we look at the current most recent census, we see about 360 million people in America, with an estimated anywhere between 15 to 40 million of them being illegal immigrants. Right now, I'm not saying that we are overpopulated. Far from it. The fact that we have a bunch of individuals who we don't know their actual past claiming fake asylum, something that you've already admitted, you've already claimed they're economic asylees, which is something that does not exist. Why should we not?
Well, to be
tighten
clear,
up
the
our
position
regulation?
is there are people who want to come here for economic opportunity. I believe that is a good thing. It is a horrible thing that the easiest way for them to do that is to make a fraudulent asylum claim. I totally agree that we should reform our asylum system. I would just simply continually let in, a number of these immigrants who want to come here for economic opportunity, because I believe it helps them. It helps our native-born citizens as well. The U.S. working age population is basically stagnant. It started shrinking.
What method would you go to make it easier? Would you make less background checks? Would you make it
Absolutely
cheaper?
not. No, absolutely not.
What do
Absolutely
you
not.
want to do?
We should. So first of all, I believe the number of green cards we give out every year is too limited. We should still absolutely give a background check to anyone, to people coming here. But we should have, a work visa that is relatively easy to apply for, that doesn't have these 14-year-long waiting lists that people in Mexico currently have to sit through. So these people can come here and they can work in jobs, right now, for the time being at least, there's more job openings than unemployed people. It seems like the U.S. would absolutely benefit from, more people coming in. And immigration is just a really good way to do that.
One of the big issues currently that we see with especially with illegal immigrants is the fact that we do allow things such as our welfare system to help support them. That's a big problem. If you haven't paid into the system, you shouldn't be able to give into the system.
Okay, so what you're talking about applies absolutely nothing to my system, because under my system, these people coming here with legal visas would absolutely pay into the welfare system, right? And
well,
they would be paying taxes legally.
That's completely false. That has been shown to be false.
I don't believe
immigrants who come here, especially from Central America, over the southern border, 9 times out of 10 end up being absolutely dependent upon government social programs, legal or not, asylees or not. That remains the truth. And these people have this vaporous argument that somehow their labor benefits our economy to the nth degree. Like, no, it doesn't. It in fact saps away wages and takes jobs away from American citizens. You have a 14-year waiting list. People are in Mexico waiting on a 14-year waiting list. Then why don't we start taking people from the top of that list rather than letting people usurp the list altogether? The logic is just not there, man. It's not there.
Void their visa if we allow them in and they can't afford to pay anymore? If they can't live here, why should the American taxpayer?
No, because most people, I can tell you've never read anything. Most people who stay on welfare are on welfare for a very temporary amount of time. Like
this is what happens.
For like
they get challenged on their highfalutin ideals and they suddenly turn to like an ad hominem person.
Overall, that's still a good thing.
Is it really a good thing that the American taxpayer is paying for people who hasn't been giving into the
Paying
system
for people,
years
you
over
understand.
years.
Again, we're debating legal immigration here.
Yes,
Under
and I'm
my
talking
system,
about legal
these
immigrants.
I understand. So these people are paying
Why
into the
shouldn't
tax
the social
system
safety net apply to them when they haven't paid in it for
because
a
they are
certain amount of
paying
time?
into the tax system and are better able
They
to
are
be
not all
productive
paid into the
workers when
tax
they
system
have
at
a
the
social
time.
safety
They
net.
take minimum
They are
wage
better able to
jobs
be
and they
productive
don't,
workers
and
when
they
they have a
claim
social
9
safety net.
fucking
By the
That's a
way,
percent.
we can
bullshit
go over and debate on
non-answer.
this.
That
I
does
know you
not
haven't
answer
read
the
like any
fucking question.
papers on this at all,
Dude,
but it really
look,
doesn't
we're
seem
not
like
here to
immigrants
do an
consume
academic
any.
debate. We're here to do
Hold
rhetorical
on,
debate.
I understand you have no evidence
understand
for
if
everything.
someone who
You
hasn't
totally
ever
reject.
moved out of their mom's
Hold on,
fucking house
Sparky.
can't
Do you
tell me
even
anything about economics.
Sparky,
You just can't
Sparky,
do it. You don't even
if
know how
I
to
could
pay fucking
provide you,
bills
if I
yet,
could
child.
provide you papers that show immigrants don't consume welfare more often than Native people, would you even
If I
consider
see
that
one
point, or
immigrant
would you?
who takes welfare, that
Yeah,
is a
right.
problem.
Yeah, right. This guy doesn't care. Wait, hold on. Do you think
That
it's
is a
plausible?
problem.
Do you think
It
it's
should be a problem for you
plausible
too
that
if you were a
immigration would be
taxpayer.
an overall benefit to the country if they did consume welfare at a lesser rate? Do you think it's plausible that they'd be an overall benefit?
I think immigrants coming in, if they are highly skilled and highly educated with in areas
What an
where
unbelievable deflection
America
of the
is missing
question.
in the
Let's say,
workforce, I actually believe yes, they are quite a hell of a benefit to the
what
country.
an
However,
unbelievable.
we shouldn't just bring people in based solely on their skill. They also have to have some type of economic stability, so we don't have to support them ourselves.
What do you think provides some economic stability? That's what the welfare
2
state
minutes.
is for. What do you mean? There seems to be a lot of evidence for, both into the U.S. and America, that the welfare state does enable people to get jobs and remain
So do you even
productive
know what
later
the
on. Now,
New Zealand model is?
the New
New
Zealand
Zealand
model, I think
model-
you said, you said that I remember you said that they only let in, people as per the country needs, highly limited, high skill immigration only.
Yes,
And what I'm
a
telling you
minimum of a
is,
master's degree or an expert
yeah, that's
master
insane.
journeyman's
I
license.
think that's insane
in order to
because
come in. No, I think that's
the
great.
U.S.
That means that they're stable.
No, absolutely
economically
not.
stable.
Because again, it seems like do you contend? Do you deny the fact that the U.S. working age population is like essentially stagnant since 2000?
Oh, very much so. In fact,
Okay, so do you
employment-
believe that it would be
employment
beneficial?
participation is down,
do you
but a
believe-
lot of that is
do-
because people in the younger generations are trying to do this for a living instead of actually doing real
That's
jobs.
absolutely not true. Prime age employment is at all times high. You have no
you
clue what
say
the fuck you're talking
prime
about. Prime age employment, which is young people,
Okay.
25 to 55, that employment rate is at all
1
time
minute.
high. You have no clue what the fuck you're
Is it
talking about.
all-time
So
high?
now-
Are you
so now
fucking
answer
kidding
my
me?
question because
There's
you
a
deflected and
50%
refused to answer it.
non-participation
Do
rate
you
going on
believe
right
it would
now
be
in America.
beneficial for the U.S. working age population to increase?
I would like to see more people working, yes, but the current employment participation rate in America is down approximately 15% since COVID.
Prime
You
age,
cannot-
prime age, retard, prime age, dumbass,
dude,
dumbass.
you don't
Again,
have to
back
sit
to the
here-
ad
you don't
homs,
have
You
to
man.
sit here
specifically
and try
said
to
young
insult
people.
me.
That's why I mentioned prime age.
Okay,
The
am
reason,
I a
the
fucking
30
retard?
seconds.
after
Am
COVID,
I a
I understand
retard 'cause I
after COVID.
disagree with you? Oh my fucking god!
I'm citing
You
statistics
cannot
that
be-
show that
you
you're
cannot be
wrong.
this
What do
fucking
you?
dense. Jesus, do you even work, young man? Have you ever had a
I
job?
do this! Exclamation point TTS in my
Yeah,
chat,
yeah, yeah.
guys. That's absolutely. Notice how he
Hashtag
deflected to something
never really
completely
worked.
irrelevant
God,
because this guy
you don't even
never
know what
contends with
employment
statistics. I've argued with this guy before.
You've
He
never
knows
hired
nothing about
anyone?
economics. He doesn't contend with any statistics on anything. All he does is say
Dude,
the
this
most
is a
vibe-based
5-minute fucking
meme shit
debate.
ever.
What do you want me to do? You want me to fucking bring you a whole novel?
I want you to have a minimum understanding of the
that's
literature
the
around
end.
immigration.
Thank you.
I had fun.
All right. So
All right.
this is an interesting.
We're gonna start
trip.
with Ants and Knowles.
So the AI here, I like to use this AI summary sometimes. I searched for Central American migrants rely on social safety nets. It says Central American migrants often face significant challenges accessing social safety nets due to incomplete documentation and social isolation, which makes their situation particularly vulnerable. How's that for a fucking blabber mouthful of fucking propaganda for you right there? But then I say asylees rely on social safety nets, and it says asylum seekers often depend on social safety nets for support. How curious. How do we explain this disparity? When a significant number of asylees are Central American migrants, how do we explain the fact that Central American migrants can't access social safety nets, but asylees do? Not only that, that accounts for what Sparky is saying. The fact that asylees and Central American migrants do tend to rely on the social safety nets that they're not paying into, whether illegitimately or legitimately through the asylum system. Illegitimately by assuming someone else's identity, stealing their green card, are faking a green card, stealing an identity, assuming a social security number that doesn't belong to them for someone who's dead. Okay, this is how dead people vote. This is how dead people claim social security. We had how many hundreds of thousands of people in social security who were over the maximum age of life possible actually claiming benefits. Like 300,000 people, something like that. How the fuck did that happen? How did that happen? Okay, it's because these people are coming in and sucking off of our social safety nets. I swear.
Wow, non-fun, you've sure grown.
Uh-oh.
You've gotten a lot better.
Did I break it?
Debates, and,
Okay, there we go.
I guess the only advice I'd probably throw your way is that with these short-form debates, you really can't start pointing out statistics. But I see that you're trying to develop on more of your more your rhetoric and more of your kind of like pushback with questions. I really wanted you to hold Sparky to the fire when it came to that welfare question that you brought up.
Yeah, he's got a big mouth for a one-eyed fat man. I'll tell you that. Sit face fucking child, man. A petulant little child.
They would have access to welfare system if they're paying taxes. And I feel like you kind of let that go a bit when you could have pushed harder. Otherwise, though, I still think you won this debate. So good job, non-fun.
All right, let's hear from Anson Knoll.
Yeah, so in the opening, both of y'all left time on the table for your opening. Non-fun, you missed an opportunity to at least make up a position of your opponent to attack, right? And you need to do that preemptive attacking if you're debating. And Aircraft Sparky, he went first, and that left you no excuse for not attacking his position in your opening. All you did was make your argument. That's all either one of you did. They were good arguments. And in terms of the actual scoring, there was a really good back and forth where non-fon did his ad hom attacks, which he likes to do, and Sparky, you called him out on it. But there were also several situations where you were kind of deflecting from the positions that non-fon wanted to debate, and he reeled you back in effectively by calling you out on it instead of ignoring him and just going to whatever you wanted to talk about. But I scored non-fon at 17 and Aircraft Sparky at 18 just on the back and forth, so I actually gave this one to Aircraft Sparky.
Interesting, thank you.
Well,
hell yeah.
Non-fon lives again.
Peace. Appreciate the time, man.
Appreciate it,
Good.
Sparky.
It was fun.
Aircraft
Yeah,
Sparky, I think that you got bogged down.
Yeah.
And I normally I'd let everybody else go, but we've got so few people left.
Yeah, yeah.
I think you just kind of got bogged down and you just couldn't move out of it.
Oh, I let the
And
kid
that
distract me, no doubt. It's interesting. I let him do it, and I heard myself in the back of my head. Why are you even going down this route? But it's literally because I didn't. If I would have went the national security route and stuck with that,
That's my bad.
it would have been unfair to him.
I had him muted.
Because he's never been out of his mom's basement or his own bedroom, so I don't really think he'd know what the nation looks like. And the fact that he's never actually had a real job just shows that, yeah, he knows a lot about books and stuff like that, but he doesn't actually see what's going on out in the world. And so I tried to, I did it as me being a fucking egotistical asshole, thinking that I could beat him in his little realm. But he brought me down. He brought me down to the level of stupidity and beat me with experience. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Aircraft Sparky. It's good to have you back on the show. We'll
Always,
need to have you
man.
back again. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a pleasure. Have a great night.
I can't believe you guys kicked Sparky, man. It's terrible.
Non-fun. I
think it's a pure sign of losing when you resort to ad hom and personal insults. I mean, that's just a clear sign. You can't defend what you're talking about. Instead, you're going for the knees instead of attacking the ideals.
Yeah, but
when I do personal insults, I try to relate them to the debate. Like it's going to be like, notice how this guy doesn't. Well, yeah, but I'll say like this guy's retarded. He doesn't read anything about this. He has no statistics on his side. Usually, I try to tie it back to debate when I do personal insults. But
yeah, you can broach that without being a fucking dickhead about it.
Well, it's only a problem if he doesn't call it back out on you, right? And he did one time. So I mean, it doesn't matter. You can do as many negative, backhanded, underhanded comments you want, and if he doesn't stand up for himself, it doesn't really matter.
I mean,
we all got to admit. No, come on. admit that Nonfon is a wiener, so he does have to assert himself a little
That's
bit
pretty
in order
funny.
to get into the
That's
game.
pretty funny. Effing Epic
fair.
did that.
The chat did that. That wasn't Sparky though.
Yeah, that was effing Epic. Paid for that. So Nonfon, dude, I got to be honest with you. I actually enjoyed the something other than giggling from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually thought this is probably the best debate I've ever watched you have.
That's if Sparky would have taken him to national security, he would have beat the shit out of him. You kept him in your realm. It was good. You did very well with that. You did what that guy did to Buckaroo.
And you did, and I don't know if you intentionally did it, but by getting animated and getting argumentative with him about the economic part, you made him want to beat you there rather than just saying, okay, so they pay into the welfare system. So what? Now let's talk national security. And that was, I don't know if you meant to do it, but it was really, really good. So that was pretty awesome. Everyone's predicting, by the way, that you'll be a conservative by the time you're 40.
Everybody turns conservative once they start paying taxes on fun.
Yeah. All right, so let's see where we're at time wise. Very, very good job, Nonfon. I'm actually really impressed by that.
I appreciate it.
So, Grid, how many contestants are on the board right now? We got Tyler, Glenn, Steelman, EOD, Beth, and Jess.
Well,
Jess, are you debating?
Tyler's a judge.
So it's
So we have
Glenn's.
Beth, Steelman, whoever's next, Glenn, EOD, Nonfon, and Jess White, which I'm not sure Jess White is actually debating or if she's just up here hanging out.
I have no idea. You guys asked me to come up here, so I turned up.
Yeah.
I can if you want me to. I'm not really a debater, but I can if you want.
It doesn't. I mean, it's if you want to debate, we're not going to force you to debate.
Well, if somebody pays for her to debate, that's
actually, if somebody turns up and says, if somebody spends $40 for you to debate, you're taking your whooping like a.
I'll debate you on the Lord of the Rings was the greatest movie ever made.
Nah.
Oh, well. See? So that's something we disagree on. Like, come on, we can debate.
I'm gonna give
5
minutes. 5 minutes for the chat to pay for the next debate, or I'm picking the debaters. Unless Anson, you think you still have credit.
I've got a little bit left, but not enough for a debate. I'm actually putting one in there right now to cover the remainder. So
I'm running on somebody's good graces.
Someone called Nonfon Hunter Avalon little sister.
I was gonna read that, and then I was like, no.
To be honest, but okay.
I'll take it as a compliment.
I would not, but okay. I would not take that as a compliment.
Hunter's chill. I like Hunter from what I've seen of him.
But
That makes
his little
sense.
sister,
That totally
though?
tracks.
With his, what's his? I don't know much of his history. Like, what's the?
He's a comic, just like you.
I thought it was
Mr. Mister wants to do a 2v2 Grid.
You know what? I'll do it. I don't normally do 2v2s, but let's do a 2v2. This is a good panel for that.
So I'm actually
picked
blocked
Sparky.
from doing any more donos. So my card's not working. I had to switch cards because my last one doesn't work. So yeah, I'm
You
not
have to go over to Streamlabs. Like
Well, no,
everybody-
it's my damn card fraud alert shit. So
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, Agrillipus has covered you.
How are we going to do like 2v2s with 5 minutes? I mean, that's kind
You're
of.
on my team, Beth.
Well, let's make it the
Well, I would-
capstone. debate.
Yeah, if it was a 2v2, it'd be
so-
10 minutes, wouldn't it?
So, Grid, Agrilipolis just threw in 50, and I've got $30 of credit left. So
I
can
know.
Yeah, we can do two.
And Mr. Mister said he would pay extra for a 2v2. So, Mr. Mister, just put that towards another debate, and we'll do the 2v. Who wants to do it? Who wants to be in a 2v2?
Right now.
EOD is down.
I'm down, but I feel like everyone else left is conservative, so I don't know. It would be hard to do a topic.
Steelman's not conservative.
Yeah, he's a lefty.
Well,
pretending to be a conservative like you.
He's a commie. He's a dirty, stinking commie.
Yes.
Everybody knows.
Yes, he is. Deport Steelman. I'm just
You
kidding.
can't label freedom, motherfuckers.
These men can fight out some politics. Have at it.
Yeah, we don't have to debate a political topic. We can debate social. Glenn is still here, but he's probably asleep now.
You know, it'd be really good to see
No,
Jess
I'm
and
not.
Beth go against Steelman, and
I'm
we
right
were
here.
all us.
I couldn't hear you, Anson. What was that?
I said whatever Glenn has to say is more important than what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going against the two girls. I'm on Beth's side this time.
God, you're such a simp. God, you're so gross.
Okay. All right.
Watch out, ladies. He might use drugs to get you in bed.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby alert.
If you guys are down.
I don't know who the 2v2 would be.
Oh, I like Mr. Bill's topic. Would Trump make a good pope? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because the Pope's fucking evil. The Trump would make a perfect Pope.
Yeah, I actually
The
agree with
Pope
that.
is evil. Trump would make a perfect. I'm not sure that follows, but okay, I guess.
Yeah, you have to be a ruthless Machiavellian in order to become Pope or the president. So it's basically the same job.
Isn't it just like a king?
Trump was friends with Epstein, and to be the Pope, you got to look past
a monarch.
Oh, shut up, Tyler. That's not even fucking true. They
I tell
hated
you
each
what. I
other.
tell you what. And let's. I don't see a 2v2 on this panel. I see. I see two individual debates, which I will just discount and just do two individual. I want to see. This is what I want to see. I want to see Glenn versus Beth, and Steelman versus EOD, and Donfon taking the win of one of those. That's what I want.
What did me and Beth got to argue about? Nothing.
Abortion, not abortion.
Repealing the 19th.
Repealing the night. No, Glenn's all
Kill
about.
it. Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
Hold on.
They're on the
There's
same
something
team.
I remember because you were DMing me to ask about it.
Well, what about this list of 100 topics you've got in the Discord?
I know. No, Glenn had one for Beth to argue.
Yeah, but Beth shouldn't have any say
That had
on
to do with
repealing the
red-
19th
that had to do with
Amendment.
Red pill. It was the red
I
pill.
couldn't hear you.
It was the red pill debate, but it was for her and Viking.
Oh.
Because she
Yeah,
said she
Beth, you
wanted
ain't
to
got no
debate
say on
him
appealing it.
on his position.
Here, this
You
is
would be correct.
this is
you would
this is
be-
a 100-sided die essentially. I'll just roll a random number. It's
let's see.
12. So which one is 12?
So Beth, you're in favor of voting away your own freedoms?
Giving away my vote, yes.
Yeah. So do you think that guys should? Do you think that men should not give away their vote?
I think there are some men who probably shouldn't vote either. I kind of lean your way. I think there should, it used to be that, you had to have land and stuff like that. And
Well, I was talking to somebody in the chat about this. How about just a general competency test? Just general U.S.
that's what I
history and
just said.
competency. Just
That's what I
understand
just said.
how it works. That would.
Yeah,
I'd be
some
okay with that.
basic civics, right? And
Sure.
That's why I don't vote, is because that kind of stuff is just, give me a parenting class and I'll teach that shit right up. But,
So grid.
Yeah.
How about that? Does emotional intimacy trump technique for orgasm? That was one of mine.
I threw one in chat a little bit ago. Who would be better to take over Gaza after Israel's finished attacking Israel, the Arab nations, or the Trump plan?
I'm not familiar enough with it.
Wait,
I don't know.
yeah,
nothing
way to
about
kill the
it.
vibe, bro.
It seems
Sorry.
like something we're gonna fizzle out on.
I've done a bunch of panels on it.
Chairman of the board is fishing for fucking dating advice from these chicks. Yeah, that's a good idea. Have Jess and fucking Beth debate that topic.
Yeah, I agree. Does emotional intimacy trump technique for orgasm? Yep.
I
He's
don't wanna
always
hear
got
about
the
your
tumor
orgasms.
topics. You can't. You have to be careful. handle with care.
Number 12 is should arranged marriages be encouraged to strengthen family bonds?
Yes.
Do you agree with that, still, man?
I agree that they should be.
Should you agree with arranged marriages, but you're going to sit here and argue about repealing the 19th?
Well, no, yeah, I think that this whole idea of sending our kids off to the wild to fend for themselves and everything, including they're choosing their sexual partners.
Right. You guys have fun for a minute. I'm going to go take a leak.
Go for it.
Get some. Look, we've got 2.5
figure
debates
something
paid for. So let's get some animosity going here. Okay?
All right,
Yeah,
now's our opportunity, guys.
That's all part of the patriarchy's responsibility. I think fathers should be arranging their kids and planning that stuff out from when they're much younger. Give
So
them
how
a
about
chance
this
to
one?
grow up together and
Agreed.
have that connection.
See, Beth, we agree on a lot.
How about this one? So in a long-term relationship, does scheduled sex kill desire?
Scheduled sex. I don't know. I think it increases anticipation. I'm going to get laid tonight. It's going to be awesome.
If scheduled sex is the only sex that's happening, yes. Yeah, that'll kill the desire real quick.
Well, what if the schedule is like all the time? No, just kidding.
That's my schedule.
See,
Now,
I have
here's
to be
a-
real careful because I know Emmett's in the chat and I'm debating him on Monday. We're redoing that fur burger question. And I have to be careful here.
No, but I have a good related one. Is after you've had the number of children that you want to have,
Mhm.
is having intercourse beyond that sort of a perversion of the point of intercourse?
No, and as a matter of fact, even the Catholic Church,
Oh, even the Pope himself has sanctified a hung.
that sex is not strict. Actually, so yeah, this is outside of it. Sex is not strictly for procreation. That's biblical and dogmatic.
Hold on, but does that appeal to nature? Is that in line with nature's principles? Is that what we see in nature?
Well, I'm not.
So
I'm not anti-birth control. So
Have you not ever seen two dogs fucking just to fuck?
Yeah, people fuck just to fuck, and that's actually biblical, like scripturally.
Now you're appealing to the Bible as some sort of authority or something like that. But you could say that
Yeah,
slavery
yeah,
is
yeah,
okay
yeah.
too, based on the Bible.
What is?
Slavery,
They should have
for
that debate.
example.
That is not what the Bible says at all.
Actually, you can make a good biblical argument, just like you can make a biblical argument for polygamy.
Which I'll make that
that's made
argument.
in the Bible as far as slavery goes. He talks about,
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Where?
You'll make the polygamy argument?
Oh no, I'm a judge. I'm not debating. I'm just
No. Steelman said that he'll make the.
Well, yeah. I mean, considering our society is already living the polygamous lifestyle, it's just fucking all in shambles now. I'll argue for it.
Everything's all
that
shot
people
to
should
shit.
do
We
it
may
and
as well
not
just go all the
fucking
way
lie
through the
about
gutter.
doing it. And not
Okay.
fucking have to sign contracts and break it all the time just to fucking do it. Yeah,
See, now-
be honest
see-
about it. Yeah.
That's the hard
All
part
right.
is that technically our nation is pretty much operating in polygamy, just minus the marriage. Look how many guys have how many baby daddy or baby mamas, So I think we're already there, just minus the contract of marriage.
Okay.
I
This
don't
will
think
be a
that's an
good
argument for
one.
polygamy.
Why don't? All right. So why don't I
an
have
argument against
Beth and Steelman arguing polygamy?
Wait, on a team
both
or
agree.
against each other?
I'm about to.
they agreed with each other, Glenn.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
they
mean,
agree with each other?
Yeah, Glenn can argue against polygamy. I've seen him do it before.
He can, but he's on the fence now. He's a fence sitter.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he
I'm
wants
not.
more
I think
lives
polygamy
now.
is fucking stupid and degen bullshit.
DOD.
And what you're saying, what you're describing as, oh well, we're already there, is actually an argument against polygamy because you're demonstrating how the society is already
too.
fucked.
How is she and Steelman in agreement?
Because I think that minus the contract of marriage, because marriage has gone so far down in this country to where like a lot of people don't even get married anymore. Outside of that, people are already having babies with multiple women, and like multiple babies with the same multiple women.
Is that good or bad for society? I mean, it's been bad overall, right?
It is bad.
Yeah.
But
okay,
it's the reality of what's happening. So, I mean, and on the
Yeah, I
same
think-
note, though, it's not bad because we need our birth rates up.
Hey.
So that can go both ways. That's a hard one.
No, you can have multiple children in one marriage. You don't need to fuck everybody on the fucking block to have more than one kid. That's not.
No, I agree with
I
you.
disagree. No, that's a lot of fun. Everyone on the block, yeah.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying.
I think exactly. Okay, so then I think we need to put our mind towards what's right and what society ought to do, right? And so that would be having a strong relationship with one partner and then raising as many children as you can stomach to raise. You know,
Yeah, I agree
whether
with
that's
Hold on a
one
second. Where
or
do you get
2
that
or
ideology
15.
all right. I
That's the way you
gotta
solve
get
that.
some topics going.
Not
here,
by
so.
legalizing polygamy.
Yield to authority according to Steelman.
Well, wait, where do you get that ideology from?
The Bible.
Come on,
The
Greg. pick two
Bible,
people-
okay.
Pick 2
All right.
people and set it up, man.
Yeah, I got to get some stuff going on here. So,
Sorry.
who do we want to debate?
EOD and Steelman.
It can be a 2v2 with
Why is
Steelman
it
and Beth
EOD and
on the pro side, me and Glenn on the anti side.
I'm not for it. I agree that it's bad and it shouldn't be happening. Look, I'm a monogamous myself. Okay, like I don't prescribe to that stuff. I was raised on Christian ethics.
But you just didn't
I
you and
said
Steelman
it's
agree that it should be
happening.
legal?
No, I don't think it should be legal.
Oh.
What I'm saying is,
But that's
people are
what
already
Steelman said.
circumventing it.
Steelman said that it should be legal. It ought to be legal.
Yes. So you're going to say that people should come to my house with guns, and if I have 2 girlfriends instead of 1?
No, I'm saying that one of those girlfriends should be able to sue you. I'm not saying that you should be, invaded or swatted for it, unless you're sexually assaulting someone. But,
All right, I'm going to fix my signal. I'll be right back.
okay.
Who went? Who's going somewhere?
Steelman, he said he'd be right back. I think.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
All right. So
And a girlfriend is not what I'm talking about. Polygamy is wives, not girlfriend.
yeah, polygamy means wives.
Yeah.
Being
I agree.
being a swinging dick is gross and dirty, but I mean it's not illegal.
But
Hey,
then
Greg, put the move list up so that the chat can participate.
Yeah. Let me throw this up again. That way we can get you guys going. I've got paid for debates. I just need to pick some people and throw them up. But you guys are agreeing to your way too agreeable.
No. Yeah, I'm saying that's totally wrong. That if a guy wants to, well, this whole wife thing, this whole marriage with the state thing is ridiculous. If a guy wants to have 2 common law wives, or if 2 guys and 2 girls want to live together and they want to be swingers or whatever like that, I don't think it's right for people to send guns in there and say, no, you can only fuck her and you can only fuck her.
Again, that's not what I'm trying to imply by saying that it should be illegal. What I'm trying to say is that one wife should be able to levy a civil suit against.
For this, they're already debating it. I'd just go with that.
All right. I think I am going to put and that's what I predicted was Steelman, EOD, and it's going to be you and Glenn on something, guaranteed, 100%.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. We will see how it works out. All right, the rest of you guys got to go. Jess, are you debating, or are you just a wallflower?
Please get picked, Mike.
I think Jess is just a wallflower.
All right, I'll miss you, Beth. See you.
What a simp. Jesus.
All the simps. That's a good thing about non-fon. He hasn't simped even a little bit yet.
Hey, dude, okay, how can you call it simping? It's called being masculine. You guys don't even know a chick and recognize one when you see one, and then when a fucking real man does, you call it simping. It's fucking, y'all are fucking femme is what I say.
Oh my god.
That's weird, man. You understand?
Zero, Patriot. Zero.
We'd have to actually understand what simping is.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting down on your knees and begging for attention from a fucking woman. That's not manly at all.
That's never going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing if you have like even a 50-50 shot, right?
Or if it's your wife, right? You want to simp towards your wife every once in a
But
while.
no one's begging.
So that she feels appreciated.
We're actually recognizing that we're actually putting recognition that there's a real feminine energy that deserves recognition. Not just be like, oh yeah, that's just another fucking dude. That's not just another fucking dude. That's a fucking cool ass chick up here that's fucking more recognizable than any of you fucking dudes up here.
I have no idea what you just said.
He sounds like a Boomhauer mixed with Kanye West, man.
All right. So
Trump was a black man.
The marriage polygamy argument. Do you guys want a specific prompt, or are you just?
Yeah, let's narrow it down to a specific prompt. Should polygamy be legal? Is that okay? Steelman?
If we're talking in the sense of if we're recognizing common law marriage as legally recognized, then with that caveat, common law marriage, because I don't even think that fucking state marriage, I wouldn't argue for any type of state marriage. But
yeah, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't think I would either. But also at the end of the day, I wouldn't argue for polygamous marriage to be state sponsored. So that's kind of what I'm getting
avoiding the whole idea of anything being state sponsored, we'll just go with common law marriage. Should the government come in and use force to outlaw polygamous common law marriages? That's the question.
I'm not even sure if I necessarily disagree with that. My contention is that polygamy should not be encouraged in society at all. Okay, now insofar as the law being involved, all it should really entail is in a divorce suit, a woman should be able to use that as justification for divorce. But in a lot of states, you don't even need a justification. So it's kind of a moot point.
Common law marriage is still a state
sponsor.
marriage.
It's a state recognition of the marriage, right? Yeah.
Right. So that I don't know how that gets around it. So there's only two types of marriage. Either you have a state marriage, or you have a marriage before God, a covenant,
religious marriage. Sure.
You don't believe in God, then you can't have a marriage.
Well, I would say if you don't believe in God, you're not actually marrying anyone. I mean, common law marriage doesn't really count as a marriage in my eyes. And that's why I don't believe in state-sponsored marriage. State shouldn't have anything to do with it. It's a covenant between man, woman, and God.
I'm going back to the most basic form of what I would consider states common law marriage, which would be if you live with somebody for 3 months.
I know what it means.
Then you're considered common law married.
Yeah.
So
3
that's
months? 3 months? Come on. It's not 3 months. It's 3 years at least. Come on.
I think it's 3 months, but I think it's state by state. So each state has their variations.
I think there's only like 3 or 4 states that recognize common law.
Yeah, probably.
But at this point, we're actually talking about like sleeping with multiple partners, which I'm not like saying I'm for this or anything like that. I'm just saying that people choose different things, and I wouldn't use guns to uphold that choice on them. And so,
okay, wait a minute.
I don't
clarify
think we're talking about a legal thing here. He's talking about the fact that the idea of someone have. I mean, let me try and define this a little bit.
Okay.
EOD is
not talking about legal.
EOD is talking about if you have 3 women that you consider your wives, not girlfriends, not people you're banging, not rotating hot and cold pussy. I mean, 3 wives that you're providing for, you have children with, or you intend to have children with, and they live in your house or whatever, and you have wives, like not girlfriends or whatever else.
Yeah, but that
is wrong.
Yeah,
that's his.
Also, I don't think that should be recognized by the state.
I'm not even going to say illegal. I'm not going to say bad before God. It's just
it is
wrong.
Well, see, I mean,
sure, bad before God and wrong at the same time. Yes, both of those.
We could debate what's right or wrong, but I did want to, and I don't mean to like go too far, but I did initiate this under the idea that he was going to enforce his ideas on this using force, using law, using guns, which I felt like
again, you're assuming a lot, and I've tried to explain this like 4 or 5 times now. In a civil suit, in a divorce suit, the woman should be able to use that as justification, or she should sue for damages based on this.
If they want to enter into the marriage contract.
But
if they want to enter into the marriage contract that stipulates that they're going to be in a monogamous relationship and that contract is broken, then sure, she could use that to go to court and say he broke the contract. But if they enter a contract that says we're going to be in a polygamous relationship and then they're polygamous, I don't think she should be able to go to court and say that's why.
I don't think the state should recognize that contract in the first place. So again, this gets to the civility of it. I'm not talking about sending a SWAT team to your house to break up your polygamous relationship. What I'm talking about is tax exemptions. What I'm talking about is property rights. What I'm talking about is divorce suits. That's what I'm talking about. That's where the law part of it comes into play. Okay? I'm not talking about sending the SWAT team to your fucking house to shoot you in the head because you're banging three bitches.
We were talking more moral.
Well, yeah, and
right,
that
wrong.
the reason that is that is how the law ought to operate is because of the moral backing and the Christian morality, for sure. And in the eyes of God, the only true marriage is one man, one woman before the eyes of God.
I wonder what I'd love to be. I would love to see where Jesus said that. Maybe he did.
He did,
but that's the
actually.
whole. Well, I'll have to check that one. So I don't want to get too far away though, as far as like taking.
It's a good read.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and debate the notion of Christian religion to you, okay? But what I am telling you is that that's where it comes from.
How many wives did Solomon have?
Well, that was Old Testament.
Solomon wasn't a
You asked
Christian.
about Jesus.
Yeah.
So who's the one? So Jesus said that marriage is between a man and a woman.
It's in
That's red
Deuteronomy.
letters.
Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't Jesus.
Yeah, well, it was Jesus. It was
But,
also
I mean,
in
it was
Deuteronomy.
Paul
It's
through
not
Jesus,
mutually
but-
exclusive. So.
All right. So. Oh, so it was Paul. Okay. Okay. Exactly.
You're talking New Testament, Old Testament.
Do you know who Paul is?
Yeah. So it wasn't Jesus, right? So a lot of these apostles said all kinds of stuff.
He was
like,
an apostle of Jesus. Yeah. So he was spreading Jesus' teachings. Yes.
oh yeah, a lot of the apostles killed, or was he the one that killed Christians, right?
Oh my God, dude. Like I said,
Wasn't
I'm not
that
here
Paul?
to debate. I'm not going to debate
That
the
was
Christian
Paul.
religion with you. We're talking
Thank
about
you.
polygamy. Polygamy is wrong because of, in my view, what it says in the Bible. That's as far into the Bible as we need to go. So let's focus on polygamy. Polygamy is wrong because of all of the reasons you've stated. People do it all the time. They have babies, daddies spread all over the place. They're not responsible for their children. They're not responsible for their wives. They're not taking care of society. They're not being good, dutiful members of society. Instead, they're whoring around and just spreading their seed and causing all kinds of detriment and terrible lives for these kids.
Living in the household.
They're
Okay,
spreading.
all right. I just need the debate prompt, and I'll let you guys go at it.
Polygamy's wrong.
What's going on?
There you go.
Polygamy's wrong. I'm saying that is so broad and vague that that on itself is fallacious.
Then what would you like the debate to be? Regarding polygamy, please.
That it's not necessarily unnatural, and that therefore we shouldn't necessarily say it's the right and only way, and we shouldn't appeal specifically to the Bible as authority on that decision.
Well, he didn't appeal to the Bible.
What?
He just said it's wrong.
That's the prompt I would have.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Is that a good prompt for you, EOD?
I guess. I will try to work within
All right,
those
I'm
bounds.
going to give you guys a minute. Why don't you guys, while I'm setting everything, just think about your opening. Just think about where you're going to go with it. EOD, are you going first, or is he going first?
I don't care. What do you want to do, still, man?
No, I was gonna make the ad hom and be like, ladies first, remember? But just kidding, dude. I'm down for whatever.
Okay. I'm trying to get my camera to focus. It's not going to focus. I'll go first. That's fine. All right. So, I just got this out of my chat. I'll pull a Destiny and rely on my chat. So the Bible affirms marriage as a union between one man and one woman. This concept is established in Genesis 2:24, and Jesus reaffirms it in Matthew 19:4. Grid just said that Paul also reaffirms it as an apostle of Jesus. So there you go. It is an appeal to authority. Sure. Morality has to come from somewhere. My morality comes from God. So there you go. That's where it comes from. Those are the places where it comes from. It comes from the Old Testament. It comes from the New Testament. Jesus also said the old laws still apply. It's not something that we're gonna just forget about. On top of that, I think that polygamy and whoring around and sleeping with a bunch of people is actually a net negative for society in the long run, regardless of faith. Okay, in my eyes, it's wrong before God. But the numbers, the rubber meeting the road, what it actually has an effect on society, it is an extremely detriment for kids to grow up without a father figure in their lives. It's extremely detriment for them to grow up in a broken home. More kids turn to crime. They turn to drug dealing. They turn to...
That's time. Save it for the debate. All right.
Into gangs.
Let me know when you're ready, Steelman.
You know me, man. I was ready before this debate started. So you mentioned Matthew 19:4, and if anyone wants to double check, it actually has nothing to do with, and you can thank your chat for this, a monogamous relationship. It says that the union should be between a man and a woman. And I'm not in any way advocating for anything other than men and women, getting together. And And so let me debunk that claim. And your next claim was that it has a negative effect on society. And I want to know exactly how you're going to claim that polygamous relationships, polygamous marriages in particular, in this case, have a negative effect on societies. I would love to see you point to a case study or any type of situation where society has accepted polygamous marriages and it's on a negative effect, considering that's actually, I would argue, one of the negative effects in our society is that we don't allow polygamous relationships. So we have so many, going to your next point, broken families without fathers, without mothers, broken families. This is not a polygamous marriage.
Time.
That's a broken household, not what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for a polygamous household that has parents not missing their fathers.
That was time. Let me get the 5 minutes up. But
sorry, I just figured I was moving into the 5 automatically.
Yeah,
so.
that's okay. All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Got your mics turned on now. All right, good. Go.
All right. So in the Mormon society across Salt Lake City and throughout northern Mexico, they did practice polygamy. And polygamy turned out to be extremely detrimental for the women involved in those relationships in particular, but also the children that were involved, because those relationships invariably created a large number of offspring. Okay. So you had 2-3 kids with each of your 5 wives. Now you've got 25 fucking kids that you're supposed to be taking care of, that you're supposed to be giving your fatherly attention to, and a house full of fucking women, a harem of women, in order to fill the gap of their time. And in reality, most of the time, those kids end up growing up under the women instead of having a strong father figure in their lives, which is why I was pointing towards whoring around in polygamous or multi, partner relationships where people have sex and don't engage in any sort of marriage or any sort of common law marriage or any sort of commitment to one another. They create that broken home situation that you're talking about. The very same outcome is very similar with Mormon children.
Okay,
they grew up extremely sheltered without a good man, a good mentor for masculine, rigidity and objectiveness. They don't have the right influence in their lives to be good, balanced people. That's why you have a man and a woman for however many kids they think they can take on. I think a reasonable number has to be somewhere under 5. But
I'll let you filibuster. Or I'll address your points now. Thank you. I appreciate your points. And I caught 3 of them. And at least. So
you interrupting me is not me filibustering, by the way.
Okay. And I'll address your 3 points now. So you said that the large number of offspring that was produced was actually the problem. And I will say that right now you're hearing in a lot of these spheres that the low population is actually the problem and that we need a higher population. So according to you, that higher population would actually solve that problem of lower population. And next, I'm going to say that you're talking about the overuse of sex also becoming a problem. I'm saying that once you've reached, in any relationship, whether it's monogamous or polygamous, once you've really reached the number of children that are sufficient to, or many that you think that you need to have for your situation, that at that point, you should stop using sex unless you're trying to have children. And then you're talking about polygamous being broken relationships. Well, I'm going to say that I'm talking about healthy polygamous relationships where you have not just men with multiple wives, but you can even include, like I said, the full definition of polygamy, meaning you could have 2 guys that share women and live together in a healthy relationship, and they share the relationships, they share responsibilities in a healthy way, and they share the teachings. Then you're not going to have less father figures. You could actually include more father figures. And then I'm going to say that instead of that, you're advocating for, no, let's just have sex with these random people, not marry them, and then get into these relationships, call ourselves monogamous, then get a.
At what point did I advocate for that? At no point did I advocate for that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well, unless you're going to advocate that people should be virgins and all of that.
I'm not advocating that people should be virgins either. When did I say that? I'm not saying that.
Right, and
I'm saying that a man and a woman can give the appropriate attention to the number of kids that they think they can handle, which I think should be less than 5. So that allows the correct amount of focus on the kids for the kids to grow up as well-balanced people. Also, if we got our birth rate up to 5 per couple, we'd completely solve the population problem. The problem is that our birth rate is down below 2 per couple right now. We just need families to start forming and to start having kids. We don't need polygamy to solve the population crisis. All we need is good, dedicated people who are morally driven to raise their kids and give their kids the attention that they need and that they deserve, so that they don't grow up to be gangbangers and they don't grow up to be coddled, worthless, spineless fools.
It's actually more moral. It's not appealing to this. What you said, you're getting your information from God, and I'm saying you're not getting it from God. You're actually getting it from the Bible, and I'm actually getting what I would consider my information more from God, which would be
1 minute.
a pagan
which would be
god,
from nature. Now, what do
some
we see in
ideal
nature?
of
Do we see
nature
monogamous
in its
relationship and marriages in nature?
vaporous form.
No, we see more of a polygamous type thing in nature, and I'm saying that we have more of like a community of people
Define
raising
that
these
for
children
me.
together.
Justify that. Where do we see polygamy in nature?
Well, I'm saying like in nature we don't see these monogamous relationships, and yeah, we do see in these baboon
No,
tribes, for
we do
example,
see monogamous relationships in nature.
We do see polygamous relationships in these in baboons, for example. They will have like
baboons. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about human beings.
So I'm talking about in nature. So we don't see human beings in their natural form, and I'm saying that in their natural, the monogamous is not relation. Monogamous marriages is not natural, and that's why we see so much divorce. That's why we see so many less parents in the household now, is because monogamous relationships is based off of fear and insecurities and the idea that we're going to own our partner instead of letting them be free and do what they want. And
it's a commitment. It's just like it's entering a contract, as you said at one point. It's having a commitment to one another. It's not ownership. It's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is
that's time, ladies and gentlemen. That is
having a good focus
time.
on your family, not fucking being some whore.
All right. Wow. Okay. Straight to Anson on this one. Let's go.
Once again, that was super close. EOD, you were in the position of making two different arguments. One was morality and one was societal good, and you went through the entire debate basically trying to bolster those positions, and you did it quite effectively. And it was actually very impressive that you stayed on topic, given the constant straw manning that Steelman did, which he did effectively. And you called him out on it indirectly a couple of times. You didn't actually name the fallacies. But
I don't think it's necessary to do that.
Well, yeah, it's not necessary to do, but you did retort appropriately several times when he tried to deflect to those positions. You didn't get all of them though. But the steel man is really good at straw manning, and
he should be called the straw man.
But I scored it 11 points for Steelman and 12 points for EOD because I thought it was still a really close debate because he was in the negative position and he did effectively argue against you repeatedly and try to tear down your argument. So it was super close. So you got it, EOD.
Thank you. Except for when he was straw manning, right?
Okay, well, we'll go to Tyler then.
All right. Openings were strong. Steel, you came out swinging with a good opening. EOD's, I think, he kept his concise. I thought it was a slightly weaker opening, but the fact that he was able to, as he was saying, stay on message, hone in on that, and then just focus in on the flaws. When you started opening up your argument, you basically were just addressing his arguments, and a lot of them got off your main topic. You started out with a couple claims, and then you ended up making like multiple other claims throughout the debate that didn't have anything to do with your prompt, and one of them directly challenged his claim that he made about polygamy being a societal bad, but you didn't back it up with anything. You just stated it and moved on. So I think that you fanned yourself out too thin in this short amount of time, and you weren't able to give any of your points any meat. I think you need to be more concise with your arguments. EOD, completely on message. You did get tripped up a couple times there. I won't say you were without flaws here, but all in all, you kept it.
Nobody's perfect.
Really, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. You really kept it where it needed to be, and I think you took it.
Cheers. Thank you.
Ticky Tack, do you have your audio issues fixed?
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Yeah. No, that's
all right.
Good.
Sweet. So some critiques for Steelman. You kind of got caught up into EOD's little bit of a gish gallop, and you were trying to address like every single point that he was trying to make and counter it. And I think you kind of fell for the trap. I think if you would have focused on the 2 points that you brought up of the positives of polygamy and that increasing the birth rate, and then also challenging the idea of, okay, does polygamy produce unhealthy households, or were the households just unhealthy to begin with? I think those are 2 points you could have like really pressed on a lot more in order to win this. Unfortunately, though, towards the end, you did bring up the naturalistic fallacy, being that because of you observe this in nature, then so and so should be good. It's like that's never going to win any argument. I would just avoid that in general in any sort of debate that you come up with next. So I would have to hand it over to EOD.
I would say if you were trying to demonstrate that polygamy has positive effects, the best place you could have went was Elon Musk. He has the money, he has the time, and he's building that compound so he can get all of his kids that good household. And
he's not a polygamist.
He's not.
Yeah, I should have appealed to Elon Musk and artificial insemination and naming my kid fucking the alphabet. That would have been a great one.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Elon Musk has that whole polygamy setup going on, and he can maintain the households. He can provide for their. EOD was kind of making the same argument that Buckaroo was making.
That
earlier
would have taken
abortion.
the piss out of me right there. It would have been
You
Elon Musk.
were making the argument about abortion that Buckaroo was making earlier. If they can't provide for this household, it's bad to have these kids. She was arguing to kill a baby, and you're arguing just not to have it. But you're effectively making the same argument from those different premises. And he could have jumped in there with a real world example and kind of shattered it.
All right, bring me back, guys. Bring me back.
Steel Man,
Good to see ya.
it was good to have you. I don't know if anyone has any any feedback. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you were using like AI for your research there, or maybe your chat. Maybe you've got a chat that was but it was very interesting. Some of the takes that you had. The idea that we see as many examples in nature of, especially amongst higher mammals, of monogamy. Wolves mate for life, that sort of thing. So it's an interesting thing that you were. Some of the points you made were very interesting.
I don't even think that's applicable to human beings and our societal dynamics. You know what I'm saying? We're not wolves. We're not
lions.
baboons. We're not fucking gorillas. Okay.
Sure, but it actually went to your point that wolves are monogamous. Their whole, they mate for life. That's it. They're done. And
I'm not saying we shouldn't mate for life. I'm saying that like we should be like lions or something where you could have like live in a polygamous relationship, or like
just a harem of women.
Like I said,
yeah,
baboons.
Harem. Bring back the harems, right?
And again, people think of it as just women, but I'm not saying it should be just women because that would make it all biased. You can't have a society where most men have just women. You could, but I'm saying that you could have men and women.
Mormons did.
Together.
I feel like that's the only way it actually works.
Yeah.
Beth, what do you think? Can you have a harem without? Can a woman have a harem of men, or is it more likely to have?
She can have a harem of soy boys.
I'm not talking about harems.
Who's the daddy of the baby? That's what I'd be asking.
The dingo ate my baby. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about a mixture.
Hey, Grit,
Like-
I need 1 second to do something with this puppy because otherwise,
no worries.
I'm saying like straight dudes, straight bros that live together. They don't mess with each other, but they mess with the same chicks. That's all I'm saying. They help
Then
each
you have
other out.
paternity
That's not good
uncertainty,
for
and
the
no
men.
man likes that.
Yeah.
But all right, guys. Well, I'm about to get kicked, or I'm getting kicked off. As
Well,
we
you have to
speak,
kick
so
yourself out. I'm not doing it.
I enjoyed it,
You
so
are.
man. No hard feelings.
I'm out of here, man. Thanks for the good judges. Even though you kicked me off, so good to see you guys. Thanks, Grid and Eod and everyone. Peace
Hey, well,
out.
I hope to see you back again.
See you around next time.
All right, thanks. Well, Beth's back, so I can simp. All right, bye, Beth.
Bye,
Yep, simp away. $2 comes in from my buddy John Mosman. I don't even know why he's doing up at this hour, but he says, "What kind of DGen talk is this, Grid?" Well, we're bringing back harems. I don't have one, but maybe I should. It was a good job. Steelman did a good job tonight. All right, so I still have 2 debates, 2.5 debates that are paid for. So let's.
Wasn't that one of those 2?
No, there were 3 total.
Oh,
2
okay,
that were full. There was 2 that were fully paid for, and 1 that was halfway paid for. So I want to see.
I've been trying to come up with topics for me and Glenn. So
For you and Glenn.
yeah, because that you had said you wanted me and Glenn.
Yeah, I kind of want to see you 2 go at it, but maybe I don't know. I don't know who to get. Like, I mean, you versus Jess White's like an obvious choice over religion, because she's not religious and you are, and I think that you had that debate before.
I'm not against religion. Right?
Or you're not against religion. You're just not religious.
Sorry?
You're just not religious?
I don't call myself religious, but that doesn't
I
mean that I believe in God.
Yeah, she and Paige had that debate.
Okay. Paige had the debate. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, look, you guys. Who wants to debate who? Let's.
Well, I just did one, so I feel like I should set this one out. But I kind of want to get after non-font. Our wieners are us. I'm sorry.
About what?
I don't know.
He just wants.
I think this
like
could be
a
a
cut
good
of your
one.
jib.
We should raise taxes. I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Raise taxes on everybody or just the top?
Just
one?
in total, just like as a percent of GDP, basically.
Oh, okay. Percent of GDP. Interesting. Going for that Euro model, right?
Yeah, apparently.
Doesn't necessarily have to be full Euro model, but yeah.
Well, in the meantime, so it's either Glenn versus Beth, Jess versus Beth. And I mean, that's kind of my choices. Glenn, who you want to debate?
Who changed your name to Wieners Are Us?
It was paid for.
Does that just last all night, or?
Tell someone.
Did you just now noticing that?
I only just noticed that. Yeah.
That for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention to that.
I gave
sorry.
$2 to change Non-Fon's name to David the Giant Slayer. So
You
just throwing
did?
that out there. Yeah, a little bit ago during a debate.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's funny.
I'll debate Glenn too if he wants to talk about taxes or something.
He was the
Glenn,
underdog.
who do you want to
Definitely
debate?
is.
Glenn?
I don't care.
You don't care?
Wow.
Yes, who do you want to debate? I don't care.
Glenn, I kind of want a 1v1 one time, a little longer.
I know, right? But you can't because you're a judge.
Not tonight. You're good. I want to test my mettle.
Okay. It gets into you, right? Like, it's a good format. It's a good format. I like this format.
Yeah,
Actually, I'm going to take, while you guys are figuring out who's going to play next and talk amongst yourselves or just say, hey, I just don't like the cut of that guy's jib. I got to say that I really like the new format, and I really like that we've kind of naturally gotten into this feedback loop so that not only do you get your ass beat, you get a lecture as well. So
Yeah, I tried to do that during the first episode, and I was shut down by some guy named. So it sounds like a Brid Motor.
yeah, did I do that? I might have done that. Yeah. I did. I probably did do that, actually. I bet there's video evidence.
There absolutely is.
So who wants to fight?
I just want to say I agree with John Mosman. Taxation is theft.
Taxation is theft.
Absolutely.
Taxation is theft of my hard-earned funds.
And those
Yeah, it's only
motherfuckers
because
steal it to go do Sesame Street in fucking Saudi Arabia. What the fuck?
It's only because the
Hey,
king
if he
is-
wants to do USAID as a net benefit, I'll do USAID as a net benefit.
I don't have enough of the fucking list of shit that USAID has done is stupid and ridiculous.
Okay. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna put Glenn versus Jess, because everybody else has had at least. I mean, Jess has had no debates. Glenn's had one. Beth has had two. Non-Fon's had two. EOD's had two. So Glenn, you and Jess, the rest of you guys kick rocks.
All right.
You gotta go in the back room, and don't do anything weird in the back room.
Hey, now I'll do what I want. Oh shit!
You don't get to be here either, Non-Fon. All right, you two. Oh, we got Avatar versus Avatar. That's awesome.
Dun dun dun.
All right. So what are we going to debate here, guys?
I'm not sure. Me and Glenn agree on a lot of points.
There's got to be something that you don't agree.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna find much.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
You can't think of anything you guys
I've done
don't-
panels for months with Glenn, and I can't even think of one point. Can you, Glenn?
No, not at all. Actually,
Australia is not a real country. It's an island.
It's a prison colony. That's
She has no concept of 2A, correct. There we go. Don Bozeman coming in with a prompt is all
doing my best, Z Typhoid. Good to see you. Thank you for being here, man.
Where are you at on that one, Jess?
no, I would say no, but it easily can be.
I don't know. Yeah, I've done debate on that where no, but they have a lot of overlap. So
no,
we
but
agree.
there's a all right. Good shot at it, Don Bozeman. I appreciate the $2. Thank you very much, sir. Why are you still awake? Let's see. Cleaner 409, give me a debate prompt for these two. Come on, help me out.
I swear.
How
He's got
about
this fucking list of 100 fucking debate prompts right here.
Should
just
biblical
fucking pick one of
patriarchy
these.
be
Come
way
the fuck on.
the
Swear.
truth and the light?
Haven't you seen my bow video, Grid?
Yeah, that's not necessarily biblical patriarchy, but where do you stand on Andrew's position that there can be no grape in marriage?
Oh no. Be no grape in marriage, he says.
I mean,
I don't know about this. I don't really agree with Andrew on this.
That's funny, 409. I like that. Where do you guys stand on that?
It's like one of those absolutist.
I
fucking
don't
rules
know what you mean by
that's
that.
sort of grounded in Christian morality in the first place.
Partner up with a sex act.
Okay, so this is not what fucking Andrew's talking about, but he's saying that the wife and the man have a duty to each other to fulfill their sexual needs, and that refusing is a sin. So you shouldn't refuse, and therefore there's no such thing as grape.
I'm shocked that Glenn hasn't jumped all over this yet. That's all right. It's all right. It's fine. The salt is still on the table.
Your sleep, you can't refuse. That's not the
all
same
right.
thing.
So, did the U.S. actually go to the moon?
Okay, that's a good one. Not really, because it's stupid to think that we didn't. But
We got into conspiracy stuff. Fuck. It's fine.
yeah, I mean, come on, you're gonna ask the girl about that. The fucking girls don't care about that. That's like one of the things that men are fucking obsessed with. Is did we go to the moon? Did aliens build the pyramids? Was Rome the correct form of society? You know.
Hello?
Oh shit.
Glenn, is your mic working?
I don't even think Glenn is paying attention, man. He's doing something else.
Hello, Glenn.
I was kind of hoping to hear something
There
from
he is.
Discord by now. But
He dropped and he is now rejoined. I have to add him. I have to kick this one. I have to figure out which one that one is. Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that, Grids.
That's all right, man. So, Glenn,
yeah,
we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah, figure what out?
Yeah. Trying to figure this topic out. So first, I went with what's your position on Andrew's statement that there can be no SA or grape in the
marriage?
bounds of marriage?
I agree.
Okay.
See, I
Can
don't
you
agree.
explain that to Jess and see if she agrees? Because I tried and failed. She didn't understand.
Yeah, Corinthians 7 talks about once you're married, your body is not yours; it belongs to your spouse, and that you are not to deprive them unless it is for agreed amount of time that has been that you guys are dedicating to fasting and prayer. And then it says that once that time is exceeded, you are to join together so you're not tempted, so the devil doesn't have use that as temptation for you guys. So basically, the only time that, according to the Bible, that you could see that denying one another outside of obviously illness would be time that's committed to fasting or prayer. That's how important sex is, and God knew it. So all these lames and like sex is not important. Shut up.
I agree with that though. I agree.
Okay,
that
so
you
we agree with
cannot
that. That's fine. All
sex
right,
marriage.
next. Did we go to the moon?
Don't care. I don't live there.
Don't care. Is the Earth flat? I mean, I'm trying
Don't care.
Don't care. I don't live there. That's
Don't
funny.
care. You know how we know the Earth isn't flat is because if it was, Disney would have an amusement park on the side there where you could look over the edge.
Seriously.
They'd be selling tickets for $400 a hit.
Somebody would.
All right. So all right.
I think Terry Pratchett
Man, this
has
is,
the
this
best
is
argument
tough.
against flat Earth ever.
It's probably going to be harder for you than when you were trying to do it with Paige.
Yeah. Let's see. What is a good debate for this? Man, I cannot.
I can't think of anything.
Is cursing around your children wrong?
Okay, so this is Discworld. Terry Pratchett's fucking weird ass universe.
Did you just say is cursing around your children good?
And there's a part,
wrong. Is it wrong?
There's a part of the movie where there's
Is
scientists
it
like
wrong
hanging a fucking
unethical,
probe off the
immoral?
side of the world.
How are you
to
defining
see what's on the other side? See what's on the underside of it. They're not even sure what's on the underside of it.
I think it's just what it is. I don't think it's wrong.
But that would happen if
Now,
the
if
Earth
you're
was flat.
cursing
That's what I'm
at
saying.
them, maybe that's wrong.
DBO's his best
I
argument.
would
It's
agree
fake
with
and
that.
gay.
Like,
At the moon.
yeah, I think around them it's not is different to add them. I agree with that, and I can't really
She's a
argue
typical one.
against
She
that
can't
too
fucking
because I
be
do
convicted
that.
about anything.
And my kids.
It's like
would
asking
hear
asking
me.
a
I don't
woman
do
what
it
she wants
at
to eat for
them, but they
supper.
would
She's like,
hear
oh, I
me
don't know.
doing
What do you
it.
want?
So
Is a man being a jerk make him more desirable and therefore a better partner, or is a man being a jerk just him being a jerk and you should avoid them?
There you go. Something in her wheelhouse. That'll do.
Depends on who's defining the man being a jerk.
yeah, women love assholes. So if he's like bluntly honest and it comes across as like, oh, he's an asshole, whatever, that's actually attractive. And it's, but you can be an asshole and just be an asshole as well. So it kind of depends on how you define that.
Okay. If one partner cheats, does it give the other partner a pass to cheat?
No.
Nope.
Should you stay in a loveless marriage?
If there's children involved, then I would say yes, as long as it, like, depending on the situation, there's always exceptions to that. But if there's young children involved, I would say yes.
Okay. Glenn, any position on that? Did Glenn drop again?
No, I'm right here. What was the
Oh.
question?
Oh,
Should
gee,
you
you're paying
stay in a loveless marriage?
What? Yeah. I mean, I think it's still working if you guys can make it work, or if you guys are working towards it. But if you guys both checked out and you don't give a fuck and you want both one out, no.
What if there's children involved? Like young
So you
children.
want You want your kids to see what a fucked up relationship is supposed to be like that they're going to model after?
Well,
Yeah.
it depends. Well, that would be like dysfunctional and loveless
All right, all
very
right. I think we got to. I think that's a good
love each
5-minute
other,
topic.
but
All right,
still.
calm down. I gotta do this. Super chat thing here. What
I
is
don't know if that would work, DBO. DBO says have one of them argue a position they don't believe in
Only a
and
Mr.
see how they
Bill.
do.
Thank you. Only a Mr. Bill.
I don't think they'd be able to
been
do
here?
that. But only a Mr. Bill's over there in the chat.
Does
We
Grant
like only a
look
Mr.
better
Bill. He's a
with
cool
or
dude.
without a hat? Depends
He does flag waves all the time out in Oregon, Portland, and commie territory.
I'm not really
Taking
sure
it straight to him.
about that. That's a great question, and neither of them have seen me. Well, that's not.
Keep it up,
I've
Mr.
had-
Bill.
I've not had my hat on a couple of times, but you guys probably don't remember. So should you stay in a loveless marriage? That sounds like a good one. You guys ready?
Well, I think we actually agree anyway. So,
Wait, you do? Because it sounded like you guys were arguing.
well, if it's what his point was, if it's working, then yes, and if it's not, then no. And mine would be if it's dysfunctional or violence, like if there's problems like that, then no. Like there's exceptions to it. But if you've got young children, even if you don't actually love each other and you can still get along, you should still make that work for your children if you can. So I don't
right,
know if that's a disagreement.
Okay.
What is your point on that, Glenn?
Glenn? Glenn? Glenn?
Glenn's not here. Please leave a message. DBO says, EOD, you know a lot of the arguments people
Glenn
make
is,
for positions you don't believe in. You don't think you'd be capable of making an argument for a position you
Glenn
believe in?
is
I do. I don't think these
I'm right
two
here.
would.
Sorry.
Glenn might be able to, but I don't think Jess would be
No,
capable of
Glenn.
doing that. And
No,
Glenn's not
this
even paying
is-
attention. This is a
Gotcha.
complete bust.
So the whole thing with the kids thing, I'm just saying, like, if you guys hate each other and you guys are arguing and you guys are fighting and all that stuff, do you want your kids to see that just
See,
because
Mr. Bill's
you
over
want
here.
them to?
No, I made that point too. If it's dysfunctional or violence,
Mr. Bill's
or
is over
anything
here
like
saying,
that
should
involved,
burning the American flag be a crime? I'm like,
then
yes.
no, but if you can make it work for your family, even if you don't love each other, you should try to do that.
Well, I would say as long as the kids don't tell that you guys don't love each other, that'll be fine. I don't really care.
All right. Let me just roll down this list here, because this has nothing to do. You absolutely have to be on the wrong side of some of this. Are schools just daycare for parents? Or two parents, I guess. You understand the prompt is that parents just drop their kids off at school because they don't want to interact with them during the day, and they can go do their own thing.
Hey, what's up, Fire? Good to see you, man.
Hello.
I might jump into this
Hang on,
here in a
give
little
me a
bit, but I
sec.
don't think we're
Sorry,
gonna get
just
anybody
give
at
me
this
one
hour.
sec.
But right now, I'm kind of hitched to this panel. I want to see if I can win. I'm pretty close. And there's some money at stake, so woohoo! I think non-fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really could use a good prompt here.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, Glenn, you here with us?
Long ass day. That sucks.
I think
I hate
Glenn's got
those.
stuff going on too. This is taking like a long time.
No, you just gotta sit down and roll a bowl.
Just what do you think? Are
and
teachers too
fucking
bossy
chill.
to let kids?
It is time to chill.
No.
There you go. Here's some debate prompts right there.
All right, Glenn. Glenn.
Well, yes with some things and no with yes with the things they shouldn't and no with things that they should.
Glenn has dropped again.
Do you want to try another two while we try and work?
Yeah, why
some-
don't you guys work out your whatever you guys
Uh-oh.
got going on, and I'll let me. Who am I going to bring up here? Actually, really good. This is not good TV right now.
I know, and it's like.
Are you back, Glenn? Oh, I could have sworn I heard Glenn. All right,
Glenn, you need to sort out your shit. How am I supposed to have a debate with someone that doesn't respond to me?
She automatically wins.
All right. What are you talking about? How are you supposed to do that?
The silence means he's conceding.
Yes.
Let's see. I'm bringing up how evil shall I be? I don't know if that.
Why don't you bring up the two guys that were on the end? They really wanted to debate each other. They might have
Glenn's rejoined. Hold on, stand by. Let's try this again.
Oh my goodness. He's obviously having trouble.
Glenn, have you sorted your shit out?
Have you sorted your shit out? I'm here. I'm ready.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I've been ignoring you.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm
Glenn,
feeling also.
Glenn, are schools just daycare for parents?
Yes.
Yeah. DBO says poor grid, taking 45 minutes to figure out a debate prompt.
I'm a full supporter of homeschooling.
I know. I feel like he's terribly unprepared for this shit. He should just have a list of them on hand, and he does. In his fucking Discord, he has several of them. There's one there. There's another one there. And then there's 100 right here.
Making our brains lazy.
Just go through here and grab one, dude. Toss it out. Like I had my 100-sided die, and I was like, I'll just pick one. Boom, that one right there. Oh, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see.
And below me over here says, just give them a topic and a side to debate. This is a waste of time.
Topping online trends, killing new ideas.
I wouldn't know because I don't keep up with that shit.
Yeah, that's fair, DBO.
Glenn, any position?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Are the police a gang?
Well, I mean, kind of. They have to be.
No, but the politicians are.
Just both. Come on, they're both gangs. Police are more of a gang than politicians. Politicians are like
Sorry,
the
I had to keep myself
kingpins of the game.
because of that.
Are the police a gang?
No.
Okay, there you go. Well, how do we? For fuck's sake.
All right.
This is so fucking cringy. Politicians
Yeah,
are a white collar gang.
You guys
I
shouldn't be
suppose.
this much in agreement. Like nobody's this in agreement. Are experts cocky about knowing the?
I tried to tell him the other day this would be the problem. Everybody in your audience is a righty.
I don't listen
So-
to experts fucking on TV and shit that much, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, I got one.
I don't watch the
Should
news
Australians
either,
comment
like,
on American politics?
I don't trust them.
Yeah, that's why I don't pay attention to that shit. It's because of that reason.
Does emotional intimacy trump physical satisfaction? Glenn?
DBO says this is my point
Oh,
on
yeah.
making an argument for a
Women can't
position
have
you don't
orgasms
actually believe
without
in.
it.
Yeah, righto. Like I said, I could probably do that. I'd probably suck at it because my heart's not in it. You know, you'll get somebody will challenge me the way that I would challenge somebody making the argument that I'm making, and I'd be like, well, yeah, you know what, you're right.
Yes.
Well, what he said is true.
Fire says, I'll debate. Remember, you thought I was pro-Palpatine that one time. Palestine, pro-Palestine.
It doesn't necessarily define.
I'll hone in on that.
The debate.
Throw me
Well,
off the
who are
roof,
you
Akbar man.
speaking for? Are you speaking for a woman or for a man?
Either.
No, I didn't think you were pro-Palestine. So
Well,
somebody
for a
was
man,
saying
it would
you're
be
pro-Palestine because you voted for
most
fucking
likely
Biden
physical.
or Obama. That's why you were pro-Palestine.
Unless the guy's in love with his hand.
Oh shit.
All right. Let's see.
Sorry.
Is the artificial womb the death of feminism?
Oh, I said you was because you had Palestinian coins.
No.
DBO says I thought Fire was a Palestinian. Well, you
Is it
were
the death
you were
of
enamored
feminism?
with
No.
desert culture for a while. Maybe I called you a Palestinian supporter
It's
for
a
that.
part of it.
Okay.
But you know the tea
This
sets
is,
and stuff
this
is
is
actually
a
kind of
tough
interesting.
one.
My cousin came back from Ramadi with a Babylonian tea set.
You know what?
It's kind of cool.
I'm gonna.
It's very fancy, silver.
I'm gonna.
It was cheap too. Because he bought it in
Yeah,
the fucking
I-
sandbox, you know.
Yeah, the two guys up from the end, they were going. Yeah, this dude and the other dude that was going at it.
No,
She's talking
I'm
about me.
going to put non-font against you because you're too agreeable with Glenn and all the
Against
rest. He's
me.
the only leftist I have left.
Wait, either of them. I said it in the chat. Either of them. I said, tariffs are bad, obviously, any day of the week. We should raise total taxes.
He's already defining the
total amount of
fucking
taxes, I
subject
think I'll
matter.
do.
Don't let him fucking
probably
do
other
that.
things as well. But
Well, I don't debate. I don't.
She
I
does
don't
not
even
have the
talk
conviction.
on any political topics at all.
She's not fucking
Yeah, you're going to
strong-willed.
have to go with like social issues, but
Yeah,
I don't
feminism.
debate social issues.
Feminism.
you don't debate social issues, really?
Not really, not that much.
Huh. Okay. Why don't? How about? You're
Not a very good matchup, Glenn. I mean, fucking Grid. It's not a very good matchup.
You're
Glenn would be
pro-feminism.
better against him than me.
Why would Glenn fucking hates taxes, does he not? And doesn't he like tariffs? I feel like those
That's
are
what I
two.
mean. He can
Glenn's not
debate
really a
political
financial
topics.
debater. You like feminism, right? Non-font.
I
You support that.
I kinda. I believe women should vote if that counts as feminism. I guess that's where I guess that's what that is now. But I don't know. Like I don't have it. I'm not gonna have like super. First of all, I don't have a strong opinion on like what feminism means, and I'm not gonna have super strong opinions on.
Do you believe that there's such a thing as the patriarchy and you're part of it, and
I'm not gonna have strong opinions.
you're gonna raise your children in a patriarchal household, that sort of thing?
I'm not gonna have meaningful opinions on it. Like I said, I'd have to actually I'd have to read some feminist literature. But I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, cleaner. That's a good idea. We'll try that later. Should men show their emotions in front of women?
I mean, not that I talk to many women, but probably.
At least he admits it. At least he admits it.
Okay, fine. You got me. You got me there. Okay. All right.
Fucking zit-faced child.
Really?
I swear.
I mean, I have
I'm
a lot
sorry,
of,
Fire.
I have a decent amount of woman friends actually, but
You're right. You sound like a fucking woman. All right, anyway, Fire says, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't talk to most of my Muslim classmates anymore. Back when I was more involved with them, I kind of was devil's advocate about it. But I don't know. When you look into how the Middle East governments are, you realize they kind of suck. Yeah, man, that's the problem. I don't have anything against Palestinian people. Okay, I don't have anything against Muslims. As long as they leave me the fuck alone and let me be a Christian. The problem is they won't. in their own countries, you actually have to pay a tithe to the mosque in order to practice a religion other than Islam, which is fucked. That's supremacist horseshit. That's elitist garbage. Not to mention the way they treat women. But the real fucking problem is Hamas and the terrorist organizations that are running the show over there that want to kill all Americans. And they want to kill all Jews for being associated with Western culture, for embracing Western culture. So, Fire says, if you can't have meaningful commentary on something unless you read a book that tells you what to think, that's worrying. Right. No convictions, no rhetoric,
Depends
no
on
personal interpretation.
the woman and how
all these fucking kids are.
How justified the cry is.
Lindsay Smith
Yeah.
is saying that a hot man is a crying one. So that's problematic.
That's exactly what he was
That's how you
criticizing
know it's
Sparky for
cringe
earlier
right
tonight.
there. I'm kidding. Lindsay's okay. But no,
It's for not having a book, not having a paper
Um,
or a reference. Sparky was just arguing his rhetoric. And he
Yeah,
brought that
should-
up, and the
should a
judges didn't
man
even
cry
fucking
in
notice it. That pissed me off. Like, y'all kick Sparky, really? Come on.
If the reason for some reasons and stuff, but
He's not bad. He's not the best
they're
debater in the world, but he ain't
not
bad.
all the time.
I mean, I don't think men should be crying all the time in front of men or women.
I think you have to pay a tithe if you don't practice, too. If you don't show up to the mosque to pray at
I'm the
3
wrong
o'clock,
one. Attention!
you know, they're going to hunt you down and make you pay a tithe.
Is everybody just asleep?
I'm telling you, USAID, I would do. USAID is a net.
Yeah, she doesn't. She's from Australia.
Again,
She
if
doesn't-
he wants to control the
Yeah,
subject
I don't
matter.
do political shit. Get Glenn or someone in here that can debate some political topic, and we'll.
She's like, get me out of here, dude.
Literally,
And
like-
Grid's like,
Yeah.
no!
She's the only one that I had any shot. Well, maybe. All right, let me get. All right, where's the?
Fire says it's kind of like our tax money going to Planned
non-farm,
Parenthood.
sorry,
We'll find something.
Isn't Beth a Trump girl? I'll do.
All right. It's kind of like our tax money going to Planned Parenthood. Besides, at least 40% of the population is pro-life on some level. Right? No shit.
Beth, can you
Our
and
money
Jess
going to shit we wouldn't ever support in a million fucking years, like
Me and
Sesame
Jess,
Street in Saudi
not
Arabia or trans fucking operas in
Glenn
Ireland.
and her.
Fuck
why would
that
you
shit.
think me and her would be.
I will talk to
Again,
non-fun about fucking
the only
USAID.
person- so
but
here's
I
the
need a
deal.
list of shit that
If you
USAID
can't
has done.
find any disagree. First of all, I absolutely do not believe any of this bullshit. There's no fucking way that we have such an agreeable human being on the fucking planet.
She just
that they
doesn't have
can't
a
debate
spine, Grim.
position, against like anyone like
Exactly, Fire. Yes, that is real shit. That is real shit. We pay millions of dollars for that to promote Western culture in Saudi Arabia. But it's like, why are we doing that? Fuck that. If UAE wants to do that, let UAE do that. You know, if Kuwait wants to do that, let Kuwait do
I have
that.
some suggestions.
Why are we
for
fucking doing that?
Glenn, maybe they can use one of these. Like, is sex addiction a
What did
bonus
DVO
or
say
a
in
threat
that?
to
I missed that.
relationships?
We're talking about sex addiction. Oh my god.
Is pick me actually a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt to
Oh,
insult?
I actually like the pick me one. That's pretty good.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a
DVO
spiteful
says, I think I'm okay with them pushing their
Let me
religion
get-
in their
let me get-
country. It's their culture, and
see,
they
some of the
want
other problem is
Glenn's having so
you
much
to
trouble
preserve
with
that.
it.
We can agree on those points.
The only reason I don't like it is because I'm a
We
Christian.
discussed those points before.
You know, I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to do
One side
that.
cheats, is the other
I just think it's bullshit. Anyway,
Yeah, we've already
the
talked
terrorist part
about
is
that.
absolutely a problem.
Yeah,
Agreed.
me
DVO.
and Glenn
Agreed.
agree on all of that stuff because we've already spoken all about all of those topics on his show before.
Yeah, exactly. Fire.
I don't know
Shit
what
like
to
that
do.
makes Saudi
I'm
Arabia like
trying
us
to
even
help
less.
you out 'cause you
Yeah,
haven't
I got it.
done
I
anything.
got you. I got you.
I mean,
Okay. All right. Well,
Make us
Jess, I'm
seem
gonna
like
have to put you
conquerors.
down for a minute. There we go.
When all we're trying to do is be, you know, economic
Can you
business
and Glenn
partners.
disagree?
Give us the oil, motherfuckers.
We
We'll
get
pay
a
you for
debate
it.
out of you two.
Glenn, are women ever responsible for getting raped?
No.
No. Mm.
No, I don't think they could be responsible for somebody else's actions. If somebody doesn't want to have sex and they take it upon them and force it themselves on them, and they're
Fair.
saying no,
Fair. But so here's the question, like, if you've got a woman who's out at the bar drinking, living it up, dressed, the way they do,
Become
and she goes
Muslim
home with
for
a guy,
Palestine?
he's
How fucking
equally under
stupid
the
are people?
influence, and she wakes
You gotta
up
be
the
kidding
next
me.
morning, is that actually does
No,
that
it's not
actually
rape.
All right, I'm gonna let them go now. I'll
Okay.
just join you
But
guys
she
on
says
text
it
over on
is.
kick. Follow me on
Well,
Kick,
she
follow me
gets
on Rumble, follow me on
she's
YouTube.
wrong.
I'm
Yes,
everywhere.
I agree with you. Is sex addiction a bonus or a threat to a relationship?
What is considered sex addiction? Because if you want to bang your spouse every time you see them because you're
No,
that
that's
attracted to them, that's it's not sex addiction. Now, if you want to bang your spouse, all her friends, and her mother, well, yeah, it probably is a problem for your marriage.
I see so too. Is pick me actually a bad thing or a spiteful attempt at insult?
The spiteful attempt to insult women that actually want to get married and have relationships.
Damn it. Should women be in the military?
No.
Gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm trying. I'm trying, Grid. I'm trying. I'm like
I mean,
trying to do it.
so the thing is that in the areas that you guys like, or that Glenn is, normally debates, you guys are mostly going to agree. Arthur Diet doesn't do me any good to get two different debaters because literally nobody's disagreeing at this.
I thought they were gonna have a fucking conversation. I guess it was wrong.
I'm just going to pick a fucking topic. You're going to pick a fucking side, and you're going to debate. And that topic is chocolate versus fucking vanilla. Let's go.
Oh, for shit's sake.
Being a little bit
Chocolate. Got it.
I'm being a little bit facetious, but not
I'm
by
taking
much.
chocolate. Sorry, Glenn. You snooze, you lose. You're on mute. So if you picked chocolate,
Why does he
sucks to
keep
be you.
muting himself? Well, actually, Glenn's got stuff going on. It's not really fair for Glenn because he's got a lot going on.
Who wants to pick vanilla? Let's go. Give me somebody who wants to pick vanilla.
Yeah, Glenn's tied up again.
Okay. Ask the other.
I'm gonna
ask
all right.
everybody else if somebody wants to pick vanilla. Let's go.
Okay, let me.
I'll take chocolate right now.
Who do I want to debate right now? Man, this is terrible.
What about Jess? Well, Jess, will you?
Yeah, let me grab
vanilla?
Jess.
Tacos versus burritos. I like burritos better.
I'm gonna put.
I do.
her up. Put Glenn down.
There's this place that sells burritos like as big
He's
as your
probably- his
fucking
internet's
face, dude. They're massive.
still dying.
And I get one that has steak, beans, jalapenos, cheese. It's fucking delicious.
So
and it's like a
I'm
whole
kidding
meal
about
in
the
and of
ice cream
itself.
thing,
A
but I'm
taco is
gonna
like a
pick a
snack. It's like
debate.
a
You're
sandwich.
gonna pick a
I got a
side.
great argument for
You
chocolate.
need like 4 of
though.
those
Come
to have a meal. But a burrito, all in one, baby. It's right there.
Can you debate ice cream, Jess?
And you can eat it on the go.
All right.
Oh, and Jess, you're on mute.
I say steak. It's carne asada, so it's like chuck meat. But
This puppy's gonna be the death of me.
All right. Is playing dumb better than being smart?
playing dumb better than being smart.
No.
Mm.
Playing dumb better than being smart, so then that means you're smart anyways.
All right, Davey. I'm down, brother.
Isn't that kind of like a trick?
Burritos are better all day long.
Well, not necessarily, because you could just be kind of like normal, but you play dumb.
Yeah.
Where people go around being acting like they're smart all the time.
Then
The taco versus the burrito debate death match at Taco Bell on Sunday.
That's just changing a nappy. I like Jess to come up on these panels, but unfortunately, her life is like this is the time of day for her where she is it's chaotic for her. So, and Glenn, do you have internet yet? Glenn, are you back? Glenn,
I've been here the whole time.
oh, but you didn't answer.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pick
He's
another.
back on
I was
mute
taking
again.
care of something.
Okay.
Dear Lord. Okay, you know what? I'll come back to it. Maybe eventually they'll fucking figure it out. Fire says, perhaps, I don't know. I will say I don't talk. Perhaps I have convictions, he says. I say he has convictions. I think he does. You're at least somewhat religious. You know, you're gay, but you also have common sense about politics and stuff. So I really appreciate that about you. You're also a very reasonable person to talk to instead of some fucking flametard trying to tell me that I'm a goddamn idiot for believing in God or that I'm somehow a bigot for my stances on social issues. But for instance, I don't know. I will say I don't talk to people on campus about politics much outside of protesters and like friends who are pretty right of center. They all have convictions, but I suppose it's the everyday student a different matter. They, what I mean by convictions is that you don't allow other people to define your ideals for you. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of students fall into the trap where somebody else has told them that this is what's right and this is how to argue it and that's the position I'm going to take. And it comes across as being convicted, but you're really just a sheep. Right? Like if you watch Charlie Kirk on college campuses, Charlie Kirk still does this. He'll go around to college campuses and say, you know, I'm a conservative, challenge me on anything, you know, and talk to people. He talks to people about gay marriage, talks to people about MAGA being a cult, this, that, and the other thing, all over the place. And these kids have all of these crazy, stupid assumptions, and it seems extraneously simple for Charlie Kirk just to tease out these assumptions and say, this is stupid, here's why, you know. And I think you can do that with a lot of college kids from either side of the fence, really. It's fortunate that you go to a school where conservatives can thrive, but I did not. Conservatives were few and far between. I mean, there was a handful of us at the College of Business, but even there, it was mostly fucking lefties. But versus, I said some anti-war shit to interviewers on college campuses when they were asking students what they care most about pre-24 election, and they all just cut me out. Yeah, of course, they don't like to be challenged, especially when they're demonstrating. They can't have anybody who's not you know a sheeple NPC chanting the chants and falling in line with the march in lockstep with the fucking message while they're demonstrating. They can't tolerate that. Criticism completely ruins the whole damn thing because it's utterly fucking ridiculous in the first place. They don't want it to be exposed for what it is. It's literal mind control. It's propaganda at work, on the ground, in action, you know? Fire says, I think CS is a good mix of liberals and conservatives generally. That's fortunate. I went to U of L and it is lefty fucking central. But I can't say I'm surprised by that. So, you know, nationally syndicated university. People come from all over the country to come here. I don't know why. So most of the people on campus don't even live in Kentucky. That's the fucking reality of it. There's plenty of other schools I could have gone to. I probably should have gone to. I had the GI Bill. I could have gone anywhere I wanted, but I was afraid of challenging myself academically. I didn't think I was going to succeed. Lo and behold, I didn't anyhow. Fire says, or at least common sense left-wing people on some level, given its logic base, but I don't know, it's my theory. Yeah, it sounds like you have a much more agreeable environment where you were going than I did, where I went. It was very.
Versus sex in a graveyard.
I was isolated, you know, ideologically. I was alone in a sea of fucking people. I knew nobody fucking agreed with me.
That's worse.
That's a grave feeling.
Dead people don't care.
I kind of just put my nose down and did my work and went home. But also, I was 27.
Non-fun, I
you
don't
know,
do politics.
something like that.
Unless I'm saying
26, 27 when I started going to college. The fucking freshmen coming in are 18, 19 years old. We're 10 years apart. We don't have a lot to relate on. So that didn't help. But anyway.
What about
This is a problem with having people that disagree, or even if you don't agree. All right, well,
DBO
what
says,
about,
"Ha, you're old." I am. I'm getting on 40 now. That was 10 fucking years ago, DBO.
Should paternity tests be mandatory
Yes.
before a birth certificate is signed?
Yes.
Interesting.
Grid, you already know my answer. So
I didn't
smart.
ask you. I didn't ask you.
She's smart.
I already know. I know most of Glenn's positions.
Can friends date each other's exes. Mm,
The show should not go to 4 a.m. tonight, but it's just we're
the
not
other
getting anywhere with
guys,
this stuff.
Glenn, can we like text in freaking the chat or something here and pick a debate while the other guys do their tax argument?
Yeah. Let's do that in Discord. I just got your
Okay,
message.
Fuck, I gotta
perfect.
pee. Hold on.
We'll
You
we'll
guys
get a
figure
topic
out a
and
debate.
they can do
I'm gonna
taxes.
bring up who's left.
Well,
We got
non,
like all the judges and like non-fun.
yeah,
So we got
non-fun and
EOD
yeah, they want
and
to
I got Wiener Boy.
there we
All right, and you got to go. You got to go figure out something. Either figure out what you're going to debate about or drop out. I don't care which, but there's got to be some arguing. Thank you. EOD left. He went to, and non-fun's not paying attention.
I'm paying attention. What do you mean?
Non-fun.
What's up?
Sorry,
Oh,
I
he's
had
back.
to pee. I had to pee. Oh, okay. I had to pee. My bad.
All right, let's go.
Good.
What are we going to argue about?
I don't know, but I think raising taxes is too ambiguous an argument. We got to be more specific than that.
We should socialize resource rents.
Resource rents. What do you mean by that?
I mean, essentially unproductive payments made for the extraction of resources. As in, like, profits beyond 20% of a mining company or something like that. We should make a sovereign wealth fund, which is a Trump executive order that I support.
Silver Ogre has a good one. Is EOD a ginger? The answer is no. I'm not. My lighting just sucks. My hair is brown because I haven't been out in the sun. Oh fuck, man. I don't know. I don't know if I can argue that with you. I don't think we need to be taxing successful companies. I think that's detrimental to the economy in the long run and it actually discourages success. So
okay, I mean, do you want to debate that then? I mean,
oh man. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do it.
Okay, sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a debate again. I wanted to debate all you bastards. I mean, you fine folk, but unfortunately, all right, we're gonna get that the way it's supposed to be. Now I gotta my timer shut back off, so I gotta open that back up. All right, 1 minute. State your positions. Who's going first?
Well, non-fon's in the affirmative, so you go first.
Non-fon's in the
All right.
affirmative. So here's your minute, non-fon. You may begin.
All right. So I think the argument is very simple. You know, whether we want to spend more money on welfare, or we want to reduce the debt, the U.S., I think, would benefit from raising more money. I think the single best way to do that is socializing resource rents, essentially taxing things for which the supply is fixed, that no one created, such as natural resources, and then we invest that money into a fund, a sovereign wealth fund that continually grows over time. This could even replace Social Security, and this would be a continually growing fund rather than Social Security, which is continually diminishing fund, and it'd be a much more efficient way to tax than a payroll tax. I'm good.
You're really good at ending right at 20 seconds left. You're like a 40-second opener. All right, go ahead, EOD.
Okay, again, I think discouraging. I think that taxing companies for being successful discourages companies from reaching success. This is counterintuitive to what ultimately makes sense to how taxation works on companies at large. When we lower the corporate tax rate, tax revenue actually goes up because people are more engaged in commerce in the long run. So taxing companies for being successful, bad idea. You say that natural resources sitting on hand should be taxed because nobody created them. But the reality is that somebody had to actually get them out of the ground. Somebody had to actually cultivate these resources in the first place. Dirt, rocks, mining, ore, diamonds, all of this stuff takes effort and infrastructure and money to actually extract and get out of the ground. And so all you're doing is taxing companies for being successful. And I think that's a detriment to the economy. There are other ways to solve problems like Social Security, and the income tax, such as tariffs. Back before 1913,
all right,
our main source of income was
on his
tariffs.
horse. He's riding. All right, 1 second there. Let me give you your 5 minutes. And 5 minutes starts now.
Okay.
Okay. Do you agree, yes or no, that nobody created natural resources?
I agree that nobody created natural resources, but I also have to assert
great. Do you
that
agree,
natural
yes or no?
resources
Do you
don't just
agree, yes or
naturally come
no?
out of the ground on their own. It takes
Absolutely.
effort and
100%
infrastructure
agree.
and money to
Do you
get those
agree?
resources out of the ground. It takes
Do you
effort
agree?
and money and labor in order to cultivate those resources and to make use of them. You don't just
Do you agree, yes or no?
make
Do you
money
agree,
off
yes or no,
of
that
ore
the
sitting
supply
in the
of
ground.
natural resources is fixed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Do you agree that the supply of natural resources is fixed?
It depends on what
At
natural
least in
resource
the-
you're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about
At
water, water has a
mineral-
cycle. It's
mineral.
not fixed. Water is kind of
Or
replenishable.
rare earth minerals, dog. You know what I'm talking about.
Rare,
Okay,
no,
this is
okay, so I don't. That's why I'm asking you to
okay,
clarify.
so-
You're trying to get me into a gotcha point. Why don't you just say whatever your rhetorical question is trying to get to?
The supply of natural resources is fixed. You know, oil, it takes millions of years to develop. These other minerals take millions of years to develop. I mean, even water, there's a finite amount of water in the world, you know, that regardless of the water cycle. Look, yeah, I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding. So economists, you know, we differentiate like a normal return and like a super normal return. So I 100% agree with you that resources take effort to extract, right? It takes
Okay.
money to extract, and there's a
And
cost to doing so.
infrastructure,
I do not believe that we
employees,
should I don't believe that we
labor.
should tax companies, you know, based on their normal returns, based on a reasonable return to resources. They should be able to get their costs back plus an extra, say, 20%. But beyond that, they should not be profiting from something which the supply is fixed, and therefore producers won't be less willing to supply it if they can't, you know, if they're taxed more. And B, that nobody created, that they are not entitled to.
Let
because
me
nobody
challenge you
created
on
it.
A before you move on to B,
Society is
please.
Equally.
I need to understand more about A. Okay, so what you're saying is that you want to tax, say, an iron ore company for having ore on hand that they're not selling. Is that correct, or what are you saying?
Not for having iron ore in hand. I'm saying, you know, profits beyond a 20% return should be taxed and invested in a sovereign wealth
Profits
fund.
beyond a 20%. Again, okay, so great. That's even worse than what I thought you were fucking describing. That's communism to the nth degree. So you're saying that when a company makes good profits, they should be taxed even further. So you're disincentivizing companies to be
resource
efficient and to do the best job that they possibly can. Instead, you're
Absolutely,
saying go this far and
not.
stop.
Again, you have a fundamental misunderstanding. We're talking about resource rents.
We're
We're
at the
talking about
halfway point.
goods in which the supply is fixed. The supply is a vertical line. More natural resources, you know, take millions of years to develop. There's nothing a company can do to make more natural resources appear on Earth.
But you're saying the thing that you're trying to penalize is a profit over 20%.
I think we should abolish corporate income tax.
You're trying
because there are a lot of goods in which the supply curve is not fixed, and if you tax companies, they are less willing to supply those goods.
I don't
So
understand the
resource
distinction
rent,
for
not
these
only did
fixed
nobody
goods.
create them, but
That
the
doesn't
supply is
make me
fixed,
feel any
so
better about it.
companies aren't.
And that's
What
not
do you-
gonna
how does that
affect
make you feel better
that's
about it?
not gonna effectuate
If
itself
you
into the
get-
economy
if you
in a
tax
positive
apples,
way.
You get less apples. If you tax natural resources, you don't get less natural resources because the supply is a vertical line. It is fixed.
Okay, so but you do get less natural resources if you tell companies that if they make a profit over this particular margin, they're gonna get
Over a
fucking
reasonable
taken raked over the coals for it.
Absolutely,
Companies, what inevitably what will happen? Companies will always find ways. Companies will always find ways to loophole and get out of taxes however they can. And if the tax system tells them that
irrelevant.
past
Totally
this point
irrelevant
of
from the
success, you're going to be raked over the coals, they're going to go up to that point and they're going to stop. And we're not going to have the same amount of surplus or resource that we have now.
Don't get again. I'm not taxing them
And that's going to trickle down throughout the whole economy, especially when you're talking about
100%
natural
agree with you.
resources.
There is a value provided in extracting the good. That is why they should be able to pay those costs back.
So who is this guy that did the
30%
farming
return.
for?
But if you look at a country like Norway,
the guy who did
you know,
the
they
farming
take-
for the Soviet Union had this it's philosophical idea
Why
about
the
how
fuck are we talking about farming for the
agrarian
Soviet Union? Let's
culture
use a much
should
more
be done.
analogous example of this actually happening in Norway. Norway has a state-owned oil company. I'm not even saying that we should go to state ownership.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
what
I'm
you're
saying
doing is
that we should just simply tax these profits and invest
you're
in a fund
appealing
like Norway does.
you're appealing
Norway's
to
fund
emotion
grows
in order
continuously over time,
to
and it
rake
has
the rich white man
$300,000
over the fucking coals
per
in
Norwegian
order
citizen.
to benefit the poor person at the end of the tax
can
line.
do whatever you want
Okay,
with this
so
money. I don't care. We can pay down
what
debt.
that's going to result in is ultimately a stagnation in the production of natural resources.
Absolutely not. The supply is fixed. You'd be right if the supply wasn't fixed, but your brain can't comprehend.
What you're talking about is like a
something which the
textbook
supply is
fucking
fixed.
equation. What I'm talking about is pragmatic, actual application of business and taxation law
Absolutely
in
not.
the
I
real
understand the
world.
pragmatic
In the
business.
real
I've
world,
cited to
companies will do
Norway,
as
who
much
does
as is
this, and
possible
it
to
works
avoid
super
the
fucking
taxes.
well for
And
them.
if your tax
And you
system tells them that
contend
they
with
can
the
only have a
pragmatic
certain amount of
example
production,
Norway?
then they're
All right,
going
that's
to
time,
hit that
ladies and
point and
gentlemen.
stop. That's
is
what's going to happen,
time.
and it's going to be detrimental to the economy in the long run. This is a sophomoric understanding of economics at best. You should pop
All
some
right.
MZITs.
I've got to go on this one. I got to start with Anson again. Let's go.
Yeah, so Nodfon made an argument based on economics, which isn't surprising, but he based it on socialism, and he's got a habit now that I've noticed of making an economic claim and then providing policy prescriptions to fix the claims that he's making or address the claims that he's making, which is making an argument and then supporting it with
It was Loroshenko is who I was thinking of. It was Loroshenko.
Now, EOD, he made an economic argument based on capitalism and did pretty much the same thing. Non-Fon, you did the same thing again, though. You didn't, you ended your intro early and didn't add any kind of preemptive attacks. There's a hole in your style that, I mean, you could add other things in there too, but I didn't take any points off for that. But I scored Non-Fon at an 8 and EOD at an 11. And there were a couple of times
that one wasn't as close.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't as close, but there were a couple of times that I almost deducted more points from Non-Fon because let me look at my notes here. There was one time that you agreed with EOD's one of his main positions that he made in his argument. And you don't do that in a debate. And anyway, that was it.
Okay.
Cheers. I did feel like you were trying to filibuster me a lot. I'm sorry if I talked over you too much, but we had this much fucking time to talk. I'm trying to get my point in edgewise, man.
Yeah, sorry. I would have called you out if it was excessive. Go ahead, average debate enjoyer.
All right, so taking a look at this, Non-Fun again. You came out. Your argument in a vacuum of just what you're making is very solid. EOD did not fall for the same bait Sparky did. He stopped you when you started going on multiple points to address each one directly, and he offered a counter argument that your point it just didn't respond to it correctly. He's making a point that's saying that once you tell these companies there's a soft cap on their returns, there's no reason for them to upscale anymore. It stifles that upscaling, and if those minerals, if those rare earth minerals are owned, if the land is owned by a specific input, you got to pay attention to me here. I understand your argument. I'm just saying, if those are on private property, they belong to somebody. You just want to tax them. You don't want to nationalize them. They belong to them still. They're going to have that supply. You're telling them they can only produce X amount, and then they get taxed out the ass. So they're only going to stop at X amount and let it slowly trickle over time. Is the point I'm making. The fact that, yes, you're right, there is a finite amount of these things in there. We don't know what that finite amount is yet. Because of 2006 shell drilling, we discovered a massive amount of oil underneath North Dakota that we weren't previously aware of, and that made us become a net oil exporter. So you're not giving him the proper addressing of his argument of the soft cap he's putting on. If your argument was made in isolation, you're doing just fine. I feel like EOD engaged you better, and you did not give. You filibuster. You talked over him. You gave good example. All your argument. There's nothing wrong with your argument. Your argument was good. It made good points. It was solid. It holds economically. You didn't engage with his counter argument. Is my point here. You kind of just talked past him, and I feel like he made more of an effort to actually go at your points, and that's why I it's closer than I gave. I had you down by 1 point, and that's it. But I had EOD taking it. Yeah.
I feel like I did contend with it, but okay.
I gotta go to Ticky Tack now. What's up with you,
Yeah, so I think there is another angle that I would love to argue non-fawn against, but I'm a judge, so I can't argue. So from a perspective of being a person in the audience, what I want to hear is I want to be sold on this idea of if if they're going to be taxing more from an industry, what comes out of my bottom line? And the only thing you briefly mentioned was, oh, more social security, more welfare. It's like, okay, how does that benefit me? Because I don't get welfare, and social security is going to be practically nothing, and I'm more relying on my IRAs and 401ks in order to supplement my retirement. So you're not making a convincing argument as to why we should be taxing. So that's why I'm going with EOD.
Okay.
He
I
did
mean, I feel like
Yeah, go
in
ahead.
my opening, I don't know. I said we could do whatever with this money. We could pay down a debt. I think the U.S. would benefit from
Social
raising more revenue.
Security.
But yeah,
I was going to say he did provide some solutions.
Yeah, his opening was good. Does anybody want to
I'm not saying
provide?
you didn't. I'm just saying, like, from an audience on my bottom line, it's like it's ambiguous, and I'm not sold on it. This is the most I can go with.
Yeah. Non-fawn, I'm going to tell you, man. I actually thought you did pretty well. I
had fun. I wanted you to have the debate, Chris.
I enjoyed it, man. No hard feelings.
Jesus.
It's a good time.
Sorry.
Oh, absolutely.
If you argued for nationalizing those very same minerals, your argument would have contradicted his. But you're letting the private person keep those minerals is the only reason I don't feel like your argument properly.
you guys can argue that later. I want to give
sorry.
Non-fawn some
The
feedback.
supply. I literally say in that thing, I want them to get a reasonable return on the extraction of resources.
But what's reasonable to you is not reasonable to everyone else.
Well, here's kind of the angle. Since I gave my judgment, there's one angle that I want to throw out there. So even though we're talking about a finite resource, the value of that resource is not finite or fixed. No, it's very relevant because generally speaking, when it comes to minerals and natural resources, their value goes up over time. So it is so for a company to actually sit on their assets while the value increases for their land, it's more beneficial for them to sit on it.
Which is why I kept saying that they're going to go to this point and going over it.
No, that's why you give them the whatever. Okay.
Yeah,
Give
no,
them the
I
reasonable-
get it. I get it.
I feel like
just
you
think
guys
that
are
you're
econ class. You know what I'm talking about. But okay.
Well,
Okay.
I think it's actually irrelevant whether or not non-fawn's points were nonsense or not, right? I mean, that has nothing to do with the debate.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. Non-fawn, I get that you're really all about accuracy, but when you're debating these guys, the argument itself is as what you're hearing from every judge, and you've heard it all night. We've told multiple people this. It's the arguments and the way you make the arguments is honestly more important than being factually right, especially in this kind of deal where you can't say pull up that source or because and honestly that's one of the things I think that once you get into debating, like if you were to sit down and debate Andrew and you said, well, you gave some weird statistic, he's just going to say, well, I just don't accept that statistic, and here's my statistic, and now you're not going to accept mine. So let's just get back to the argument in and of itself, and not worry about math. So we're not in a math competition, and I don't know, man. I see a lot of promise in your debating. Honestly, you're really you actually did really good. I thought you did better in this one than I thought you would, but
hell yeah.
I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree that the rhetoric, and I think you did better with your rhetoric this time. But I'm just one person, and you've got three other people that said something different. So, and
they're both 2-0,
and I'm
they
not
both
a judge.
did a fantastic job. So like,
Yeah.
it's not we're really
EOD,
nitpicking.
man. I gotta be honest, EOD.
I am happy to eat the loss and come back better later with a better enhanced argument, intuitive argument.
Right? Yeah, absolutely, man.
Cheers, non-fun.
Absolutely.
I was actually dreading this. I didn't think I was going to win it, but I'm glad I did.
Hey,
I got to be honest, EOD, man. Just sitting in the chat over at Rob's has really helped you out, man.
I've been following Rob for a lot longer than I've known any of you guys, man. So
it's
not just sitting in the chat.
Really,
I interact with Rob all the time.
You must have soaked it up because it was really good. I think Tiki Tack was and ADE was really correct. You did not allow yourself to get pulled off in different directions. Nonfon has a really Destiny-like Gish Gallop sort of style. And if you let him, he will run away from you. And then you get lost in the sauce and you don't know what the fuck is going on.
Once you let him take over, he starts punching you in the face with his...
I know. I'm used to it. So it's not just hanging out with Rob or being in Rob's channel. I've also circled the Twitch poll sphere for a while. I've never run into non-fun before, but I've definitely been on Prime K's and some other debate panels. This isn't my first rodeo. So.
Well, non-fun, as much as I've enjoyed you being on the show tonight, you do have to jump off the panel. Hope you stay in the chat and heckle. If not,
I had a blast. This was a great show, Grid. I really appreciate being on. I'm sure I'll come on again later.
I'm glad everyone's liked it so far. I want to be fair. I want everyone to feel like they got a fair shake. And maybe you don't agree with the decision, but at least you can't argue.
I absolutely think I got a fair shake. I respect our judges, and I will improve. Okay, that is the lesson here. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I appreciate all you. See ya.
See ya.
Cheers, man.
All right. So now we have Beth, Glenn, if his internet's working, Jess, and EOD. EOD is not debating next. So
I can if you want.
No.
I can talk to you about should Australians comment on American politics?
All right. So you were going to say something, Beth?
Glenn and I have a topic, but I don't know if you want Jess to get one in since we're down to
I would like to get. I mean, we've got to get either we have to get a debate going, or you just got to step off the panel because we can't. We're getting into the wee hours, and I don't like being in the wee hours. So,
well, like I said, Glenn and I have one. I don't know if Jess wants to get one in though, because who's left in this? EOD, me, Glenn, and Jess.
Yep, there are 4 of you left. So,
Jess, are you even free to debate?
I win by default. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you do not. I will make you debate ADE.
Uh-oh. I might lose that one. He's pretty good too.
Yeah. So how about
that problem?
So there have been a few times where people have made suggestions for topics, Grid. I mean, if somebody pays for one, then I mean they pretty much have to do that.
Yeah. If somebody pays for a topic, they have to debate it. Now we're down to all right. So going forward, here's the deal. I've got $30 left. That was Anson's initial deal. Okay.
Glenn.
So I can force some topics, is what you're saying?
No, that's going to cover this upcoming debate because the upcoming one's not paid for. But
yeah,
you can either pay for the debate or you can force a topic.
Glenn and I have one. I just wasn't sure if you wanted to get Jess to have one in before.
I'll let Jess take the winner of this one.
All right.
So that's all right. You guys got to go now. So Glenn's staying. Jess is not. Let's see who else we got. Ticky Tack, you got to go. You got to go. Not away, just EOD, you've had to take a break.
Okay.
All right. Once again, we find ourselves. Let's go.
Our prompt we finally settled on is it okay to be a cougar? And I said no. And Glenn's taken the affirmative.
Let's go. I like the cougar argument.
Okay.
Let me start the clock. Calm down.
I'm sorry.
Honestly, I'm surprised that they gave me that one.
Cougar.
I thought
Well,
for sure
no,
non-fun
I
was
mean,
gonna
it's
fucking
been
win.
sitting and hey,
Because
where
I
did
don't
Glenn
fucking
go?
practice this shit.
This is
I'm truly pulling off the
Glenn's
top of my head.
internet, man. He's not in California. I mean, he's in California. He's not.
I know, like, you've been frustrated with trying to get it moving, so that's why, like, I've been on
Yeah,
his
yeah.
ass going, no, we're picking something and we're doing this.
It's not so much a frustration thing. It's just like, it's just bad TV when we have, and everything was going so smooth. Non-Fon raided us? What a champ. All right, Glenn, you here?
Yes, sir. I'm all about them cougars, especially if they're hot and they got Social Security.
And
somehow I didn't see the non-fun.
You want me to go first?
All right, Non-Fon's rated us. Thank you. Welcome to all of the
I didn't see the alert
Non-Fon
either.
viewers. We're going down this road.
All right, says you did
Let's go.
decent, I'd say,
All
all
right,
things considered.
1
In a
minute.
situation like
Are
that,
you
gotta
starting,
kinda-
Jess?
Yeah, like I said,
Beth?
Not Jess. Pardon me,
it's a
Beth.
limited amount of time. He
Sure,
was
I'll start.
filibustering. I had to do something. Otherwise, he was just going to suck up all the time.
Go.
And then I
Okay.
would have lost because I just sat there and let it happen.
Position that we should not encourage women to be cougars. It interferes with young men.
Oh, I don't know. I like a
bonding
cougar.
up with younger women in order to
That's my
produce
taste, though.
children
I like an older woman.
and increase our birth rate.
She's been through menopause. You don't have to worry about a condom.
Older
That's
women,
great.
just
That's a
no
great
offense.
bonus.
I mean, I'm one myself, but I would not go for a younger guy. I would be more likely to encourage him to seek out someone younger and actually create a family, which would be a phenomenal sport for this country. I yield my time.
Okay. All right. Pulled a Non-Fon. Got out in 40 seconds. Glenn? Glenn, you there? Glenn?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. All right. I know you got to come back to the mic sometime. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Start your minute.
I never said I'm promoting cougars. I just don't have a problem with cougars. I think cougars could provide youth for this world. They could teach younger women how to be women by learning from their own mistakes. But we know women don't learn from their mistakes. So, they could be useful because there are plenty of guys out there that are not going to get wives. And, they got some humping to get done. So these cougars could be humping targets for practice.
Mark says I'm falling asleep. Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, I am too. When these two get on, holy shit, I'm fucking
All right.
dozing off.
We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. And are you ready? Go.
Humping
No way.
targets.
Absolutely not. Because look, if you've got young guys who are putting all their attention into an older woman who, yeah, sure, might be fun target practice or whatever, it's interfering with the natural way of things. And already we are below replacement birth rate. So older women shouldn't be doing that. And they're not teaching younger women anything. That's more of a matronly thing. I don't see how women interact with cougars other than fighting over men. And apparently Glenn's busy, so I'm just going to filibuster through this whole thing and stick with the position that it's just not healthy. I mean, why would we be wasting?
I never said it was healthy. Never said it was right. I never said it was, the right choice. I just
No,
said I don't have a problem with it.
it's target practice, and why not?
I didn't say it was part of
Yeah,
my practice.
No,
I just said, look,
we should be
I didn't say
encouraging.
that.
We
I
should
never
be.
said that either.
You sure did. You said it.
I
It's
never
target
said we should
practice.
encourage it. I just said, you know what? I think they're useful. I said they could be useful. So,
We're talking
just like,
about
these older women,
A cougar is an older woman
that
who
likes young men.
uses younger men. Younger men who should be hooking up and building a relationship and a life with a woman who's their age or younger and producing children in order to really support this country. I mean, we're below our replacement birth rate. So what's your argument for that? How do we fix that?
Easy.
How?
By getting cougars that have Social Security already, and then we could just cash
That
in
has
and just
nothing
like.
to do with birth rate. That has nothing to do with birth rate whatsoever. Okay, we're trying to bring
Well, the
back
last
the
chick I
nuclear.
debated said,
We're
abortion's good.
trying to
So,
bring back the nuclear family in this country. And what you're suggesting does nothing to
Hey,
support
look,
that
there's
whatsoever.
generations of wives in one house. It's okay.
No,
Look,
now
I get
you're
it.
arguing for polygamy. That's completely
Beth,
again.
you're a cougar. I totally would get it.
Nah.
Look, I'm trying
Oh,
to advocate for you here.
you're funny, but no, and you're still not making an argument that stands whatsoever on this topic.
Halfway through.
Again, all it's doing is preventing younger women who are perfectly capable of, bonding with a guy, getting married, and
Yeah,
having babies,
let's be
fixing the birth
realistic.
rate problem.
Let's be
Cougars are doing
realistic.
nothing but interfering and screwing that up
The Bible
because
says we have to take care of the widows and
they're
orphans,
horny old ladies. It's just
and
that
we
simple.
gotta provide for those widows and orphans, those widows,
That
those
doesn't mean
cougars,
they need to go for a guy who
those
is.
cougars need
That
some
doesn't
taken
mean
care
they.
of.
That doesn't okay. That doesn't mean they can go for some younger guy who could
Brian
actually
says, "Yeah, I
create
never
a
thought a
family
convo about
and
cougars
make
and
a
humping could be
legacy
more
beyond
boring."
his own life. You know what I'm saying?
That's all the makeup of a
He's
hilarious
not doing
conversation.
that with
but
a
nah.
woman who's 40 or older. I'll tell you that now.
What if the guy doesn't want to
Yeah,
have a
these are the
legacy of
wrong.
children and stuff
These
like
are
that?
the
What
wrong
if he
people
doesn't
for
want
this.
that? He wants the old, used up, lady that he could just chill with.
And he's a degenerate like you are, Glenn. And I can understand why you sympathize with them. I do, and I understand some guys don't want to have children, but really, I mean, isn't that kind of like feminism, just
What
getting
about
into
the
men and
guy? What
making
about
them
the guy that cannot?
less manly? Because
What about the guy that
usually
cannot
men,
have kids? What about the guy that cannot have kids?
the guys who can't have kids, well, um, shit, they can still set up with a younger woman and
So what's the
adopt
point of
and
getting
have,
set up with the
but
younger
it's
woman?
like
Why don't you just get with the older woman? What difference does it make at that point?
if they can't have kids, then still, what kind of example are they setting for other men? Okay. Men need to help lead other men. It's part of the camaraderie with you guys that, keeps you from becoming degenerates and, um, yeah, you've got
30
to,
seconds.
you guys got to team up and like start actually making families and putting things together. Older
Oh,
women,
you guys
if
got to
they
start
want to,
stepping up and
if an
making
80
families.
if an 80-year-old woman wants to go hunt her up a 60-year-old guy, okay, that's one thing, but we're talking geriatrics at that point.
Oh, that's
Okay, this
fucking
entire debate
gold
is
digging.
strictly
That's
about
gold digging, is what that
let's
is.
even say 40 and up going after guys
But see, it's
in
funny
their
that you say that.
20s.
So you don't really have an argument when it comes to a guy that is unable to have kids.
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
But that was your whole argument,
is
though.
That's time, ladies and gentlemen. How about that?
That was
Finally
painful.
got an argument.
That was painful.
Yeah,
I gotta say this. I gotta say this.
For both of them to be kicked out.
Yeah, I have a comment from my.
This
I
was
might
not
allow
shit.
it. Let's
I tried.
Okay,
damn
now
it.
they can hear me.
let's go. Anson, break it down. Oh, actually, no. ADE. Break it down.
All right. So, Beth, you really came out swinging here. You were making an opportunity cost argument and an endorsement argument. The endorsement argument, he met with his point about mothers, and it was a fantastic point. I was not expecting. I didn't even think of it. Awesome point. But the opportunity cost argument she was making about the man's time, effort, money being spent on these older women when it's his prime, your only counter to that was when she's old enough, he can leave her. But if it's a 20-year age gap, when she's 70, he's 50. He is long out of his prime. There's a very high chance the kids could have autism or all sorts of birth defects and whatnot at that age. You're robbing these young men of their youth and their prime is the opportunity cost argument she was making that I don't feel was addressed adequately. You did address her second point, and I think your point about what does it matter if the man can't have kids completely slapped the second point down she was making, but her first one went kind of unopposed.
Okay.
Sorry, I went with Beth there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I figured. Okay, ticky tack.
Yeah, so I kind of understand the points that Glenn is trying to get at, in the fact that it's okay, well, there's going to be a subset of men that aren't going to have kids. They're not going to get married. And they're just going to want to sleep around. So why not cougars? plain and simple. But I don't think he really mentioned anything about how there is actually going to be a good percentage of men out there that's never going to happen. They're never going to get married. They're never going to have children. And it's a common thing to be around. I think he was trying to swing that direction, but he seems kind of distracted. So just based off the distraction, I'd be throwing it towards Beth.
Okay. And Anson, let's get your opinion as well.
Yeah. So, Beth, you made an argument based on biology, the birth rate issue, and the continuation of the species, as well as an argument, matron argument, where it's the duty of older women to teach younger women to give birth and perpetuate the species. Both good, solid arguments. And Glenn, you made a utilitarian argument that, there's these guys and, they need to hook up, and there's these women and they need to hook up, and, why not my preference? And I actually prefer Glenn's take on it in terms of older women are hot, Beth. So, they need to be serviced. But in terms of points and rhetoric and so forth, Beth won that. I scored her at 10 points.
Don't blow kisses at me, DBO. That's weird.
9 points based on the back and forth.
Yeah, sorry
right.
guys. I'm in the middle of taking care of Thor.
I know.
So
We know.
I can't
Glenn,
really,
It's all good.
Glenn, I got to be honest with you, man. I didn't actually think that I didn't think you took this argument that seriously.
I really don't take this argument seriously, because even when me and Beth were talking about it, I was like, we both agreed no, but then I was like, well, fuck it, we don't have any other topic. I'll just I'll say yes.
It was it felt phoned in from you. You normally and you are definitely obviously distracted, because normally you don't.
I don't
rush
give people
through
that
the points.
much time to let them talk.
Yeah. Beth, your arguments were really good. You made both a moral and an ethical claim or argument.
But you know what, Beth, I'll make an exception on my cougar policy for you, though.
Oh, look out now.
I really, it's actually interesting.
I want to contribute a comment out of my chat. When I walked through fire, said, "Yeah, I never thought a convo about cougars and humping could be more boring."
I agree. I agree.
Glenn, go take care of Thor, man. I appreciate you being on the show tonight. I know you've got a lot going on. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Glenn Lawrence doing his best to be not only support the show, but support his friend as well. So I really appreciate that. Again, if you're here from Non-Fonz Chat, really appreciate you coming by in the raid. Hope you stick around. I'm not really sure who Demon Slayer is, but if you could calm down a little bit, that'd be great. It's a little late for the energy that you're giving off, but whatever. And then there were 3. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is a fun dynamic, because I'd say 3 of the best debaters got kicked off to clear underdogs. What an interesting debate tactic.
I win.
Well, it's part of it. I mean, and we can talk about this more later. But while be thinking of the arguments that you're going to have, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, not men, because there's only one left. It's an interesting dynamic in the blood and doing it in a 5-minute with a 2-minute with a minute opening. You have to just make that argument. You just have to bring it up and get it down, and it's a good format. I like it a lot, and we're refining it a little more, and
it has potential. I have my doubts about it. I don't like being stuck backstage most of the fucking show, but it does work a lot better when it's a 1v1 debate. It does. So
yeah. Demon Slayer's he'll give me the inside lane. All right. I mean, I'll take the point by. So
do me and Beth have to argue now?
Well, it's either Jess, have you figured out something that you disagree with everyone on that we can get a good debate out of? I know she's arguing with the chat right now. Or
She said she's busy with her daughter still.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's a bad time of the day for Jess. Jess is
it's like the middle of the afternoon in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, just kick her. I mean, she hadn't debated us down to the last three. I mean, it wouldn't really be fair.
Yeah, it's really not fair. It's really not fair. Jess, you're welcome to stay up on panel, but our last two for the championship is well, actually, I'm going to hide her because we're going to hide everybody because we're going into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Not you. You stay there. That guy. He's got to go. All right. Back again. All right. What are we debating?
Got it. So, how about that pick me? Is pick me a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt at insult?
I'm not even sure I'm familiar with the concept of pick me. What do you mean?
So women tend to, well, and some men, they say that women who stick up for men or, do a whole lot like that are just like, pick me, trying to knock out the other
Vie
one.
for attention, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
what they say.
what are you saying that the prompt is? Is that bad?
Is it a bad thing or just a spiteful attempt to insult?
I don't feel like I have a strong
I don't
opinion
think
on
he
this.
has enough.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough
to get into that one. What about that's too subjective.
I'm a bit more technically and politically minded myself, but but I feel like if we get into that shit, you and I are gonna agree on most things.
What little politics I know, probably.
Yeah.
Is you voted for Trump, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Nature versus nurture.
There's appropriate situations for each. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you can argue one against the other. They're not mutually exclusive, in my opinion. Both are required to appropriately raise a child. That's why I say you need a man and a woman in the house.
I agree completely.
Okay, so how about this? Do food stamps help the poor or trap them in poverty?
Trap them in poverty.
Damn it. See?
They really do too.
I know. Because we don't have to pay for food. Why the fuck are you going?
Well, what's worse is, you make $1, they take away $3.
Right.
And so it really, like, you get stuck. I know they were arguing accountability earlier, but they did it from a Schmortian aspect. Do you think women are adequately held accountable for their behavior in modernity?
No.
Yeah,
he doesn't believe in feminism. Look at him.
No,
part of Rob Noor's crew.
That's true. I mean, you and I are both conservatives. This is going to be tough.
Oh, there'll be something. Does
casual sex boost confidence or wreck self-esteem?
Is ADHD a real thing or a religion that is fostered upon kids?
Is what a real thing?
ADHD.
So I actually have a child with ADHD, and I used to really think this was like something that was just fostered on them. I actually think it is a legitimate issue, and I think it's coming from something in the food or the shots, or I don't know what, dude. Maybe even something in the prenatal vitamins. I don't know.
We can argue that.
The guy who defined ADHD has come out and said that he kind of made all that shit up and it doesn't actually exist.
I was gonna say I don't think there's a lot of I don't think there's a lot of evidence to show it very well. I think it's just kids being kids and being having their attention diverted all the time because their minds are just working super fucking fast. In most cases, I will say in most cases. I think in some cases,
I agree with you. I agree with you in most cases, but then you get cases like my daughter. Like literally, if I needed her to calm down, I'd give her like half a can of Pepsi or like half a cup of coffee when she was like, you know,
That
6
seems
years old.
counterintuitive.
And that was the only way she could sit down and pay attention to something for to this day. I call her my goldfish.
Just that's funny. No, I don't know. My dad was going through some psychological counseling, and they diagnosed him with ADHD, and I'm like, that's retarded. He's the most successful person I fucking know.
Most of the time, it's so out there. It's not. I think most cases of ADHD are totally wrong, and I think our kids are incredibly over medicated in this country. What about schools? Do you think schools should have more ability to discipline the children?
No.
No. Okay, we might have one going. Or grid.
Yeah, I'm not for paddles in schools. I think
I'm
this
not-
is something that a parent should fucking take care of, not the school system. I don't want teachers parenting my children. That's fucked.
I'm not saying paddling. But I am saying that I've been able to see teachers have to deal with kids that are kicking, screaming, biting, and they're told they just have to sit there and ignore it to the detriment of all the other kids in the classroom.
Oh no, this should be removed if they're disruptive.
So let me kind of focus on this a little bit.
All right, grid, throw some out here.
Do you and this is, I feel like I know where this is going to go, but we'll see. Do you believe that modern schools are biased against little boys?
Against what?
Boys?
Little boys.
Yeah.
Boys.
Yes.
Biased against them.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, all the toxic masculinity and the bullshit with the cultural Marxism. Yeah.
No, I mean behaviorally, not societally and
Yeah,
calling
no.
them. I'm talking about behaviorally.
Yeah.
So what,
like
you're
they're not
saying
allowed-
that a girl could get away with misbehaving when a boy wouldn't be able to?
No, I'm saying that schools cater to what most most girls are capable of doing, which is sitting and being really still and reading and talking about poetry and things like that. And they absolutely downplay, degrade, and limit the amount of things that boys do, which is run around, jump, fight each other,
Tear shit apart and put it back together. Yeah.
tear shit apart, and put it back together.
I think
Yeah.
the school system's
You think-
failing
okay.
across the board.
I'm in agreement on that. All right, that's fine.
I do too. I this new Department of Education leader is amazing. She's like, I'm just gonna shut this shit down. I'm like, great,
Yeah.
do it.
Do you believe that the healthcare system is working for you? Do you think they're trying to solve the issues you have?
No.
I don't think it's very favorable, but I worked in medicine, and I think there are people with
Me
good
too.
intentions, but
Well, I didn't talk about intentions. I said, do you think our modern healthcare system is trying to actually? Let me rephrase. Let me reframe. Do you think the modern healthcare system has any interest in curing people?
curing people. No, I don't actually. The pharmaceutical industry definitely does not. They want you dependent on their medicine.
Yeah.
They don't want to give you the fucking cure.
They're bigger drug dealers than the ones that, you know, are supposedly, you know, that
Okay.
we're supposed to be fighting.
Paige has a good one. She says, "Does EOD think that women should vote and be in politics?" I'm gonna disagree with you on this. I'm not, like I said in the chat earlier tonight. I've heard this argument from women so many times that we should repeal the 19th Amendment. That ultimately in my heart I'm convinced that that's true, because women know women better than I know women, as much as a womanizer as I think I am. But my default position on that is that no, we should not take the right of anyone away to vote. Instead, I think we should put some qualifications on voting, and those should apply equally to women and men. But I don't think that we should just.
You think voting should be a right?
No, I think it's a privilege. I really do. I think it should be a privilege.
a privilege that I think women should not have. But that was the first argument I had tonight.
Oh fuck! You already did that one. I know. Shit. Yeah. God damn it.
I mean, I could re-argue it and maybe do it better than I did the first time.
Maybe. Was Kamala Harris the right candidate for the Democrat Party?
I want to say no, but I also really want to say yes because she was so bad she couldn't win.
It was the right choice for us, for the Republicans.
It was the right choice for us. That's right. If I was a
Can you give-
Democrat, she's the last one I put in.
Can you give any justification for the way government spends your tax dollars?
Oh, you trailed off. For the way government does what?
Spends your tax dollars.
I have a lot of questions about that, and I wish the government was a lot smaller than it is.
Yeah, because I don't even know. Like, I mean, the stuff they're finding with Doge, I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, we all knew it was corrupt, but I didn't know it was.
ADE has a great one here.
Okay.
Are you worried about conservative values since Trump seems to lack many of them personally?
Yes. I'm not sure that Trump is actually the best president for conservative values, but I think he's a means to an end right now for us as a party.
I think he's a means to an end, but I also think he's a smart enough businessman that he knows when to give a little back so that he doesn't totally,
Oh yeah, he definitely knows how to play the field, and he knows his people for sure. He's smart. He's incredibly intelligent. And the way the left tries to portray him as some kind of retard.
We need him right now. We look so weak after Biden.
Mhm.
We need someone who's strong and dominant, and other people think he's crazy, so that kind of makes him even more intimidating. So yeah,
Exactly. You don't know if he's gonna push that fucking button or not, do you?
exactly.
And as he said, his red button works. Right? The North Korean one probably don't.
Do you guys believe in this new idea of soft
No.
Of soft what?
Power.
power?
USAID, the justification the Dems use for fucking putting Sesame Street in Saudi Arabia and trans operas in Ireland.
Yeah, no, that's awful.
It is.
I had some good ones that I had sent.
Interventionism or non-interventionism?
Non-interventionism. America first, baby.
Yeah.
Fuck
America
everybody
first.
Let me define it a little better. Do you believe that the United States should act as the world police, maintain the shipping lanes, subsidize foreign countries with tax dollars, and basically be the world superpower?
I'll tell you this. I think that the United States should maintain shipping lanes. I agree with that responsibility. Somebody has to. And I think it should be a partnership between us and the allies. It shouldn't just be the United States Navy out there putting their asses on the fucking line to accomplish that.
Exactly.
The rest of it, no. Everybody else can go kick rocks. I don't give a fuck.
What about
Ron Paul, baby. Isolationism.
should laws be more equal across the country, or is the state setup working?
Should laws be equal? Is the state okay? Yeah, no, absolutely. The state setup is working. Yes, it is not working to the best of my intentions or beliefs. No, but I think that overall, a country of 330 million people that spans across an entire fucking continent, this is the greatest government that has ever been devised. And there's no reason to upset the status quo of states' rights and all of that. In fact, I think the states have had their rights eroded away as much as individuals have had their rights eroded away. And we need to address that.
I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about laws, like for instance, DV laws and DUI laws, and
That's why I bring up states' rights. Either the state has the right to build a law about something, or the federal government usurps that right and creates its own law. And the states don't have the right to usurp the federal government. So the more the federal government creates laws and creates legislation and tries to create solutions, the less the states have authority in order to address those issues. And I think
that's a small government versus large government.
Right. I think the small government, the government that's closest to you, is the one that you have the biggest influence over. That's the one that should have the most influence over your life. That's the one that you should interact with the most, not the federal government. The federal government should be how we deal with other countries and how interstate commerce occurs, how interstate travel occurs, not anything other than that. And yet somehow it's become this huge fucking conglomerate. It's like the United States of America instead of the United States. We should be independent little experiments.
Originally, it was that way. Like, if you wanted to be a Protestant, you lived in one state. You wanted to be a Catholic, you lived in another state.
Right.
And, like, each state had its own official religion. Oh, Kissy Cat just paid for Anson to pick our topic.
Yeah. $50.
Buckle up,
Anson
POD.
chooses the top.
This is going to be degenerate as all fuck, probably.
Oh, yeah. I have no doubt.
Well, he's already posted it like 4 times in the chat. I know exactly what
Bring him up. Bring him up. What you got, Anson?
Pages like, what have you done? No.
Well, it's going to be bad.
I've read his
Anson,
suggestions.
lay
Let's
it
go.
on him.
What you got?
Yeah. We got my list here. Hold on.
Watch him make me debate him on the same. No, I'm gonna shut up. Well, no, maybe I shouldn't. The same one that left Anson speechless and losing. Just saying.
All right. So, anal versus oral, which is the most, I guess, the power dynamic associated with it? Which one is the causes the greatest transfer of power in the relationship?
And instantly, Kissy Cat regrets her decision.
I don't know.
You understand? He's asking you if your girlfriend is pegging you, who has the power?
Right, but it goes both ways, right? I mean, the guy can do that to the female. Which one? I'm more interested in the power shift, whether the oral causes the power shift or the anal causes the power shift to be greater. I mean, because even though it's more common for the oral than the anal, from my perspective, right?
Okay, I'm gonna defer to the gay guy in my chat. He says it's definitely anal.
Can you argue that?
The fact we got an
I
answer
have
on
to agree with him because I mean, yeah, whoever's getting pegged, they're definitely powerless.
All right, well then, I can go to the next one since you paid for it. I get to pick it, right? If
Yeah,
y'all don't want to argue,
Yeah,
about
you get.
So, is voyeurism a good thing in a relationship?
No.
You don't think that your husband sneaking a peek on you while you're doing stuff with yourself, that's not good?
Well, I mean, I always thought of voyeurism as like in public, right?
Yeah, other people watching or
Yeah.
you
Okay.
watching other people. Like, yeah, I had the same thought that he did.
Yeah, we're not fucking degens, Anson. Like, what the fuck?
Voyeurism on your partner.
Okay, which one's more risky? Hooking up with your ex or hooking up with a stranger?
Oh man, it depends on your ex, I suppose.
The stranger.
You think? I don't know, man. I've had some pretty crazy exes.
So
like
it seems like
sometimes you get a year into the relationship and then the bitch just flies off the handle.
Yeah, I've seen that. Ooh.
Yeah, y'all could probably argue that. Yeah, that seems like a good one.
No,
seems so
because
silly.
he's absolutely right. Like I didn't even think about that aspect. Of it.
She said another
All
$50.
the time.
God damn,
All
Kissy
the
Cat.
time.
This
Is
is
she saying-
awesome. Tiki Tack chooses the topic.
Oh, come on, Kissy Cat.
This has been fired.
I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, sorry, Anson.
Yeah, that's
Oh
okay.
my gosh, that was hilarious.
They didn't
All
want to
right.
go DJ. It's on them.
At least
They
we
could have
got
some fun.
good laughs. Oh Lord, no, okay.
Okay, Tiki Tack, what do we got?
Oh, I don't even know where to begin on this. I haven't been thinking about topics.
Everybody's brain's a little fried after the things Anson just was suggesting.
No, my brain is fried when what was it? Glenn and Jess couldn't figure out like what the fuck they're talking about
Yeah.
for like an hour straight.
You should have been in on my conversation with him. I was like screaming at him in Discord.
I saw that actually. I was watching it. Because you were backstage and I could see it. What what do you got, Tiki Tack? Got anything?
Maybe something to do with public education.
We were just going through all those topics.
Should Christianity be taught in schools?
Should religion be taught in schools?
Yeah.
EOD, you okay?
He said he had to go to the bathroom real quick.
Oh,
I'm back. Okay.
You're back.
What's the topic?
Well,
At this point, I don't
Anson
care.
got fired. So
I see that.
Should religion be taught in schools?
Should religion be taught in schools? I say no.
Yeah, there's that separation of church and state. I mean,
Okay.
there is that basic, like in social studies, they give you a very quick overview of each one without going into depth. But
I tell you what, since we're having such a hard time, I will argue for religion in schools.
I might be able to put a little bit more of a nuance into it. Should there be classes for religion, like Christianity, Islam, like specific classes that the students can elect into?
Elective?
elect into?
Yeah, like parents can elect their children to go into.
Well, that's a lot more agreeable than your original
Yeah.
proposition.
Yeah, that's a lot more agreeable.
Good.
Here's
Okay.
one.
Let me try and
They
help out.
celebrate, like I know, like growing up, I had to play with a dreidel in school and stuff. So if they're going to celebrate holidays of other religions in public schools, why can't you send in Christmas cookies that look like Christmas trees?
If you're playing with dreidels, you should be able to.
That's what I said too. But I got in trouble for sending in Christmas cookies that look like Christmas trees after my children celebrated Hanukkah in school.
Well,
that's because it's easier to discriminate against Christians than it is to discriminate against Jewish people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should Christians support Zionism?
That's a tough one. So what I'll say is I feel like we kind of created the modern state of Israel, and we're responsible for that to a certain extent. And to the same end, the Bible tells us that the Jews are a special people and that they're particularly beloved in God's eye. So that kind of justifies the whole position too. But however, I don't think we should be fighting Israel's wars for them. We should enable them to do what they need to do, which I think we do on the regular, year after year after year. And I don't think we need to be doing anything extra just because Gaza got a fucking hair up its ass. Israel's perfectly capable of dealing with that.
Do you think the U.S. should take over and occupy the Gaza Strip as payment for everything that we've done for Israel?
No, I don't agree with the
do
idea.
it. Let's do it.
You ready?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
All right. We got one?
You got one.
All right, good. Because I zoned out there. I was like,
fucking grid's falling asleep on us.
yeah.
You want me to start? I'll open.
Yeah.
I need a mod to Anson, send what you just sent me on Discord to Spaceman or somebody so they can delete that comment before I get fucking censored. All right, let's go. Hold on. Fuck, I gotta get the timer. All right. You guys know what you're debating because I certainly don't. And
Yeah.
Who's starting?
I'll start off.
You'll start off. All right. Let's roll. 1 minute on the clock, starting now.
I'm totally winging this. I think the U.S. should take over and occupy the Gaza Strip. We've done an awful lot for the country of Israel to help them and to protect them. And at this point, it's become so unstable over there. I think this is an excellent opportunity for us to recuperate some of what we've put into the Middle East, as well as to possibly be able to stabilize that area and create a safe environment for the Palestinians to live, as well as deal with Hamas head on their own turf, and just deal with it, because nobody else is going to deal with it. And at this point, we're just losing out more and more. And I do believe that we are responsible for Israel to an extent, even if only to protect sacred
That's
and holy
time.
archaeological sites.
Go ahead, EOD.
Okay. We've tried to do this before. It didn't fucking work. Iraq, Afghanistan. The Russians tried to do it to Afghanistan. Didn't work. Okay. These people are fundamentally incompatible with our view of society. And if we come in and try to tell them how to live, they are going to buck against that as hard as they possibly fucking can, which they have demonstrated time and time and time again. Again, this is Israel's fight. It's not our fight. I think we should give Israel all the tools that they need in order to accomplish their goals. I think Israel should take over the Gaza Strip. I think having Hamas, a terrorist organization, lead a nation so close to one of our greatest allies is a huge fucking misstep and a huge mistake. And they need to be, that particular government needs to be eliminated one way or the other. Now, if that means Israel taking over the Gaza Strip, then so be it. There's plenty of Palestinians living in Israel peaceably. It is their ballpark. It's their game. It's their problem. They should take the responsibility for it. In the same vein that I think we should not
annex
Canada, we shouldn't fuck with Gaza.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Hey.
Okay, so the countries that you cited trying to do that with Iraq, Afghanistan, that was a totally different standard, because there were a significant number of people there that didn't want us there. And really, we didn't have any actual allies.
Do you think that's different in Gaza? Gaza doesn't want us there either.
We would have Israel right there with us, who is our ally, backing us up. And like I said, this doesn't have to, the way it's going right now, Israel's not doing it on their own. And all we're seeing constantly is all of these Palestinian people who are being caught in this crossfire and really used as human shields in some cases.
It is disgusting.
So it is. It's horrible. And they've brought that argument to the U.S. soil because U.S. supports Israel so much.
Well, they didn't bring it to U.S. soil. They brought it to Israeli soil. The argument that you have to make is that the U.S. is obligated to protect Israeli sovereignty, and I don't think we are. What we're obligated to do is give Israel the tools it needs to protect its own sovereignty.
Our college campuses all across this country are flooded with protesters screaming about what's going on.
And they're
in
fucking
Palestine.
retards too.
And the whole thing is such a mess. Nobody else is dealing with it. So, and with as much as we've put in to support Israel, we really should at this point just go in, take it over, take whatever resources are available from that land, and say, okay, fine. At least we're
When you say go in and take it over, you're talking about Gaza, not Israel. Yes?
No, I'm talking about Gaza, not Israel.
Okay.
And it would be a much different situation than like the ones you cited with Iraq and Afghanistan.
I don't think it would be. I think it'd be the same story, different fucking key. It'd be the same song, different key. And all we're going to do is we're going to go in there, we're going to blow a bunch of shit up, we're going to kill a bunch of people, a bunch of civilians are going to die, it's going to be our fault, a bunch of our soldiers are going to die, it's going to be our fault, and that place is going to be a shithole from now until the end of fucking time.
Because in those circumstances that you cited, we did not have an ally there with their own military who lived like right there. This is
yes, we did. We had Saudi Arabia, we had Kuwait, we had the United Arab Emirates. They're all allies too. This is something that people often forget. Jordan's not exactly antagonistic against us.
Halfway point.
Look, I've been to Israel. Like seriously, you can drive from one end of the country to the other in about the same time it takes you to drive.
It's not a big country. I know. It's about the size of New Jersey. Yeah,
okay,
it's about the size of New Jersey.
Really small. And when we start talking about the Gaza Strip, look,
it's even smaller.
Our allies right there. You're talking about countries that are massive, and it's a lot harder for those allies to get into where we needed them. Okay, when it comes down to Israel, this is a very small, compact area, and the Gaza Strip at this point, this has been going on forever and ever and ever.
Oh,
It needs to
hundreds
come
of years.
to an end.
Thousands.
Look at how much money we've put into this.
Oh.
We've got to do, and not only that, but President Trump just was trying to work out a similar deal with Ukraine, where we were going to go to Ukraine.
Well, Ukraine's a different story. Okay, we're talking about Israel and Gaza. Let's keep the focus on Israel and Gaza. So when we look at Gaza, they're controlled by Hamas, a vehement enemy to the United States, vehement enemy to the West, vehement enemy to Israel. There's a lot of people in Gaza that support Hamas. Not everybody, but Hamas was elected the proper government of Gaza. So there's enough support there among those people for that cause to put them in power. That attitude is going to ruin any of our peacekeeping efforts.
1 minute.
It's going to make it abysmal. It's going to be a nightmare. It's an endless war. We don't need to get our feet in it. Israel can handle this.
That Hamas needs to be stopped. And if our country is willing to propose the kind of deal that we did with Ukraine, I don't see why it's so different trying to make the same kind of proposition when it comes down to the Gaza strip.
It was a mistake to go to Iraq. It was a mistake to go to Afghanistan. We don't need to repeat it a third time.
I think this is a different situation, and I think it could work to our benefit, especially when we're talking about a very similar deal to what I just saw him propose for Ukraine. Okay. There is an excellent opportunity for us to deal with Hamas.
20 seconds.
No matter what, I mean, it's going to cost. It's going to cost us one way or another. Do we go in and just rip the Band-Aid off and get it
It'd be one thing if we had a chance to succeed. I don't think we do.
Filtering our money over there to try to help them and support them.
The ideology is too fundamentally poised against us.
Deal with the protesters that are now on our own soil, because there's a whole lot of them nationwide.
And that's time.
Oh, thank you.
That is time.
DoD. Dude, seriously.
All right. All right, judges. What do we got? Who wants to go first?
This is one of my specialty topics. Oh, I've done many, many panels on this one. This
I've never
exact one.
argued this before.
Oh, you did fantastic. You hit about 8 of the 10 points that I would have if I were arguing it. You did.
That is cool. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. So, Jess, you came in with some strong arguments. EOD, you came in with actually very good counter arguments, ones I've run into almost every time that do have a lot of merit to them. I think that you were bringing up your examples of Iraq, Afghanistan, and whatnot, she did do a good job dispelling them, saying this is a much smaller area. Now, I'm going to get digging into the weeds a little bit here. The Israel surrounding this nation, what Trump is saying is Israel's going to continue to have the military there. Right now, Israel holds a 15-mile strip between Egypt, which is our ally, and Rafah, which is called the Philadelphia Corridor, that is also currently held by Israel. Israel is completely surrounding them. Yeah, they're completely surrounding them from 3 sides. There's no way for them to get in there. All those tunnels from Egypt, from the mountains of Egypt where the Muslim Brotherhood is, all of those are shut down. They have cut off weapon supplies. They have cut off funding to Hamas in this area. The only thing they're surviving on right now is the U.S. and foreign aid going in there that we still have. Israel's trying to put a stop to right now. They are being crushed on the world stage. What she's arguing for is not to put our military in there, is to let Israel have the military and for us to go in, rebuild.
Well, no, I disagree. I thought that was your very argument, was for us to go in there militarily.
It was just taken over, and like she's arguing, well, you're going to have some military there because you're going to put in the Army Engineering Corps, is what Trump's talking about. You're going to have some military there, but the security job is going to be the job of Israel, our ally. That's the point she kept making there. And what this Trump is doing with interventionism right now,
shouldn't they be the ones to steward the fucking state once the dust is settled?
That argument was up to Beth to make. She didn't make it. I could address that for you, but I would be editorializing her argument.
You're editorializing your ass off right now because you're excited about the topic.
Well, no, I'm bringing in more information to back up the point she was saying. I'm trying to stay in the confine of her point. She didn't make that counter argument to you, so I don't want to bring it up. I'm just trying to back.
I also didn't really clarify those points. Just to be fair.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like she is right. I'm just filling in why she is more right than she even might know on the topic, because they are surrounded on all sides right now by Israel. You brought up Egypt in that point, and she didn't push back against that, but she is technically correct. Egypt is our ally. They are surrounded on all sides. There's a tiny strip of land. We could easily go in there and do that. So what I'm looking at here for you is you kept bringing up one good argument that really I thought was like clapping back very hard, is we go in there, we own that shit. And if it goes bad, it really looks bad on Trump. Yeah, it's 100% correct. And I don't think I heard her address that, but that was the only major point that I thought really pushed back on her argument. She was really locked in for this and made some damn good points. And I know them because they're my points.
What I was saying is that either way we're losing. So I mean, how do we want to do it? Rip off the Band-Aid.
Let Israel take the L, man. It's not our fucking bag.
Funneling our money into it.
I don't. The time for judging isn't the time to continue to litigate the argument.
Yeah. He's right that I did editorialize a little bit to add to the point, but I was just emphasizing that she was correct in what she was saying there. And a lot of your concerns that you have are valid, but they are being addressed by the Trump plan as well.
So I need a decision.
Yeah. Who?
You want me to go?
Well, Tyler.
No, Tyler has to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, he called it for Beth. He's calling.
I did. It was close. You made great arguments. I just feel like she had so many on the table that weren't addressed properly. One of the big ones was she brought up Ukraine. You were bringing up all the other nations in that area that we've gone into. And as soon as she brought up Ukraine, I don't want to hear about that because it's not Gaza. When you were using that tactic, that to me felt like you were.
Oh, come on. Ukraine's a completely different fucking situation than the sandbox.
She was talking about the plan itself, not the people. Like if
we were wrong to go into Ukraine.
You can have. She just. I felt like you hand wave off.
That,
she addressed your arguments on those by showing you differences, and you hand wave off hers without an argument. Is kind of what I'm getting at.
That's because it's on the other part of the world. It's not.
Okay, all right. No litigation here. Anson.
Yeah, so EOD, you made an anti-interventionist argument. You used historical examples of failures in other wars because you also did what she did by bringing up other regions in your argument. So y'all both did that, and that you did that in your opening, and you continued with your arguments throughout the debate very effectively. Beth, you made an emotional argument, and basically the United States is the Captain Save-A-Ho of the world. And it was, disgusting and gross, and I totally disagree with it. And you made multiple basically emotional appeals during your argument about how we have to, protect other people. And EOD, I was really disappointed that you didn't interrupt her more often and try and actually push your points, because
she's charming.
In debates tonight, you did a much better job of debating, and tonight for this last one, man, it's like you just sucked at it. I don't know what the deal was, so I had to give it to Beth by 1 point, and I didn't want to do that because I really hated her argument.
Well,
I'm going to
I
talk
appreciate
to you
the
about that
support
later because that wasn't exactly what I said, but okay.
I don't know. It feels bad to just like walk in bows out on a fucking woman. I can't do it.
Yeah, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. She's not a woman. She's a debater.
Your argument, you did appeal to emotion. You did a couple of times.
But I also said we should go in and take what we can resource-wise.
You're right, but you did.
That would require the military, which is not Tyler's argument.
You did appeal to emotion a couple of times.
Yeah, I'd like to get Tiki Tack's input.
So more on like EOD's points. He pointed out the idea that we have gone into the Middle East before in the hopes to stabilize the Middle East, and has failed miserably and made people hate us even more. He stated that the Gaza has already been under Hamas's control because they've been elected into to control that area. And plain and simple, it doesn't matter what military is going to be stepping in there into there to solve the issue. It's going to end in a lot of bloodshed. So does the U.S. want to be attached to that bloodshed, or do we want Israel to be attached to that bloodshed? And I believe that's the entire premise of what EOD was trying to get at. And I think he stated a lot more clear as to why we shouldn't be involved, because we've been making too many mistakes, and just this would be another obvious mistake, and I don't think we should go in. So EOD gets my vote.
At least I got one.
That
makes me feel better.
Yeah, Beth, it looks like you pulled that one out by the skin of your teeth. I wouldn't have given it to you. You did make you made a great appeal to emotion, but that was it. And bringing in Ukraine was a huge mistake.
I was simply comparing the deals.
I understand, but
not like do the same exact thing. I'm just saying.
Right. My vote doesn't count, so I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that bringing Ukraine in was a massive misstep in my opinion. It was it was literally like saying, well, we did it here, so we should do it there. When literally the the entirety of the Ukraine war was our involvement in the Ukraine war was based on a bunch of lies, and now you're saying that we should. I mean, effectively, you said we should base our involvement in Israel on a bunch of lies, which is exactly counter to your argument. EOD said correctly, I don't want to hear about Ukraine. Ukraine is irrelevant to this argument. I would not. I mean, I think Anson and Tyler saved your ass tonight. I would not have given you.
I don't think that was the plea to emotion. I think that argument she was making was an economic interest argument right there. She's saying like Trump is trying to
made
get money.
the appeal to emotion arguments in dispersed, and that we have to go in there. We have to save these people. We have to. We don't.
He conceded a couple though. He conceded that Hamas needs to be removed.
Stabilize it.
I think it does.
We could bring stability there.
And
it's
Israel's responsibility.
What I was saying, I was talking about when Trump just met with what's his face there from Ukraine and was talking about, we'll help end this thing with Russia. And it's like, if we're willing to make that kind of deal or put that on the table there, then why would we not be willing to make that deal elsewhere? I mean, it's not that big of a.
No, it's a completely different thing. We're in Ukraine. We're not going to send troops in. We're not going to do any of that. In Israel, that's exactly what they want us to do. That's exactly what the American people have said we do not want to be involved in. And so bringing that in there actually, I mean, to me, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm you.
I don't.
I'm the moderator here, so I'm looking at it and I'm going, nah, I wouldn't have done that. EOD, if I were to critique your argument, and I cannot believe you didn't do this, the minute she started talking about all of the various aspects of going in there, you didn't hit her with the amount of taxpayer money that would be wasted by doing so. Why are we doing that?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I was going to bring that up. I mean, both the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were huge fucking debt pitfalls for us.
Yes,
it would just be the same thing over again.
You missed a couple of golden opportunities to shut that argument, to shut down most of the argument.
It's two things. I like
don't know
Beth.
whether you're
I don't want to punch
tired
her in the face, and I'm not super passionate about this topic in the first place. I'm anti-interventionist. I've been criticized for being a bit too Republican to support Ron Paul, but I like Ron Paul's isolationist policy. That makes more sense to me than anything.
I'm an isolationist, as average debate enjoyer knows.
And I really wanted to support you because I agree with your position, EOD.
Yeah.
But you, like for the last 30 seconds of the debate, you basically just let her make her points instead of shutting her down, dude. I mean, if you would have done that, you would have won that from my perspective.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to punch her in the face.
On a girl.
But
okay.
I've had 3 debates. I've done 3 debates tonight, and
I'm teasing now, Beth. Don't.
Every debate, I let the opponent have the final word.
I say this over and over all the time. I try to stay out of politics. I don't even like voting. I don't like dealing with this stuff. Okay?
I understand.
So I'm taking a shot in the dark here because I don't want to sit here and hold up your show. And it's like, okay, I think I can argue that. So I did.
No, I think you. I mean.
Don't take
don't
take it as like my personal opinions or where I think things should or should not be. I'm
right, and actually,
argument for it. That's it.
Actually, again, I mean, and listen, this is just a critique so you can make your arguments better.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that you suck at arguing. None of the critiques I give are meant to tell you that you suck at something. It's that, hey, this is a bad path to go down, and don't do that. If you're in a similar situation, don't do that again, because it's really, bringing the Ukraine in, had he been maybe a little more alert, he just wanted to win more, he could have shut that down, and it would have turned the tide. I don't think if he had addressed Ukraine differently, Tyler's opinion would have probably changed, and so would Anson's, and so. It all hinges, and again, he made missteps too, because he didn't shut you down on a couple of things, especially the appeals to emotion. The minute you said, well, we've got to go in there and help these people. People are dying. Well, look, that's not on us. I have people
Yeah,
dying here in my
I don't
neighborhood.
think it's on us either. I
Yeah.
don't think we should be the world police.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I am all about America first.
Yeah.
And I've lost enough friends in wars, and
You and me both.
yeah.
That's the thing that fucking gets me about people who are all war hawkish. It's like, what if it's your family that's out there fucking dying? It ain't cool.
I've lost 4 people.
I don't have
with
any problem
22
with
a day. The 22 a day, I got 4 of them on that list.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not all for.
I got to be honest. I don't have any problems with war. I just don't want to fight wars that never end, and that we're not going to call wars, and that we're not going to try and win. Right?
Well,
I'm all for it. If we want to go over and take over Israel, and we're going to go to war, then fine. Let's just do it. But this endless cycle of police actions and military exercises and all that kind of garbage.
That's why I suggested not to just friggin', clean house and leave. I said, let's take over freaking Gaza. Let's make it ours. Let's take what
There's
we
a problem
can
with
from
that,
it and
though.
use it.
There's a problem with that, though, because the reason why there's so much bloodshed is because Hamas is using civilians as human shields. So if the U.S. were to come in and, quote, take control, well, we're going to have to kill a lot of civilians to get to Hamas and eliminate them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're going to kill a lot of our soldiers in the process. We're going to spill a lot of blood.
Why, again,
That's why I said we're going to lose either way. We might as well go in and take whatever we can out of it. And that was just, again, this is coming from a woman who doesn't argue politics, and I don't get into that stuff because I don't feel that I'm qualified for it whatsoever.
Yeah, most people who talk about it aren't qualified.
Yeah.
Well, let's how about this angle? So from like the Iraq war, think about how many soldiers came back with PTSD and were just really messed up with that. Imagine the soldiers that would go into Hamas and Hamas, and they know they'll be shooting at civilians. They know absolutely most of them are going to be dead civilians, and imagine the PTSD that will come out of that.
Well, not only that, but getting shot at. I mean, warfare in an urban setting is a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
It's a fucking nightmare. You do not want to do that.
Right.
I know,
ladies and gentlemen.
Mogadishu. I actually do know some war history. But that still doesn't qualify me to, come up with.
You did well. You did well, and like I said, I'm
just saying, don't think they're my actual positions because I'm
not saying that.
Okay, cool.
I don't want it to be interpreted as I'm attacking you because I think this is your position.
Perfect.
Or I'm attacking Tyler because I think that he made a bad call. This is all just criticism back and forth so that we become better at this, right? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. It's been great. It's been a great show. The new format is kicking. I like it a lot. I want to appreciate Tyler for bringing leftist tonight. That was great. He needs to bring more. Maybe next time, instead of being a judge, he'll participate. I think we are going to keep the $10 buy-in because it's only fair.
Well, I'm not undefeated anymore. You defeated the champion, Beth. I was 3-0 up until now.
Yeah.
To think I was the first eliminated. Or no, wait, somebody else was eliminated before me, right? Or was I the first?
No, you're matter of fact, you were the only one bought back in.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good. I think this is going to be good. Next week, it may be tough for me to do this show because I will be out of town from Wednesday until maybe I'll be back Friday. We'll see. But at any rate, it's going to be rough for me for a few days because I'm traveling and I may not be able to do the show. If we do, it'll be kicking. It'll be awesome because now we got the format down. I'm going to do some more artwork stuff, and it's going to look really good. In the meantime, you guys got to get out of here. You got to go somewhere. I'm going to send you over to Flow State. I don't know.
Going to bed. You're out of your mind. It's after 3 a.m, and I'm old.
I'm older. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, what you have to remember is you need to be cool wear sunglasses if you need them, and get off my lawn.
Yeah, get off his lawn.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for everything.
Hey, really appreciate all you guys, especially the judges for sticking around. I really appreciate that. Beth, once again, I'll figure out the thing here in the next day or so. EOD, you'll get something too.
Hey,
do that now?
One quick comment. So when Jess and Glenn were trying to figure out a debate topic for a freaking hour, it's like that really zapped my mind so much that I don't feel like I gave non-fawn correct judgment call. So just to call out on that, we really need to expedite this process because it's affecting my judgment and it may be affecting other judgments.
Well,
so.
yeah.
That's
All right.
why I was
So
trying to just find something and go with it.
yeah. So here's the thing. Jess can't be back on the panel again unless she buys in and she debates within the first couple of rounds. I've noticed that she will just she just sits on the fence, doesn't debate.
She's very agreeable. I think she lacks conviction.
And no, what she does is I've been watching this for a while. She will sit there and sit on the fence. Oh, I'm not here. Oh, I'm doing this, which I think part of the time is true. But then it gets down to the last few people, and then she'll start wanting to debate, and then all of a sudden, she actually did this against me and Wally once with Teriak, and Teriak carried her. So she can't be up here without debating. Like I just can't. Matter of fact, nobody can. You've got to debate. You just have.
Hi, Beth.
Bye, Beth.
So, yeah, Beth is gone. Why did Beth leave?
I don't know how. There we go. Everybody disappeared for a minute.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, you. We thought you left. We were like, bye.
I don't know what happened.
But yeah, I nobody can just sit up here and not debate, and not be able to take a position that they don't agree with, or they, whatever. I mean, that's part of being a debate. So
yeah.
And also, just for Glenn, I know he understands the idea of putting on a good show. So if you just want to force him into a position and encourage him to just fight something, I'm sure he'll be agreeable to it and understanding.
Well, I think Glenn works out. First of all, Glenn works out better as a judge, and the second thing is that Glenn, I want him to be a part of the show because I know that he needs to get out of his headspace because of Thor.
Yeah,
but you saw how distracted he was tonight.
Yeah, I know a lot of what's going on, so it's no worries about explaining it.
Yeah, he can't. He has really crappy internet out there. He's usually on his phone and not on a computer because he can't. He just can't sit down at the computer. He's got to keep moving around. So I get his situation. I'm going to talk to him about maybe doing just more promotional stuff and doing some visual assets and things like that. And if that happens, then that's great. But I gotta have dude, the first part of the show was baller, man. I mean, I was really man, we're gonna get out of here early. These plates are kicking off. This is gonna be awesome.
I think I kept things rolling pretty good for the most part, except for when I came up against Beth. We had a hard time selecting the topic, but
I was trying so hard.
Well, once it gets so late though, you just get fried. Once it gets really late, you're just like, yeah, whatever.
It's not just that, but it's like with, and no offense, I'm not trying to talk bad or Jess, but it's so hard to just be like, look, can you argue it anyways? It was like the vanilla and chocolate thing. I was like, take it, let's go. Let's just do
I was
something.
being funny about that, but I was seriously at that point.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is I was right there with you. Well, they're like, well, no, I agree, and it's like. That's why I was just like, fuck it, we can do this, guys. I don't care.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of the point that I came to. That's why I'm pulling out my 100-sided die, and I'm just like, pick one out of this list of 100 topics that Anson posted, dude. Like, come on.
I had an idea, Greg. What if you put all of them in a hat, and literally the two debaters get to pick the topic: a social issue, economics, politics. You pick something out of the hat. Whatever you pick is what they debate. Period.
I like to have a theme, and I had a theme in the beginning, right? We were just kind of moving through, and then what ended up happening is that the people who just sit there and don't debate, all of a sudden it's their we got to pull them in, and either they have to win or they have to get out, right? And so it just sucks. It just literally it just sucks and slows everything down.
I'm just saying to pick prompts. I mean, what a better way to do it? And that's all they get to choose is if they're gonna the main like.
Sure, it's like 3
topic.
prompts total.
And then whatever prompt you pull out is what they get, or even
you may have to do something like that.
I'm gonna pull my prompt right now. The last, other than the Glenn debate where he kind of checked out there, the non-fon debate where I had to vote for non-fon, that like I like had to search for something to like figure out who was the loser for that. And this one was kind of the same. Like I came down to who had less points, valid points unaddressed.
Whatever, man. You agree with Beth. That's why you voted for Beth. You're
I
bullshit.
agree with non-fun though, and I voted for you and gave you the same reason that I voted for her. So
I would have voted for non-fun if I were you guys, honestly. I thought he did a better job than I did.
Nope. You addressed more of his points than he did yours. He ignored your points, and that's why I gave you the win.
Well, and non-fon knows that, right? Like non-fon will do that Gish Gallop Destiny kind of just like shotgun effect, and he does that specifically to get you off the track. I have to go to bed. I have a long day tomorrow.
Wait, don't we get a cash prize? I'm the runner-up and she's the champion. Like what? Wasn't there something that we get?
Yeah, I send you 5% of the tape.
You did?
I will.
You will. Okay.
I total it up. It takes YouTube like 2 days or something to figure it out.
Okay.
And then I have to go through Cash App and I have to go through Streamlabs. So once I have the total, I divide it by. She gets 10% of the take, and you get 5%.
Sweet. That's amazing. My first time out, I made it to the final round. That feels pretty good.
All right, I'm dipping out.
I'm out too.
Thank
you guys got to go.
Thanks for having me.
Good seeing you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't let the door hit you because it's closing.
Oh goodness. Well, I guess I'm alone now. I don't know. Is there anybody left in my chat? Oh, we have a Veritas Trismegistus. What a mouthful. How they have time with all the cooking and cleaning? This must have been from a while ago. I'm sorry, man. Engaging with people in live chat sucks up a lot of my attention. That's my bad. DBO says that was interesting. It was. Like I say, I'm skeptical of the format, ultimately, but I think it worked out pretty good tonight. I think there's a lot of opportunity for it to go wrong, and that's why I probably wouldn't do it that way. And yeah, we saw it go wrong quite a few times tonight, where we couldn't get people to disagree. We couldn't get we couldn't agree on a reasonable prompt. So I think there should be a hat of like 5 or 7 prompts, and that's it. You get to pick from one of these prompts. Everybody knows what they are going into it before you even get started, and then so that way you can sort of have an idea about what you think about this, what you think about that, what you're going to say about this, what you're going to say about that. That's I think that's a better way to do it, rather than just saying, "Okay, you guys are on. What do you want to argue about?" Like, that's never going to work right. Very similar to another YouTuber. I can't think of his name right now. Says DBO. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really seen that type of format before. I know the way like Tomato does it, I think is probably the best way, which is where you kind of have a headline event open the night with a 1v1 for an hour or 2 hours, and then after that, she opens the panel to whoever wants to come on, and everybody just fucking, grapples at each other's throats. That's probably the best way to do it, frankly, if you ask me. Now, he's trying to turn it into some kind of contest and a tournament with a cash prize and all that. That complicates things. Speakeasy, says DBO. Oh, okay. I've heard of him. I've seen a couple of his streams. People pay to have people debate, and the chat votes on who won. You can buy people back, etc. Okay, yeah, that explains a lot, and that's not a bad way to do it when the chat is in control, right? And this is something that I was. They were talking about how this format was going to work and how they were going to put it all together. And my main contention was, you need lefty judges. You can't have lefty people on the panel and then all righty judges, because the righties are going to side with the righty. You know, people's biases are going to play a role in this, no matter how objective they're trying to be. And I think that was put on full display with Tyler, average debate enjoyer, with that final debate. I should have won that. God damn it. I was on the right side of it. But maybe I wasn't aggressive enough. That's okay. Like I was trying to explain, you know, I didn't want to come and bows out against a woman that was, you know, charming and agreeable. But Murdercom says, fuck the Muslims of the world. Genocide is bad, MK, and all but morally justifiable for a race of child fucker warlords. Wow. I should not have read that. YouTube is going to be so mad. It's not like I could ever make money on YouTube anyway. Look, man, the crux of it is that fundamentalist Muslims are not ever going to agree with Western values or Western sensibilities. We just need to accept that as a society, and we are refusing to, because of the progressive agenda, to integrate them into our shit. It's okay, Murder. Yeah. One sub ain't nothing but a fart in the wind anyway. What am I saying? We don't need to touch Gaza with a 10-foot pole. Israel has all that on lock, and all we need to do is enable them in the international community to do what they need to do. That's it. Done. We don't need Trump Tower, Gaza. We don't need resorts and hotels on the fucking beach down there. No. Israel needs to just come in and sweep house and fucking shut it down. And they can take the fucking brunt of the shit for it. We don't need to be doing that. DBO says, how do you think Muslim world would react if USA took over Gaza? Yeah, no, they would never accept it. They would absolutely refute it. They would call us infidels. They would call us imperialist warlords. And it would be another reason, another brick in the wall for them to fucking hate us even more. We don't need to touch that with a 10-foot fucking pole. It's a waste of time. And it's a terrible fucking mistake. Hey, what's up, Twisted? Just glass the whole region, he says. A lot of innocent people you're going to kill in that process. I don't think that's the right answer either. Israel is the arbiter for the West, the ambassador for the West in the Middle East. Israel needs to assert itself and take over its own territory. That's what needs to happen. And the Middle East needs to fucking get used to it. The Muslim Middle East needs to fucking get used to it. That's what we need to do. It's their ballpark. It's their ball game. Let them fucking figure it out. It ain't our fucking problem. And they're perfectly capable. You know, they've got F-16s, they've got F-18s, they've got the fucking Abrams. They have all the tools that we have. And then some. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I should have been rougher. Maybe I would have won the 10%. What a fucking crock of shit, though, you know? It's gonna end up being like $1,000, maybe. I don't know. For a first time outing, just to make it to the final round makes me feel good. Especially with judges that were trying to be objective and possibly against me. I can debate, you guys. Who knew? Even though I fucking hate it most of the time. That's because I'm used to Twitch poll, right? In Twitch poll, it's like constant blood sports and just strangling each other. hollering and yelling. Goddamn headache-inducing process, and I don't get anything at the end of it. At least maybe I'll get a $5 out of this one. Vertigom says, let me read this really quick. Hold on. Okay. He says, I was thinking the Turks are basically Muslim Jews. They have a decent economy. They can get away with genocide. 160,000 Kurds in 2016 alone. Oh, and by the way, Israel doesn't have Abrams. They built a better tank called the Merkava that focuses on crew protection. I don't think IEDs were penetrating Abrams tanks. They're penetrating Humvees, not Abrams tanks. So crew protection's not an issue with the Abrams. You'd be hard pressed to convince me that anybody has a piece of armor that's more advanced or fast or accurate than the Abrams. Anyway, it's getting on 4:00 in the morning, you guys. I think I'm gonna call it here. I do appreciate everybody turning out, though. It's good to see you. Good to see you, DBO. Good to see Fire. Good to see Murdercom. Good to see Typhoid over on YouTube. Veritas Trismegistus on YouTube, and we had Bill Hicks stop by too. So. Twisted says Merkava isn't a main battle tank. It's a cross an APC in a tank. More protection than a tank, but with similar infantry capacity to an APC. Interesting. Abrams is far better as a main battle tank. Right now. Like I say, you'd be hard pressed to convince me that an Abrams is somehow bested by somebody else's armor. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure that's the most advanced piece of armor. The Abrams, M1A2, the one that our army uses. The one that we sell to Israel is the M1A1, which is a previous iteration. It's a little, outdated, we'll say. Abrams is a great tank for sure, says Murdercom, but some would argue that the British 120mm rifled gun is better since it has the longest confirmed tank kill. Interesting. That's one instance. I mean, that could just be a hell of a sharpshooter rather than the application of the weapon. Yeah, like I say, I'm tired. I'm gonna head on. It's good to see you guys, though. Sorry we didn't do DnD. I don't know if we're gonna do it again or not, man. I want to. I want to finish this fucking module, but I don't know if we're going to get to or not. I will try to rally the party back together, and we'll do D&D. Either next week or next weekend. But it's good to see you guys. Good to see you, Murdercom. Good to see you, Twisted. I'll catch you all on the next one. Y'all keep an eye out for me. I'm going to try to be streaming more. I'm going to try to do more of these debates. And try to have a good time. That's what we like to do. We like to have good times. Good times are better than bad times. Let me see here. I will end my YouTube stream. Y'all have a nice night.